As Kevin and Darius were about to leave Marinhor's tomb, a band of raiders entered and tried to steal the staff, crushing a miniature model of Egypt in the process. Kevin and Darius subdued their raiders and escaped the tomb, but the military guards believed them to be tomb looters and chased after them. Kevin and Darius fled the base in Darius's car, but with the military hot on their tail, their only option became driving straight into an approaching sandstorm. As Kevin drove into the storm, he and Darius instantly became surrounded by an impenetrable cloud of orange. With hardly any visibility, Kevin stayed laser-focused using his level 7 reflexes, as well as the acute reflexes given to him via his daily mental precision pill, to dodge sudden pitfalls and rock protrusions in the desert. The military personnel who dared follow Kevin into the storm didn't share his abilities. They remained invisible to Kevin and Darius due to the sand, but behind them they could hear the unmistakable sound of crashing vehicles. When Kevin and Darius finally emerged on the other side of the storm, they were alone. Though it hadn't gone entirely smoothly, their visit to Marinhor's tomb was ultimately a success. They'd be able to resume shooting Cleopatra with their recovered camera lens, and they were one step closer to finding Marinhor's treasure. They just needed to find 2 new emeralds to replace the shattered eyes in the golden staff. When they arrived back at the hotel, they found most of the cast and crew predictably at the bar. Everyone took note of Kevin's and Darius's appearances. They were still drenched in sweat and covered in dirt and sand, but at this point everyone knew better than to question Kevin's whereabouts. "Good news, everyone," Kevin announced as he entered the bar. "We have our camera lens and can resume shooting tomorrow." The crew responded with raucous cheers. Madame Spatzel immediately downed 3 shots and declared, "I must now prepare to make my transformation into an ancient queen, as opposed to a modern-day one, that is." She swiftly exited the bar with Bastet the cat obediently trotting behind her. As everyone else began to filter out of the bar, Kevin stopped Toby Wheeler, the production designer. "Hey, Toby, I know you still have some work to do on the sets, but can I ask you for a favor?" Kevin asked. "Could you make a miniature model of ancient Egypt during the first dynamic period scaled down to 6 feet by 8 feet? It's important." Toby sighed. The last thing he wanted to do was add more to his to-do list, but the crew had also learned not to question Kevin's needs. "Something like that is going to take time, especially to nail the historical accuracy," Toby replied. "But I'll get it done." "You're the best, Toby," Kevin said, clapping him on the shoulder. And then, after a day that had started by sneaking into an ancient tomb in the middle of the night, Kevin finally retreated to his hotel room. When Kevin arrived in the lobby the next day, the cast and crew dashed around in a flurry of controlled chaos. They were shooting an epic battle scene that day with hundreds of extras and highly elaborate choreography. It was their biggest shoot to date. New call sheets were distributed while costumes and props were rushed into vans. Madame Spatzel dashed into the bar to have breakfast, which is what she called a carafe of Bloody Marys. Kevin wanted to help, but he had to stay focused on Marinhor's treasure. While Toby worked on reconstructing the miniature model, he needed to replace the staff's emeralds that had been shattered. Kevin visited the shop of Latif Eid, the most renowned jeweler in Cairo. As he entered, a store associate turned with a plastic smile on his face, which dissolved immediately to a frown when the associate took a look at disheveled Kevin, who was still in his dusty Dockers and tattered Keds sneakers. The associate started to come up with the first excuse he could think of to get rid of this person who was clearly no more than a window shopper. "I'm sorry, but we're just about to close for lunch, so if you would..." Kevin was used to having people underestimate him in every way, from his strength to his knowledge to his bank account, so he cut off the associate before the thought could be finished. "I need 2 of the largest high-quality emeralds that you have," Kevin declared. The associate snorted with disgust and again opened his mouth, just as Kevin pulled out his wallet and his array of platinum and gold credit cards. The associate made a sudden about face. "Excellent, sir," the associate replied, already mentally calculating the hefty commission check he'd received for the sale. The money was enough to convince the snobby associate to be nice to the tourist with the bad haircut and dirty clothes. In one of the cases, the associate produced a tray of stunning jewels. "Here we have 2 matching 20-carat emeralds. They're $100,000 each and would make a magnificent pair of earrings for someone special." Kevin glanced at the stones, which would be considered over the top by any normal standards. For his purposes, however, they wouldn't do the trick. To the sales associate, he said, "They are exquisite, though I was looking for something a little larger, more like 2 inches in diameter." The sales associate almost collapsed to the floor. Making an honorable attempt to retain his professional demeanor, he replied, Just a moment, sir," and quickly disappeared into the back room. The sales associate emerged with a portly man who instantly eyed Kevin with suspicion. "I'm Latif Eid," he said, extending a hand warily. He'd clearly been told by his employee that Kevin had money and plenty of credit cards, and yet he was still not thrilled to be shaking the hand of a man wearing clothing that did not have designer labels sewn into them. "I hear you have a rather specific request." "Kevin Williams," he replied, "and yes, I'm looking for 2 emeralds of utmost clarity, each 2 inches in diameter." Latif continued to eye Kevin with skepticism, but only saw his earnest interest in return. "You're asking for a once-in-a-generation kind of stone." "2 of them," Latif replied. "So I take it that you don't have any in the back room?" Kevin asked. "No, not at the moment," Latif replied. "I've only had an emerald of that size one time in my career. Like I said, a once-in-a-generation stone." "What happened to it?" Kevin asked. "The president purchased it," Latif answered. "He made it into a necklace and gave it to his daughter as a birthday gift." Kevin pondered this. It seemed that the emerald was out of reach. Someone who was gifted such a priceless heirloom wasn't likely to give it up easily. But at least he knew it was out there. "That's disappointing to have missed out on it," Kevin lamented. He looked over the tray of smaller jewels once more. "You know what?" he said, gesturing toward the associate. "I'm going to take you up on your suggestion to make the 10-carat emeralds into earrings. My wife will love them." Kevin left the store as the associate once again struggled to keep himself upright. Kevin rarely helped himself to luxury items, but he would always make an exception for Lily. And giving the associate his largest ever commission check was a nice bonus. As Kevin began walking down the sidewalk, a call came through to his cell from his assistant director, Liam Glick. "How's it going, Liam?" Kevin asked. "Awful," Liam yelled into the phone. "I know you've got other adventures you're always running off to, but you can't keep leaving the set unsupervised. We need our producer here." "What's happening now?" Kevin asked, bracing himself for the answer he knew was coming. "Your director is out of control," Liam replied, and Kevin winced. "He's got his own artistic vision again. You calmed him down before, but the time we lost due to the missing camera lens seems to have wiped his memory of whatever it was you told him. You have to get back here." "Yep. Got it. I'll be right there," Kevin replied. He hung up the phone and took a deep breath. He should have known that the only time production was going to run smoothly was while it was shut down. Kevin arrived on set to see the scores of extras waiting around on the battlefield while Liam Jabari and cinematographer Levi Stradling argued with Ashton. "I don't know how you guys have made a living in this industry with such limited imagination," Ashton said condescendingly. "I'm telling you, it's going to be rad." "What's going on, guys?" Kevin asked as he approached. Everyone jostled to tell their side first, but Ashton stepped directly in front of Kevin. "You told me you respect my role as a director," Ashton urged. "We want this scene to be epic, but the way it's written, it's too grounded, too expected. It's pedestrian. This scene should showcase the wrath of Cleopatra. I'm a feminist, Kevin," he said in a self-congratulatory manner. "I don't just want soldiers fighting on her behalf. I want her to lead this battle with her extraordinary powers. I want her to make it rain frogs from the sky." Silence fell as Kevin digested this rant. "Frogs from the sky?" he clarified. "I'm not doing it, Kevin," Jabari said, stepping in. "We don't have enough frogs at the sanctuary for what he's asking for, and even if we did, there's no way for me to ensure their safety if they're literally falling from the sky. It's out of the question." "And it will ruin the shot," Levi chimed in. They'll pollute the frame, not to mention that frogs are green. They'll interfere with any special effects we try to add in the post-production edits." "Well, that all seems pretty clear-cut to me," Kevin replied. Turning back to Ashton, he said, "Our department heads are saying that they can't make this work, so I'm not sure what the ongoing argument is about." "Ever hear of not taking no for an answer?" Ashton demanded. "It's my job to articulate a vision. It's their job to execute it. They're supposed to be creative problem solvers. If they can't make it happen, you should hire better talent." "You know what, Ashton? You're right," Kevin replied. I am?" Ashton asked. Then, regaining his bravado, he shot a victorious look at Jabari and Levi. "Yes," Kevin continued, "it's clear that there's someone here who doesn't understand their role in this production, and I as a producer should hire more capable talent. Ashton, you're fired." Though Kevin was firing the director of his $500 million first feature film days into location shooting, he knew that rather than being a crazy decision, this was probably the smartest thing he'd ever done. But now Kevin had to find a new director, in a day's time in the middle of the desert, and with a temperamental star and cast waiting. Suddenly, the Egyptian heat felt like it had doubled, and for the first time in years, Kevin was about to sweat. After Kevin retrieved the missing camera lens from the site of Marinehor's tomb, the Cleopatra crew was finally able to resume production. Their first scene was a major battle, but Levi frantically called Kevin to set, saying that Ashton was once again being difficult. Kevin arrived and learned that Ashton wanted to make frogs rain from the sky during the scene, despite the department head saying it couldn't be done. When Ashton pushed back and said that Kevin should hire more capable department heads, Kevin fired him. Ashton looked like he had been slapped in the face. "You can't fire me. I was appointed by the studio head." "Then I'm sure she'd be happy to help get you another job," Kevin replied calmly. Ashton stammered, searching for another reply, but eventually he had to accept that he had no leverage in the situation. He stormed off set, avoiding eye contact with any of the crew members, whose expressions ranged from relief to glee. Once Ashton was out of earshot, Liam cleared his throat. "I'll admit I'm happy to see him go," he said. "But now we need another director, and starting the hiring process from scratch is going to require another shutdown. We probably need someone who's ready to hit the ground running. I know this production inside and out, and Kevin looked up at the sky where the sun was beginning to descend toward the horizon. "We'll figure out a permanent replacement later," he said. "Right now we only have a few hours left of the light we need. We just need to get this done." Liam, not wanting to let this go, hustled to respond. "Okay, but we can't just get this done without someone directing the scene. Someone has to be the leader." Kevin knew that Liam was trying to position himself as the new director, but despite knowing the technical requirements of directing, Liam had never displayed much in the way of leadership qualities. But if there was one thing that Kevin knew, it was how to lead. "I'm going to direct the scene. We'll figure out the rest later," Kevin decided. Liam looked crushed, while Jabari and Levi, who respected Kevin immensely, still exchanged nervous glances. A scene of this scope could be unmanageable even for some of Hollywood's most experienced directors, let alone someone who had never done it before. But Kevin wasn't concerned. "Everyone, bring it in," he called out to the set. The cast, crew, and hundreds of extras formed a crowd in front of Kevin. After Ashton's erratic, tyrannical approach to directing, everyone was physically and emotionally drained. "I know this shoot hasn't been easy so far," Kevin began. "There have been obstacles and delays and creative differences, and yet all of you are still here, which is how I know we're still going to create a masterpiece. You all have the passion for this work and the commitment to each other to keep bringing your best, even when things get hard. This is a team. And everyone here understands that, and this team we've assembled is the most talented and dedicated out there. We're a unified force, so let's go to battle together." Kevin pumped his fist in the air, and his rousing words elicited a cheer from the crowd. The extras banged on their various prop weapons, and the department heads applauded, relieved to have their excitement for the project reignited. Liam couldn't deny that Kevin created a powerful and energetic atmosphere on set. but he was still hurt about being passed over for the opportunity to step up. "Okay, everyone, back to one," he called out half-heartedly. While everyone resumed their places on set, Kevin ducked into the wardrobe tent. "Hey, Deborah," he said to his wardrobe designer, "got any extra Egyptian soldier costumes?" Kevin emerged from the wardrobe tent wearing the same costume as the extras, eliciting more cheers and laughter from everyone on set. What are you doing?" Liam asked, growing increasingly jealous of how effortlessly Kevin was commanding the set. "I said we're all going into battle together, right?" Kevin responded cheekily, taking a seat behind the monitors and other filming equipment. Kevin worked off of Ashton's original shot list from before he went off the rails. "Let's start with the drone shot," he said to Levi. Levi, who had never worked with a drone camera before, fiddled with the remote. "You kids and your tech advancements," he lamented. "In my day, your set's most expensive equipment stayed firmly planted on the ground." He finally flipped the right switch and the drone lifted into the air. And action, Kevin called. The extras, divided into Egyptian and Roman soldiers, began to charge at each other. But before they clashed together, the drone took a nosedive and crashed into the ground. "Cut!" Kevin called, cringing. He glanced over at Levi, who was still awkwardly holding the controller. "What? I'm a cinematographer, not an expert video gamer," he exclaimed. "So now what?" Liam asked, trying to suppress his slight satisfaction that Kevin was now in a real jam. Thinking fast, Kevin walked over to Jabari. "What are the chances your Falcon could carry a camera?" Kevin asked. Jabari stared at him. "Your cameras weigh about 25 pounds. My Falcon can't carry more than 4 pounds, he replied. "What if I gave him something to make him stronger?" Kevin asked cautiously. Jabari was still dumbfounded. "You want to steroid him up? He's a bird, not a professional baseball player." "I won't give him anything that would compromise his health, I promise," Kevin insisted. He explained his power pills to Jabari. After reviewing the ingredients and confirming they were all safe for the Falcon, Jabari gave Kevin the go-ahead. Kevin took a power pill from his satchel and tucked it into a piece of chicken from craft services. Kevin approached the Falcon and dug into its mind with his powers to communicate with the fauna of the world. The Falcon already knew that Kevin was a friend, so he was unafraid. "I'm giving you something extra that I've made from herbs and other ingredients. It will give you the power to fly higher than ever before and carry with you my camera," Kevin said to the bird, knowing that the request was both extraordinary and somewhat outlandish. And yet the Falcon nodded in agreement. Kevin had the bird's trust completely. He then gave the pill wrapped in chicken to Jabari's Falcon, who eagerly gobbled it up. After a few seconds, the Falcon batted its wings, and it was clear just from the force of it that he had become stronger. The Falcon looked at Kevin and nodded. "I am happy to do this for you, friend of Jabari." Jabari and Jericho, who were coordinating the stunts, worked together to fashion a harness for the Falcon to carry the camera. "Even for you, this is crazy," Jericho said slyly to Kevin. They finished harnessing the camera, and Jabari silently gave the Falcon instructions on how to execute the shot. He then stepped back, and they all held their breath. The Falcon flapped its wings and amazingly took flight. It lifted the camera into the air like it weighed nothing at all. Everyone on the ground cheered, and wearing a big smile, Kevin called, "Camera rolling, and action." The two armies of extras charged toward each other, and this time the camera continued to swoop overhead as the enemies collided on the battlefield set. Spears clanged into shields, and energetic battle cries and pained screams rang into the air. "Wow, these extras are really going for it," Kevin thought, impressed with the realism of the fighting. However, as he looked closer at the monitor, he saw that the punches and kicks were not being pulled back. Weapons were piercing skin and actual blood was being shed. "It's not supposed to look like that until special effects are added," Kevin thought in a panic. "Cut!" he frantically yelled. Most of the extras quickly fell still, but the pained screams continued as a small band of extras dressed as Romans, all masked, continued the battle. And they definitely weren't pretending. As innocent extras sustained real injuries, Kevin could no longer watch from the sideline. He sprinted onto the battlefield, swiping a spear and shield from one of the extras who had managed to escape the melee. Already dressed as an Egyptian soldier, Kevin charged at the rogue Romans. He jabbed his spear at them and quickly realized that not only were their weapons real and not from the prop shed, but the fighters were leveled. Who are these guys? Kevin wondered as he adjusted his strategy. With Kevin entering the fray, the 100 or more soldiers ceased their attack on the helpless extras and turned their swords on him. Outnumbered and outarmed, Kevin utilized his supreme fighting abilities against the Roman soldiers. Most of them seemed to be level 3 or 4, so the prop weapons in Kevin's level 7 hand still outweighed their real ones. Kevin incapacitated the first few dozen soldiers, but then more just kept coming. He made his movements efficient, jabbing his spear while kicking behind him or punching his shield, so that he landed blows on at least 5 soldiers at every moment. Though Kevin was slowly but surely whittling down their numbers, his solo mission finally received assistance when Jericho jumped in beside him. Also already dressed as an Egyptian soldier due to leading the stunt scenes, Jericho was also adept at using the prop weapons with choreographed precision. Together, Kevin and Jericho began to gain momentum against the Romans. But suddenly a voice rang out from behind the gang of Romans. "Stop!" The Romans parted, and their obvious leader, the largest among them and a menacing sight in his bronze-masked helmet, stepped forward. Staring at Kevin through the slits in the mask, he growled, "Leave him to me." Kevin fired director Ashton Garner and took over directing a giant battle scene for Cleopatra. While watching the monitor during the scene, Kevin realized that some of the extras playing Roman soldiers were actually attacking other extras with real weapons. Kevin, wearing the costume of an Egyptian soldier, jumped into the scene to fight off the attackers, and Jericho joined him. Kevin realized the fighters were leveled, but he and Jericho were winning the battle despite being drastically outnumbered. However, the leader, the largest among them, then stepped forward and wanted to fight Kevin himself. The leader approached, and Kevin took a defensive stance. There was no doubt this guy would have the highest levels out of any of the fighters. When the leader charged at Kevin while holding out his spear, Kevin raised his shield. A lesser fighter would have collided with the shield, but this man deftly changed the trajectory of his jab at the last second, forcing Kevin to dodge the attack abruptly. If Kevin had been a lesser fighter, he would have taken a spear to the side. The leader expertly handled the spear. It wouldn't be a common weapon for any soldier or assassin to use today, but he seemed experienced with it. He even kept up with the choreographed movements being used by the Roman soldiers for the scene. He knew how to embody this style of fighting. Kevin ditched the bulky shield and faced the leader with just his spear. They engaged in an elegant dance of jabs and dodges, matching each other's movements perfectly. As Kevin parried with the leader, the fight started to feel familiar to him. He had parried with this soldier before, up on a rafter, wearing roller skates. Suddenly, Kevin wasn't as concerned with subduing his enemy as he was with exposing him. The next time the leader charged, Kevin ducked behind him and knocked off his helmet, revealing Sergio, leader of the Stuntmen's Guild. Kevin had known ever since he saw Sergio and Atticus on the plane that it would only be a matter of time before they tried to sabotage the movie. But with such an elaborately planned attack, they seemed to be more knowledgeable of their production than Kevin was comfortable with. Upon his identity being revealed, Sergio smirked at Kevin. He then called out, "Soldiers, get in formation." The remaining Roman soldiers, now clearly all members of the Stuntmen's Guild, gathered into a tight group surrounding Sergio and formed the Roman Tortoise, a historically unbeatable defensive tactic where the soldiers formed an impenetrable wall of shields. Kevin tried to breach the wall while Jericho ran around the back of the group and tried to do the same, but the defense held. From the center of the group, Sergio pulled out a walkie-talkie and declared, "Ready for extraction." Desperate not to let Sergio get away, Kevin used the force of his level 7 strength to yank on the outer shields and toss the soldiers aside. Each time, a new soldier behind stepped forward to take the fallen soldier's place. Kevin kept up the assault, slowly removing the layers of defenses surrounding Sergio. But before he could reach him, he heard the unmistakable sound of helicopter blades overhead. Kevin looked up and saw an approaching chopper. piloted by Atticus. Atticus dropped a ladder out of the side door directly over Sergio. Sergio jumped up, grabbed a hold of the ladder, and began to ascend. As he climbed up the rungs, other soldiers followed suit. With the shield wall weakened, Kevin shoved through the remaining layers of soldiers and leapt onto the ladder. As soon as he grabbed hold, the helicopter swerved away, abandoning the remaining soldiers. Kevin continued to chase Sergio, climbing over the other soldiers and tossing them off the ladder and to the retreating ground if needed. Sergio reached the top and immediately began cutting the ladder. The soldiers still on the ladder began screaming for mercy, but defeating Kevin was Sergio's only priority, and he didn't care about the collateral damage of his supposed allies. Just as Kevin reached the final rung, Sergio finished his work, and the ladder broke free and began to plummet. Kevin and the remaining soldiers began to free fall, quickly facing certain death if they reached the ground. But suddenly, Kevin's fall was disrupted when Jabari's falcon grabbed him out of the sky. "I will save you, my friend," the falcon transmitted to Kevin through their shared wavelength of thoughts. With the aid of the power pill, the falcon took hold of Kevin's robes with its beak and gently soared back toward the ground where he gently deposited Kevin. Whereas the crowd, who had never seen Kevin fighting in action, may normally become stunned spectators, the scene on the ground demanded everyone's full attention. Dozens of extras were scattered on the ground where the crew was attending to various injuries. Eli Townsend, who was staying in character as Julius Caesar, approached Kevin and said, "My good man, I apologize for my soldiers' actions. I cannot condone them violating the rules of combat." Thanks, Caesar, but I don't hold you responsible," Kevin replied. He rushed back to Video Village and retrieved all the recovery pills he had in his satchel. Scrambling to deliver them to the injured extras, he made his way around the battlefield until one by one the extras improved. While Deborah and Michelle rushed around fixing costumes and makeup, Kevin returned to the area where the cameras were still running and filming the chaotic events. He queued up the footage to see exactly what happened and saw some of the Roman soldiers nodding to each other before the shot and sprinting to the front of the pack when they charged. Their attacks against the other extras were brutal, truly resembling ruthless warfare. Kevin then saw himself and Jericho rush onto the scene, and as Jabari's falcon continued to circle the sky, the shot remained uncut. Both in Egyptian uniforms, Kevin and Jericho fought valiantly against the stuntmen, not only rescuing the surrounding extras, but creating more usable footage in the meantime. Well, at least there's one silver lining, Kevin thought. Given that Sergio and Atticus's motivation was sabotage, Kevin was pleased by the idea that they inadvertently helped make the movie better. With the set now functional again, Kevin looked up to the sky. The sun was descending. They only had a few hours left to get any footage. In addition to the lost time, there was also the matter of the trauma inflicted on everyone on set by the Stuntmen Guild's near-murderous attack. Kevin decided to make an announcement to everyone on set. "We're going to continue shooting the scene for as long as we can today, but I understand if anyone doesn't feel comfortable continuing after what transpired. Anyone is free to leave and you'll still be paid your daily rate." A handful of extras, particularly the ones that had sustained the worst injuries, quietly left the set. Kevin was actually surprised by how many chose to stay. Deciding to ease everyone back into the scene, Kevin said, "Let's shoot Mark Antony surveying the aftermath of the battle. Everyone can stay in the emotional state you're already in and stay off your feet a little longer." Many of the extras gratefully collapsed on the ground. The recovery pills helped their physical ailments, but the emotional toll remained. Milo Hardy, playing Mark Antony, stood at his mark for the rest of the scene. "Rolling. Action," Kevin called. Milo slowly walked around what truly seemed like a devastated battlefield. There were some real extras dressed as Roman soldiers, and as they had been spared from the stuntmen's attacks, they were almost ready to perform the scene. Milo walked among them, occasionally kneeling down to console a wounded soldier or close the eyes of a deceased. His expression was a captivating mix of anger, exhaustion, and grief. Even without dialogue, he was delivering a spellbinding performance. "Cut," Kevin called, wearing a giant smile. He'd had doubts about Milo taking over the role, but the actor had really delivered. Kevin called a wrap for the day, and everyone gratefully retreated to the wardrobe tent to change out of their costumes. Kevin approached Milo and gave him a pat on the back. "That was great work," Kevin congratulated him. "I'm excited to see what you bring to the even meatier scenes." "I appreciate that, Kevin," Milo replied earnestly. "This is an amazing opportunity and I don't want to let you down." Kevin had never been more encouraged that his relationship with Milo had mended. Ever since Kevin had helped Milo's dad with his hoarding problem, he and Milo had forged a newfound respect for each other. Everyone was relieved to return to the hotel and put the day's events behind them. Milo retreated to his room, flying high off of Kevin's praise. Suddenly, his phone rang, and Milo's stomach dropped when he saw Atticus on the caller ID. "Hello?" Milo tentatively answered. "I thought we had a deal," Atticus swiftly responded. "I didn't pay you to take a vacation in Egypt, I paid you for results. But since you've been slacking, Sergio just sacrificed 6 of his guys to do your dirty work. Don't let it happen again." Milo winced. "Atticus, I just can't do it. I made that deal with you when I was feeling spiteful, and now I wish I could undo it. I'll give you your money back." "It's too late for that now," Atticus replied. "We made a deal. Now you have to hold up your end of the bargain. Otherwise, Sergio may have to pay your dad a visit. And if he's willing to sacrifice his own guys for a cause, what do you think he'll be willing to do to an entitled producer?" Milo's heart began to race. "Atticus, please, you can't." "I assure you I can," Atticus said. "Get the job done. And don't even think about talking to Kevin about this. If you do, it'll get worse for you." With a click, Atticus hung up, and Milo was left with a choice that would cause death and destruction no matter what he decided. The first battle scene for Cleopatra was disrupted by some of the extras committing real acts of violence, and Kevin quickly determined it was the work of Sergio and the Stuntmen's Guild. Atticus extracted Sergio from the chaos in a helicopter, and Kevin administered recovery pills to the injured extras. He was still able to get some quality footage for the day with the help of Milo turning in a great performance as Mark Antony. But when they returned to the hotel after the shoot, Milo got a call from Atticus, who threatened violence against Milo's father if he didn't uphold their deal to sabotage the movie. The next morning, everyone except Milo returned to the hotel lobby in much better spirits. It was their first day of shooting palace scenes, which they were filming at the historical site Amir Aline Ak Palace. Production designer Toby Wheeler had expertly dressed the set to reflect the real quarters where Cleopatra had lived and ruled. The setting had certainly energized Madame Spatzel, who insisted on sitting on the throne while being prepped with hair and makeup. Michelle Danvers, the department head, lamented that she needed no fewer than 10 extension cords in order to reach Madame Spatzel with her hair straightener. Madame Spatzel suggested that Michelle heat hot iron plates in a fire, as the ancient Egyptians had done for hair straightening, but Michelle refused. When they were finally finished, Madame Spatzel relocated to the set for her living chambers, where she was to act out a romantic scene with Mark Antony. Milo was clearly nervous ahead of the scene, to which Madame Spatzel advised, "I know I'm physically intimidating, but just remember, you aren't seducing me, it's merely Cleopatra." Kevin called action and Madame Spatzel seductively strolled over to Milo. "You impressed me on the battlefield today. So powerful, so dominant," she said while trailing a finger along his collarbone. With positively lifeless eyes and a monotonous tone, Milo replied, "I have yet to conquer your heart." Madame Spatzel was thrown by Milo's lukewarm delivery, yet pressed ahead. "You've weakened my defenses," she responded breathily in his ear. "Then I shall take what is mine," Milo said, sounding as if he wanted to be literally anywhere else but on a movie set with a gorgeous actress cooing in his ear. Milo leaned in for their scripted kiss and opted for a quick peck on Madame Spatzel's cheek as if she were an elderly aunt. "Cut!" Kevin called, unable to watch any more of this cringeworthy scene. He called Milo over to the side while Madame Spatzel frantically snapped at an assistant to bring her mouthwash. "Are you feeling okay?" Kevin asked Milo. Though visibly uncomfortable, Milo brushed off his miserable performance. "Just a little nervous. I needed to warm up," he replied. I understand that, Kevin responded. Take a minute to get into the headspace of Mark Antony in this scene. Your adrenaline is surging from having just come from battle. You're finally alone with the woman you've been lusting for during all of your warring crusades. You're consummating your forbidden partnership. Yeah, I got it, Milo half-heartedly replied. He didn't seem to be listening to anything that Kevin was saying. Let's take it from the top, Kevin announced, not feeling at all reassured after his talk with Milo. The scene began with Madame Spatzel once again fully committing to her role as a powerful seductress. Though Kevin was surprised it was possible, Milo was even more rigid than during the first take. His line delivery sounded like he was listing the side effects of a pharmaceutical prescription. Cut! Kevin called again. Milo quickly hustled off of the set. I need a minute, he muttered as he passed Kevin. Kevin held out hope that getting some air would allow Milo to reset himself. Milo stormed away from the set to his trailer where he locked himself inside. He screamed into a pillow, trying to release the anger and helplessness he felt in the face of Atticus's threats. He didn't want to blow his performance, but he was too scared to test Atticus. Milo scrolled through his phone to his father's telephone number. His finger hovered over the call button. Maybe he could warn his father about what was going on, but he ultimately locked his phone and threw it on the couch. His father had bailed him out too many times before. Milo had to protect him this time. When Milo finally returned to the set, he didn't look any more refreshed. Kevin called the action on another take, but when Milo continued to turn in the performance of a dead fish, this time Madame Spatzel ended the scene and took out her frustration on Kevin. I don't know how I'm supposed to do the scene this way, she cried. He's as blank as an unpainted canvas, and I'm an artist. The comparison is destroying this scene. Turning to Milo, she angrily asked, Do you not find me attractive? Do you know how many men, women, and at least a few animals would kill for the chance to pretend to be my mate? This should be the best day of your life. Milo didn't get defensive or fight back, he just absorbed Madame Spatzel's rant. He looked truly dead inside. Let's take lunch, Kevin announced, knowing they weren't going to get the scene if they continued as they were. They were on track to film the least enthralling and romantic scene of all time. The crew happily rushed to craft services, grateful to have a break from the awkwardness. Kevin saw Milo sitting alone with an untouched plate of food, looking utterly broken. Kevin approached quietly and sat down beside him. What's going on, Milo? He asked. It's okay. You can tell me. Milo looked away. I really can't, he replied. Milo, I know you can do better than you've been doing so far today, and I know you want to do better. You're also part of a team here that depends on each other to give their best. I saw you give a standout performance just yesterday, so I know whatever is going on with you doesn't actually have to do with the movie. Whatever it is, we can figure it out. Milo looked around and dropped his voice. Talking to you about it will only make things worse for me. Is someone threatening you? Kevin asked. Realizing that Kevin wouldn't stop until he got to the bottom of it, Milo finally gave in. Atticus threatened to have my father killed if I didn't turn in the worst performance of my life. Kevin sat back. He shouldn't be surprised, but the lengths Atticus was willing to go just to sabotage a movie continued to defy common sense. Across the table from him, Milo started to panic. He said if I told you, he'd make things even worse for me. He has eyes everywhere. I swear I'm not the one who told him and Sergio what scene we were shooting yesterday. This was more disturbing news for Kevin. He had been wondering how Sergio and the stuntmen knew to show up dressed as Roman soldiers, and this confirmed that they had a mole among the crew. But addressing the more urgent matter at hand, Kevin replied, Don't worry about your father. I'll arrange for security outside his home. Thank you for telling me, Milo. I promise I'll protect you. Milo nodded, but as Kevin rose from his seat, he remained without an appetite. Kevin stepped away and called Troy Evans at the Radiance to station security outside of Milo's father's house. Then he called Atticus. Kevin, my buddy, Atticus answered with his irritating swarminess. How's the big shoot going today? I heard you shot a helicopter scene yesterday. Not very historically accurate. Kevin had no patience for Atticus's mocking. You've made your point, Atticus. You've thrown your temper tantrum over being outbid for the movie. Now cut it out. Stop attacking my extras. Stop threatening my actors. So it seems Milo decided to talk. That's unfortunate, Atticus replied. He didn't have to, Kevin yelled. He turned out a great performance yesterday, and then one day later after you showed up to ruin a scene, he's too freaked out even to deliver his lines. It doesn't take a genius to guess what happened, and you just confirmed it. You're playing with people's lives, and if you don't stop immediately, I'm going to the police. Atticus laughed. The police? And tell them what? You have no evidence to tie me to anything. The authorities won't see anything but you trying to scapegoat a rival for your failings as a producer. Kevin fumed as he racked his brain for something he could reliably pin on Atticus, but he was coming up empty. You think you always have the upper hand, Atticus said condescendingly, but I'm 2 steps ahead of you this time. Not only will you fail to prove anything against me, you won't even know where to find me. But remember, Kevin, I always know where you are, and I'm always watching. Without waiting for a reply, Atticus hung up, leaving his final threat echoing in Kevin's ears. After Atticus told Milo that he would kill his father if Milo didn't sabotage the movie, Milo had to film a romantic scene with Madame Spatzel. His performance was dreadful, which made Kevin suspicious since Milo's performance just the day before had been excellent. He pulled Milo aside and got him to admit to Atticus's threats. Kevin sent Radiance members to protect Milo's father, and then he called Atticus, warning that he would go to the authorities if Atticus didn't stop his illegal activities on Kevin's Cleopatra set, which was a threat that only made Atticus mock Kevin more. Kevin got off the phone with Atticus knowing that their feud wasn't over, but at least it wasn't Milo's problem anymore. Kevin returned to the set and pulled Milo aside. Your father will have 24/7 security stationed outside his house. He's safe, I promise. I've sent my fleet of Radiance guards to watch over him. Nothing can get past them and their powers. Milo released a giant breath that he didn't even realize he had been holding. Thank you, Kevin. I'm sorry I wasted so much time earlier. You were put in a really stressful situation, Kevin replied. How about you go out there and show us what you can do? Milo gamely nodded and rushed onto the set. Madame Spatzel looked skeptical of him, still annoyed by his lackluster performance earlier, especially when he was supposed to find her sensuality irresistible. Camera rolling, Kevin called. And action! Madame Spatzel restarted the scene and Milo emerged as an entirely different performer. Whether it was his true talent shining through, the adrenaline rush from victoriously protecting his father, or that he actually was longing after Madame Spatzel, the resulting scene was one that might be an inspiration for couples all over the world on Valentine's Day. Watching from behind the cameras and monitors, Kevin was stunned. Milo just raised us an entire MPAA parental guidance rating, Kevin thought. But Milo's chemistry with Madame Spatzel and the electricity he brought to the scene was undeniable. Kevin called cut, but Milo and Madame Spatzel lingered in their close quarters. Finally, just when it seemed like they might continue the scene for real, Madame Spatzel yelled, I need a cigarette, and marched off set. Great, that's a wrap on scene 28, Kevin said, unable to even provide feedback on what he had just witnessed. The crew packed up and returned to the pyramids where they'd be filming exterior shots. Cinematographer Levi Stradling was giddy while setting up his equipment. A perfect day. Not a cloud in the sky, and best of all, no actors. Kevin watched on the monitor as Levi captured breathtaking shots of the historical landmarks. Suddenly, in the distance, Kevin heard the rumblings of a plane. Good thing we're just shooting B-roll, Kevin thought. If this had been a scene with action or dialogue, the noise would have made the take unusable. But then, the airplane entered the frame, ruining the shot. Cut! Kevin called, annoyed that they'd have to wait until the plane flew by. But then Kevin noticed that the plane seemed to be flying in an erratic pattern, and smoke was coming out of the back. Finally, it became clear what was happening as the smoke began to form skywriting. At first, the writing appeared to be hieroglyphics, but ultimately the plane drew an eye, a heart, and the letter U. Kevin rolled his eyes. "You gotta be kidding me." He was deeply frustrated to not only have their shoot interrupted, but by something so immature. He needed to make sure it didn't happen again. With the crew unable to shoot while the skywriting was in the shot, Kevin told everyone to take a break while he looked up companies in the area that did skywriting. As it turned out, the skywriting over historical landmarks was a crime in Egypt, so it wasn't commonly used. There was only one company in the Cairo area who offered it. Kevin called the company and a weary man answered. Kevin's annoyance seeped into his voice. "A skywriting plane just disrupted our film shoot. I know it's yours. Tell your pilot to leave the area or I'm going to have to report you." The man suddenly sounded like he woke up from a nap. "You've seen my plane? It was stolen last night. Where was it?" The man seemed genuinely concerned. And it didn't make sense that a business that specialized in skywriting would ignore the one rule that could get them shut down. But there was one person who was motivated to disrupt the shoot and would do anything to make it happen. Atticus, Kevin thought. After hanging up with the business owner, Kevin and the rest of the crew waited for the smoke to dissipate. It shouldn't be taking this long, Kevin thought. He then remembered his own experience with cloud seeding and realized that Atticus must have added silver iodine to the smoke to make it last longer. Kevin rubbed his temples, his annoyance at Atticus's increasingly elaborate tactics reaching its peak. Doesn't this guy have anything better to do? Kevin thought. Clearly, Atticus wasn't going to let up, so Kevin decided to confront him head-on. There was only one airport in Cairo and Atticus would have to land the plane eventually. Since they still couldn't shoot anyway, Kevin left the set and drove over to the airport. He reported the skywriting crime to air traffic control, who assured him they'd be able to arrest the pilot as soon as they landed. As the only skywriting plane in the city, they were familiar with it. Kevin waited patiently at the air traffic control tower, but it eventually became obvious that too much time was passing. "The plane would have had to land by now," one of the controllers lamented. "Based on the time you told us that you saw the skywriting, they would have exhausted their fuel by now." "So what could have happened to it?" Kevin asked. "This is the only airport, right?" The controllers exchanged nervous glances. "This is the only airport, but not the only landing strip," one replied. Kevin sighed. Wherever this lesser-known tarmac was located, it was sure to have been Atticus's destination. "Where is it?" "At the private residence of Solomon Masudi, one of the richest men in Egypt," one of the controllers replied. "He owns one of the largest emerald mines in the world." Given that his home is literally the only other place where a plane could land, he's obviously involved, Kevin reasoned. One call to the police should at least be enough for an investigation. "I mean, we can file the report with the police, but I wouldn't hold your breath on anything being done about it," the controller replied. "Like we said, he's one of the richest men in Egypt. He's practically untouchable." Kevin was no stranger to watching the wealthy live by a different set of laws, but the evidence implicating Masudi was so damning he had to give it a shot. "I'm going to take you up on filing that report," Kevin said to the controllers, "and I'll follow up with the police myself." Kevin thanked the air traffic controllers for their help and left the airport. He drove to the nearest police station and asked if their report had come through. "Yeah, we got that call," an officer lazily replied. "I called Masudi myself. He said he didn't know anything about the skywriting plane." "And that's enough to exonerate him?" Kevin demanded, his anger rising. "His residence is the only place beside the Cairo airport where a plane could have landed. That's at least worthy of a search warrant. Do you take all suspects with evidence against them at their word, or is that a privilege reserved for the wealthy?" The officer sighed. He hated being questioned on his competence and morality, but he also couldn't deny Kevin's argument. "I'll send a patrol to his house. Would that make you happy?" the officer asked condescendingly. "That would make me very happy, but this is less about my feelings and more about you doing your job," Kevin shot back with his own condescension. Half-heartedly, the officer picked up his radio. "I need 2 units to go to the Masudi residence." The radio buzzed in response. "Should we pick up his dry cleaning on the way?" The officer cringed as he saw Kevin's eye roll in response to the question. "No, just go straight there," he replied into the radio. "Search the grounds. We're looking for a skywriting plane that went missing." The voice came through the radio again asking, "Requesting clarification. We're investigating Masudi?" Trying to save face in front of Kevin, the officer shouted, "Yes. Just because he's rich doesn't mean he can't be investigated for a crime. Now go look into it. That's an order." The officer dropped the radio and looked at Kevin for approval. "You're a true pursuer of justice," Kevin said sarcastically. A few miles away, the two officers assigned to investigate Masudi lamented their circumstances. "He's never going to invite us on the yacht if we're the only clowns in the station that ever investigate him," one whined to the other. "At least we stopped to pick up his favorite cupcakes," the other replied. "Maybe he'll forgive us." They drove a few more miles into the desert until a veritable palace came into view. The opulence would make even the great pharaohs of the past blush. The cop car rolled up to the intercom at the gate. "State your purpose," came an imposing voice from the speaker. "Cairo PD," one of the officers nervously replied. "We have a warrant to search the grounds." The voice on the other end of the speaker was suddenly much warmer and more welcoming. "Ah, come in, my friends." The gate slowly opened. While the Cleopatra crew was filming exterior shots outside of the pyramids, the scene was disrupted by a skywriter. Kevin called the only skywriting business in the city, who said their plane had been stolen the night before. Knowing this had to be the work of Atticus, Kevin went to the Cairo airport to wait alongside air traffic control for the plane to land. When it never arrived, the air traffic controllers told Kevin that the only other landing strip in the area was at the private residence of Solomon Masudi, who had every lawman in the area on his payroll. The officers nervously drove up the long driveway to Masudi's mansion, where he was waiting at the front door and literally welcoming them with open arms. "What brings you to my humble home today?" he asked cheerfully. "We're sorry to disturb you," one of the officers shakily replied. "A skywriting plane went missing and we have orders to search your airfield. It's just a formality, sir. Also, we brought you cupcakes," he added while eagerly holding out the box. "You are too good to me," Masudi replied, happily taking the cupcakes. "And please, go ahead and search the airfield. Anything for my dear friends at the Cairo Police Department." The officers exhaled, relieved that Masudi didn't seem to be angered by their presence, and then they walked around the side of the massive palace. Masudi's property stretched for 100 acres and boasted a stunning view of Cairo in the distance. The grounds contained everything from its own soccer field to a man-made lagoon to the ultimate indicator of wealth, an impressive private airstrip. Masudi grandly gestured toward the tarmac. "As you can see, there's nothing here but my own private plane. I do wish you luck on your investigation." One of the officers nervously glanced at the garage. Masudi's luxury car collection was legendary, and his garage was the size of a showroom. In truth, it was an airplane hangar. "May we look in the garage?" the officer asked while the other glared at him. "That won't be necessary," Masudi replied. "There's nothing of interest in there." He declined to elaborate further while the other officer subtly elbowed the one who had asked. Masudi had been patient with them so far, but they were really pushing their luck. "We're sorry to have wasted your time, Mr. Masudi," the second officer said deferentially. "Thank you for generously aiding us in our investigation." The second officer yanked the first one back toward the car. Masudi gave a friendly wave as he watched them leave. As the cop car passed through the gates, Masudi's smile faded. He walked back into the house and down the hall to his office, where Atticus was lounging at his desk while eating a cupcake. "I didn't say you could have one of those," Masudi said with annoyance. "Like you need all 12 cupcakes," Atticus replied. "How are our law enforcement friends? Do we need to worry about them coming back?" "No," Masudi replied. "They don't suspect a thing, and they know who lines their pockets." "Perfect. Everything is going according to plan," Atticus said with a smirk. "I just want to make sure we're clear on the terms of our deal," Masudi replied. Since so far I'm assuming all of the risks in good faith, I will continue to execute this plan for you. And you help my daughter Samara, correct? Yes, Atticus grumbled. As soon as we're done here, I'll make Samara a star. If I can do it for Hilary Duff, I can do it for anyone. I love my daughter, Masudi replied with a sigh. But she couldn't even get a role in a school play without my interference. Her father's coattails are the only way she's going anywhere. Taking note of Atticus's smug agreement, Masudi added, But you know what that's like. Atticus cleared his throat, trying to brush off the slight. Like I said, you do this for me and we'll throw together some Emily in Paris knockoff where people are so focused on the clothes they won't notice the star can barely string a sentence together. I'm glad we have an understanding, Masudi replied. I'll have my pilot take the skywriting plane out tomorrow, but how am I supposed to know where they're filming each day? You just leave that to me, Atticus replied with a sly smile. I have a mole on the inside. The next day, the Cleopatra cast and crew were rushing around the hotel preparing for the day's shoot. In her room, Madame Spatzel picked up her cat Bastet and twirled her around. Oh, Bastet, I wish you could join me on the Nile today. I wanted to take you, but Jabari said pets don't belong on a film set. It's like he doesn't even understand that I'm playing a pharaoh and should be treated as such. There was a knock on her door as a production assistant made a third attempt to have Madame Spatzel gather in the lobby. Fine, I'm coming, Madame Spatzel yelled through the door. Hugging Bastet close, she said, No one understands me like you do. Madame Spatzel finally arrived in the lobby where it was clear everyone had been waiting on her. Finally, let's move out, Assistant Director Liam announced to the crew. As everyone loaded into vans and SUVs, Madame Spatzel indignantly asked, Is that any way to greet a pharaoh? Liam, who wasn't nearly as entertained by Madame Spatzel's eccentricities as Kevin was, replied, You're not a pharaoh until Kevin calls action. Until then, you're just a pain in my... Liam glared at Spatzel and decided to let unpleasant but obvious sentiments remain unsaid. As he walked away, Madame Spatzel was offended by the insult, though slightly turned on by Liam's dominance and indifference toward her. Once everyone was finally ushered out of the lobby, the cast and crew were taken to a remote area of the Nile, where no modern boats or buildings would show up on screen. Madame Spatzel and Milo stepped onto a recreation of the Thalamagos, Cleopatra's barge that she used along the Nile. Bahidi, on site to ensure historical accuracy, closely inspected the boat while production designer Toby Wheeler held his breath. With the additional work he had taken on crafting the miniature model of ancient Egypt for Kevin, he didn't have the time to make massive adjustments to his sets. Bahidi finally turned back to the crew. The Thalamagos is one of the most iconic images of Cleopatra's reign, and this is a stunning tribute. Well done. Toby let out a sigh of relief while Kevin patted him on the back. Kevin called action, and Madame Spatzel and Milo began the scene where Cleopatra was showing Mark Antony around Egypt. Ever since Kevin had intervened to save his dad, Milo's performance had been spectacular. Not to mention that after shooting their steamy love scene, he and Madame Spatzel shared crackling romantic tension in every frame. Kevin was very happy with their first few takes, but just as they were about to reset the camera angle, the skywriter appeared. This time it wrote, Smile on the Nile. Oh, what fun, Madame Spatzel exclaimed, taking in the smoky message. I know you didn't like it when Ashton added in his own historical twist, Kevin, but honestly, I think it's inspired. I love to smile on the Nile. I'm kind of a nihilist, she said while batting her eyes at Milo. I don't think that's what that means, Milo replied. I can't say I'm a fan of the historical twist, Bahidi said to Kevin. This isn't part of the shoot, Kevin explained through gritted teeth. He stepped away from the cameras and monitors, and though he expected it to be a waste of time, he called the police and asked to speak to the sheriff. I wanted to follow up on our conversation about the skywriter yesterday, Kevin said. They're back again while we're shooting on the Nile. We're clearly being targeted. Did you find anything at Masudi's house? Feeling much more secure in his questionable morality without Kevin sitting in front of him, the sheriff replied, "We searched Masudi's residence and found nothing. He's been cleared as a suspect." "Did you actually search the residence, or did you just take him at his word that there was nothing there?" Kevin asked. "I saw firsthand that you have a tendency to do that." "I've had enough of your disrespect," the sheriff shouted into the phone. "We did what you asked and found no evidence of a crime. It's not illegal to skywrite over the Nile, so whatever Hollywood feud you have going on, it's not our problem." The sheriff abruptly hung up as Kevin resisted the urge to throw away his phone. "Clearly, I'm going to have to handle this myself," he thought. Kevin considered the best way to approach Masudi. If he's protecting Atticus, he's either being paid very well or he's being extorted, Kevin thought. There has to be something that he wants that I can provide better than Atticus. Kevin suddenly remembered what the air traffic controllers told him, that Masudi owned one of the largest emerald mines in the world. It was exactly the type of stone Kevin needed to fix the golden staff that led to Marinhore's treasure. Maybe I can kill two birds with one gemstone, he thought with a smile. Solomon Masudi, one of the richest men in Egypt, was helping Atticus sabotage Kevin's Cleopatra production. The next day of shooting was once again interrupted by skywriting, and the police had no interest in continuing to investigate Masudi. Kevin decided he'd have to take matters into his own hands, and remembering that Masudi owned an emerald mine, the gemstone Kevin needed to fix the golden staff that would lead to Marinhore's treasure. With another scene ruined by obnoxious skywriting, Kevin called off production for the day. It was clear that they wouldn't be able to get through a day of shooting until Masudi was dealt with. Bahiti suggested that she could try to find a section of the Nile that would fall under the historical landmark laws prohibiting skywriting. But Atticus had already proven he wasn't concerned with operating inside the law. Masudi can't be that emotionally invested in helping Atticus with the sabotage, Kevin thought. If he could just speak to him, maybe Kevin could convince Masudi to abandon the operation. A man like Masudi always had a price, and Kevin had more than enough funds to be the highest bidder even to an evil and corrupt businessman whose morals were clearly skewed, if he was in a pact with Atticus Daval. Kevin figured Darius, the Egyptologist who had become Kevin's new friend, would be his best shot at getting in contact with Masudi, so he texted Darius and asked to meet him at the hotel. When they both arrived, Kevin asked what Darius knew about Masudi. "Extremely rich and connected, not one to be messed with," Darius replied. "And the fact that you're asking is making me nervous." "He's helping Atticus Daval sabotage the movie," Kevin explained. "Whatever Atticus is offering him, I know I can do better. I just need to get in touch with him. Do you know anyone who would have contact information for him?" "He's a major donor at the university," said Darius, who was in a chair at the Egyptology department at Cairo University. "I can probably get a phone number through the charitable donations office." Darius stepped away and made some calls. When he returned, he said, "I got his number, but I hope your plan isn't to just call him and say, 'Hi, Mr. Masudi, please stop ruining my movie.'" Kevin laughed. "I'm not going to call him at all. You are." Darius groaned. He was afraid that was going to be the case. "And what am I supposed to say?" Kevin dropped his voice. "We may be able to make this work for us in more ways than one. Masudi owns one of the largest emerald mines in the world. I haven't had any luck finding the size stones we need to replace the emeralds in the staff, and there's nothing suspicious about us contacting him for the sake of a real sale." This turn of events actually started to get Darius excited about this mission. "I don't know why I didn't think of that. This is great. I won't even have to lie." Darius dialed Masudi's number and wasn't terribly surprised when the call was sent straight to voicemail. When the recording began, Darius said, "Hello, Mr. Masudi. My name is Darius Osmond with the Cairo University Egyptology Department. We're looking to purchase some emeralds for our department and would prefer to do business with you before we approach any other sellers. Please call back at your earliest convenience." Darius hung up and Kevin raised an eyebrow. "I thought you weren't going to lie." "I didn't expect it to be so fun," Darius admitted. A minute later, Masudi called back. He had clearly been screening the call from an unknown number. Putting the call on speaker for Kevin to hear, Darius said, "Mr. Masudi, thank you for getting back to me so quickly." "Please, call me Solomon," Masudi amicably replied. "It isn't every day I get a call from my alma mater without being asked for a donation." Darius gave a friendly laugh. "You have that right, Solomon. They deduct alumni donations directly from my paycheck." To Kevin, he whispered, "That part is true." "So, what can I do for you?" Masudi asked. "We're working in conjunction with the geology department to create an exhibit of gems and rock formations as they existed in the ancient era," Darius said. "As large jewels were more easily mined back then, we want to replicate that by purchasing some of the largest stones you have. 2 stones at 2 diameters each." Masudi balked. "You're correct that what you're asking for would have been an easier find 1,000 years ago. I haven't dug up stones of that size in years. I don't even get requests of that magnitude from my most prolific buyers. But if I happen to come across such a stone, I assure you that you'll be my first call." Needing to stop Masudi from hanging up, Darius asked, "What about your private collection? That personal spin would add even more intrigue to the exhibit, and you're something of a modern-day pharaoh. I'd be happy to come directly to you at your residence." Kevin nodded his encouragement. Visiting Masudi's home for an emerald sale would create the perfect opportunity to search for the skywriting plane, and appealing to the ego of a man of his stature never hurt. "You flatter me, but I'm afraid that won't be possible for the foreseeable future," Masudi replied. "I'm currently out of town." "Not likely. He was just in town last night," Kevin whispered. "That's a shame," Darius replied to Masudi. "When did you leave?" "Just this morning," Masudi replied. His story was plausible, but whether Masudi was really out of town or not, Kevin wouldn't be able to resolve the skywriting issue until he confronted him. Deciding to change tactics, Kevin spoke up. "Mr. Masudi, this is Kevin Williams. You seem like a reasonable man, and I hope we can come to an understanding. I know Atticus Dobble is using a skywriting plane to sabotage our movie, and the only place he could be landing the plane is at your residence. Whatever he's paying you, I'll double it if you turn him in." Masudi gasped in feigned shock. "I don't know what you're talking about, and I don't take kindly to being accused. Don't call me again." Masudi abruptly hung up while Kevin and Darius exchanged glances. That didn't go well. After hanging up on Kevin, Masudi frantically called Atticus to relay the conversation. Atticus grimaced. "We'll have to step up security," he told Masudi. "He's definitely coming." Needing to move on to Plan B, Kevin and Darius went up to Kevin's room, where Kevin pulled up a Google Maps aerial view of Masudi's residence. Examining the estate, he said, "Our mission is to infiltrate the property, apprehend Atticus, and find the missing skywriting plane. And hopefully in the meantime we'll be able to snag some emeralds." "How Ocean's 11 this all seems," Darius wryly replied. "So how exactly do you plan on getting past the impossibly high walls, surveillance cameras, and the security personnel who doubtlessly will be waiting for us?" "We'll have to go at night to improve our chances of surprise," he suggested. "We'll parachute in. That will take care of the issue of the walls." "And the army of guards that are sure to be there?" Darius asked. "We'll have to show up with an army of our own," Kevin replied. "Or at least a gang of our best fighters. I'm sure Jericho and Jabari will be game to join us." "So, not quite Ocean's 11, more like the Desert 4, Darius replied. A sly smile crossed Kevin's face. "Make that the Desert 5. Kevin stepped away and made a call. Into the phone, he asked, "How soon can you be in Egypt?" On the other end of the line, Zane Barlow was chasing an assassin through Madrid during the running of the bulls. "I can be on a plane in 20 minutes, Zane calmly replied as if he were sipping a cappuccino at a cafe. As the assassin glanced back at Zane with a look of panic, Zane said, "Make that 10 minutes. He hung up with Kevin and, dodging bulls and maniacal tourists, caught up with the assassin and tackled him to the ground. After hanging up, Kevin cheerfully turned to Darius and said, "We have our 5. A few hours later, Zane arrived at the Royal Sphinx Hotel wearing sunglasses and a fanny pack. Kevin greeted him with a hearty handshake. "Thanks for coming, Zane." "I've never been to Egypt before," Zane replied. "I've always wanted to visit the Mosque of Muhammad Ali." "You know that isn't named after the boxer, right?" Kevin asked. Zane deflated. He didn't know. Kevin called Jericho and Jabari and asked them to meet at the hotel. Once he, Darius, Zane, Jericho, and Jabari were all gathered in Kevin's room, he pulled up the hologram of Masudi's estate. With a cheeky smile, Kevin said, "Welcome, gentlemen, to the first meeting of the Desert Five." With Solomon Masudi, one of the richest men in Egypt, helping Atticus sabotage Kevin's Cleopatra production, Kevin tried calling Masudi to reason with him. Masudi denied any involvement and told Kevin to never call him again. Kevin devised a plan with Darius to break into Masudi's compound, apprehend Atticus, and find the missing skywriting plane. Since Masudi owned one of the largest emerald mines in the world, they could also look for the gems they needed to fix the staff that would lead to Marinehor's treasure. Kevin assembled a team including Darius, Jericho, Jabari, and newly arrived Zane Barlow. They would become the Desert Five. With the Desert Five gathered in Kevin's hotel room, Kevin explained that they would parachute into Masudi's estate, extract Atticus, and find evidence of the missing skywriting plane. Everyone was on board with the plan, though Jabari, who typically didn't involve himself in dangerous situations, was a little nervous. The Desert Five would execute the plan that night, but first they had another day of shooting. The production would be filming inside the pyramid, so the skywriting wouldn't be able to disrupt them. While the others prepared to leave for the set, Zane booked a tour of the Mosque of Muhammad Ali, even though he lamented it wasn't named after the boxer. Once they were set up inside the pyramid, Kevin called action on a scene between Madame Spatzel and Audrey, who was playing Cleopatra's sister Arsinoe. This was Audrey's first big scene in the movie. She was young, but Kevin could tell from her first performance at the improv show that she was a highly skilled actress. She and Madame Spatzel had also proven at the improv show that they had wonderful chemistry together, even when playing enemies. The scene was captivating and tense, and Madame Spatzel and Audrey perfectly matched each other's verbal sparring. Kevin happily called cut, pleased to finally have a shooting day go smoothly. While the crew reset the camera angles, Madame Spatzel seemed to float on air as she approached Kevin. "It's finally coming together," she said dreamily. "I am one with Cleopatra. I now truly feel that this is my kingdom, my pyramid." Kevin was thrilled to see Madame Spatzel so inspired and at ease, but before he could respond, he was approached by Mabel St. James, the legendary actress who had signed onto the film. Eli Townsend had insisted that he wouldn't take on the role of Julius Caesar without Mabel being cast as well, and Kevin had agreed even though there were no 60-year-old women in Cleopatra's story. Mabel was highly annoyed by the time she reached Kevin. "I didn't quit Shakespeare just to lounge around all day in the desert fending off Eli's advances for the 4th consecutive decade. When am I getting a role in this movie?" Madame Spatzel grumbled. "Oh, this isn't about me? Bye-bye." She promptly walked off. Kevin sighed. Mabel's impatience was justified, but without screenwriter Sabrina Montgomery on set, they hadn't been able to rework the story to include her. "This has been tricky since there isn't a character of your demographic in Cleopatra's history," Kevin admitted. "Bahiti gave us clearance to bend historical accuracy in this one case, but we haven't been able to figure out how to work you into the story." "Well, you better come up with something soon," Mabel threatened. "If I don't have a reason to be here, I'm going to walk, and that means you'll likely need to find a new Julius Caesar, too." Kevin grimaced. She was right. He had to think fast. What if you played a servant to Cleopatra, a trusted friend that she confides in? Mabel scoffed. "I have never played a poor person in my life, and I don't intend on starting now." Eli, who had been shamelessly eavesdropping, sidled up to Mabel. "What if you played Julius Caesar's mistress? That would prove some exciting tension, don't you think?" Mabel rolled her eyes. "What an unexpected suggestion from you, Eli. Too bad we all know you don't know how to separate fiction from reality. Harumph, method actors." To Kevin, she continued, I should be part of Cleopatra's family, part of her dynasty. I have a more regal presence in my pinky finger than that little Gen Z brat you have playing her sister has in her entire body. What Disney Channel series did you even pull her from?" Overhearing the conversation, Lance rushed over. Losing some of his bravado when facing off against an A-list star rather than his groupie wannabes, Lance tried his best to be formidable when he asked, "What did you say about my wife?" But Audrey marched over and stepped in front of Lance. "Anything you have to say, go ahead and say it to my face," she demanded. Kevin had to admit that it was impressive Audrey was willing to go toe-to-toe with a legendary Oscar winner. "Sure," Mabel replied. "You're a lightweight actress who has no business in a movie of this scope. I've seen plenty of girls like you come and go over my 40-year career. Very few have the star power required to find any longevity, and you're not one of them. Stick to TikTok." An actress of Audrey's age with less poise and maturity may have gotten defensive and lashed out, but Audrey employed a sickly sweet and condescending tone. "You know, Mabel, you really are a great actress. I was always so impressed with how confident and classy you come across on screen. What a disappointment to learn that in reality, you're so insecure and easily threatened that you'd pick a fight with an actress young enough to be your granddaughter." Mabel looked like she got slapped in the face. "You little brat," she snarled at Audrey, while Audrey looked all too pleased to get under Mabel's skin. Off to the side, Madame Spatzel groaned. "Are we still talking about this?" she whined. "This movie is called Cleopatra, not Cleopatra's annoying friends." Kevin was displeased with Mabel's behavior, but she had to be his priority. He couldn't risk Mabel and Eli walking and knew that he didn't need to worry about Audrey dropping out of the movie. Inspired by Audrey's insult, Kevin decided, "We'll have Mabel play Cleopatra's and Arsinoe's grandmother. We're making this up as we go so Arsinoe can be her least favorite descendant. Lean into this exciting dynamic you've created." Mabel and Audrey glared at each other, neither thrilled with the compromise. Hoping to give everyone some time to cool off, Kevin called for lunch. As the cast and crew scattered to various corners of the set, Bahiti approached Kevin. Dropping her voice, she said, "There's something very serious I need to discuss with you." Kevin looked at her with confusion. "I thought we had clearance to bend historical accuracy to make a role for Mabel." "No, it's not that," Bahiti replied. "Come with me." Bahiti led Kevin through the catacombs of the pyramid until they reached the outside. Hordes of tourists were muttering and taking pictures at the side of the pyramid. Pushing through the crowd, Bahiti showed Kevin the object of their interest. Spray painted onto the pyramid were the words, "Madame Spatzel was here." Kevin immediately jumped to Madame Spatzel's defense. "You can't possibly think that she did this," he exclaimed. "She's been the consummate professional for this entire shoot, and you know we've had enemies out to get us." "This is out of my hands, Kevin," Bahiti lamented. "I was on the set the day that she supported the ideas of frogs raining from the sky and eating a dead soldier's heart. So she hasn't been as respectful of our culture and history as you claim. It's her name on the wall, so I have no choice but to inform the police." Kevin was shell-shocked. He knew that this had to be Atticus's doing, but he had nothing to prove his guilt or Madame Spatzel's innocence. He didn't expect Bahiti to compromise her job, but he also didn't expect her to throw them under the bus so quickly. "You should know, Kevin," Bahiti continued. "If Madame Spatzel is convicted, the fines and jail time will be astronomical. This is a deeply serious offense." "I understand that," Kevin replied, "but I promise you she didn't do this. I will find a way to prove her innocence." At that moment, Madame Spatzel emerged from the pyramid, needing a break from Mabel and Audrey's squabbling. The crowd excitedly began snapping pictures, and believing them to be her fans, Madame Spatzel flashed a wide smile and delivered a beauty queen wave. "Thank you," she called to them. "It's such an honor to have made my mark on Egyptian culture." This statement prompted more camera flashes, and Madame Spatzel didn't take notice of the scowls among the crowd. Walking toward the side of the pyramid where they were gathered, she asked, "Who wants an autograph? I just need something to sign my name with." When this statement was met with stunned expressions, Madame Spatzel looked behind her and saw her name spray-painted on the side of the pyramid. The Cleopatra shoot had been plagued by Atticus Davil's acts of sabotage. Davil had help from Solomon Masudi, one of the richest men in Egypt. Kevin was alerted to the latest act by Bahidi el-Sharif, the Egyptian Minister of Culture. The words Madame Spatzel was here had been spray-painted on the side of the pyramid. This was a serious offense in Egypt, and Bahidi said she'd have no choice but to inform the police. Madame Spatzel walked outside, and though she thought the crowd was taking pictures of her because they were fans, she soon turned around and saw the spray painting of her name. Bahidi stepped away to call the police while Madame Spatzel took in the graffiti. "Oh, how lovely," Madame Spatzel said upon seeing the pyramid tagged with her name. "Who do I have to thank for such a grand tribute?" "Madame Spatzel," Kevin said with urgency, "they think you did this." "Well, I in fact was here and still am. But this was clearly the work of one of my adoring fans, though I'm happy to accept credit if no one steps forward." "Do not accept credit," Kevin urged, trying to keep his voice low. "This is a serious crime in Egypt, a country that has extended us many favors and courtesies, including letting us film in precious historic monuments like this. If they believe you did this, you'll go to jail." "At the Beverly Hills facility?" Madame Spatzel asked hopefully. "No, at an Egyptian prison," Kevin clarified. "Oh, then I'm not interested," Madame Spatzel replied. "It isn't going to be your choice," Kevin insisted, trying to get Madame Spatzel to understand the urgency of the situation. "I need you to do exactly what I tell you so that we can prove your innocence." Madame Spatzel nodded and turned introspective. "People always come for the ones at the top. Cleopatra and I have that in common." The police arrived, and in the face of the desecration, they didn't seem to be in a forgiving mood. Kevin intercepted them before they could reach Madame Spatzel. "I'm an herbalist," he pleaded. "I can mix a solution that will remove the graffiti without any damage to the underlying limestone. I don't have all the ingredients on me, but I can get them quickly." "That's nice of you to play cleanup crew," the sergeant replied sarcastically. "But this is still a crime scene and we still have to make an arrest." To Bahidi he asked, "When was the crime discovered?" "About 2 hours ago," Bahidi responded. "So it couldn't have been Madame Spatzel," Kevin exclaimed. "We've been filming for the past 2 hours. She was with us the whole time." "Just because it was discovered 2 hours ago doesn't mean the crime wasn't committed earlier than that," the sergeant replied. To Madame Spatzel he asked, "Where were you for the hours preceding the crime?" "Well, I was in hair and makeup," Madame Spatzel replied, "and then I retreated to my trailer for my pre-shoot Bloody Mary." Kevin cringed. The fact that Madame Spatzel had spent any time alone that morning didn't bode well for her. The sergeant smirked. "So in the hour before the crime was discovered, you claim to have been in your trailer alone with no witnesses who can confirm your alibi?" "Well, yes," Madame Spatzel admitted, realizing how she may have implicated herself. "But I would never step foot on a set without having my Bloody Mary. You can ask anyone." "I'm afraid a cocktail isn't a reliable witness," the sergeant said mockingly. To his officers he instructed, "Search her trailer." The officers entered Madame Spatzel's trailer and merely a minute later emerged with a can of spray paint. Madame Spatzel looked indignant. "I haven't huffed spray paint since I was a teenager. What use would I have for that?" "For the graffiti on the side of the pyramid," the sergeant replied slowly. "Oh, right," Madame Spatzel replied sheepishly. "We'll get this to forensics, but I'm sure we'll confirm that this is the same paint that was used on the pyramid," the sergeant said. "Arrest her." As the officers moved toward Madame Spatzel, Kevin said, "Please, let me check the can for fingerprints. We can prove her innocence right now." The officers lamented and handed over the can. Kevin produced an aluminum flake from his satchel and brushed it over the can. There were no fingerprints at all. "That doesn't prove anything," the sergeant observed. "She could have used gloves." Though as he eyed Madame Spatzel, he seemed to doubt she would have had the forethought. Nonetheless, he had enough evidence to charge her. As the officers led her toward the cop car, Madame Spatzel struggled against the handcuffs and said, "These aren't nearly as comfortable as the ones I normally use." "I'm going to post bail," Kevin called after her. "Don't worry, Madame Spatzel. I'll prove your innocence." Fully convinced that this was Atticus's doing, Kevin knew he would have to continue the investigation himself. He went to Madame Spatzel's trailer and looked around much more thoroughly than the officers did. Kevin didn't find anything of note in the trailer, though a blender containing Bloody Mary residue spoke to the validity of her alibi. But Kevin knew that wouldn't be enough to clear her name. Then an open window caught his attention. Peering out the window, Kevin saw footprints leading up to and then away from the window. These footprints must belong to the person who framed Madame Spatzel, Kevin thought. Why else would someone have snuck into her trailer through the window? Kevin went behind the trailer and analyzed the footprints. By the length, he deduced they were a size 11 and a zigzag pattern from the sole that indicated athletic shoes was imprinted in the sand. It couldn't have been Atticus, Kevin realized. Atticus wouldn't be caught dead in sneakers even when walking through the desert, and he seemed to prefer to have others do his dirty work. Kevin surmised that it had to be the work of a member of the Stuntmen's Guild. Kevin snapped pictures of the footprints on his phone and rushed to the police station. He found the sergeant sitting in a desk near the front. "I have proof Madame Spatzel is innocent," he exclaimed. He showed the sergeant the pictures of the footprints outside of her trailer. "These clearly belong to the person who planted the spray can," Kevin insisted. The sergeant scoffed. "That's circumstantial evidence. We can't clear a suspect on something so flimsy." Kevin was flabbergasted. How is this any more circumstantial than the can of spray paint you found in her trailer? You think she was cunning enough to wear gloves, but sloppy enough to leave the evidence lying around among her personal belongings? The sergeant didn't hide his annoyance at being challenged by Kevin. "Let me get this straight. You want your friend to be let off the hook despite all the evidence stacked against her, yet you want us to harass one of our most upstanding citizens, Salomon Massoudi, based purely on speculation. We don't cater to your biases here, Mr. Williams." Kevin's stomach dropped as he realized what was happening. This was retribution for him demanding an investigation into Massoudi for the missing Skywriter plane. Madame Spatzel clearly wasn't going to be treated fairly here, so Kevin needed to regroup. "At the very least, let me post her bail," Kevin said. "What has it been set at?" "As a foreign national with considerable wealth and connections, Miss Spatzel is a flight risk," the sergeant said haughtily. "As such, her bail has been set at $10 million US. Kevin rolled his eyes. It was an absurd price for a nonviolent crime, but he was of course going to pay without question. "Here," Kevin said, scribbling the amount on a check. The sergeant gleefully snatched the check from Kevin's hand and disappeared out the back of the bullpen. A moment later, he emerged with Madame Spatzel, who flung herself into Kevin's arms. "Oh, Kevin, it was awful," she cried. "Did you know other jails aren't like in Beverly Hills? They don't even have a spa." "Let's get you out of here," Kevin said, putting his arm around her. With one last glare at the sergeant, he led Madame Spatzel out of the station. As they drove back to the hotel, Madame Spatzel failed to hold back tears. "I'll never come back from this," she wailed. "My fans will never forgive me. Why couldn't I be framed for an acceptable crime like murdering a cheating boyfriend?" "We're going to figure this out," Kevin reassured her. "I promise." When they arrived back at the hotel, Kevin gathered the Desert Five in his hotel room. "This is much bigger than skywriting now," he said darkly. "Madame Spatzel's future hangs in the balance. Tonight, when we infiltrate Massoudi's estate, we're not leaving without Atticus Stavel." His eyes narrowed. "Failure is not an option." When spray paint was found in Madame Spatzel's trailer, the police arrested her for putting graffiti on the pyramid. Kevin searched the trailer and found an open window outside of which was a set of footprints in the sand. Kevin rushed to the police station to share his proof that Madame Spatzel was framed, but the sergeant dismissed the evidence as circumstantial. Kevin posted the $10 million bail and brought Madame Spatzel back to the hotel. Once there, he met with the Desert Five who would be infiltrating Massoudi's estate. Kevin, Darius, Jericho, Zane, and Jabari left the hotel as the clock struck midnight. Not wanting to have their approach given away by a noisy helicopter, Kevin had rented the quietest small plane available at the Cairo airport. As the plane took off, the men were silent, feeling a range of fear, anger, and determination. They were suited up in all-black military gear. It was honestly fancier and of higher quality than anything Kevin would normally wear, and he felt oddly uncomfortable not having on his beloved Dockers. Dressing up for any reason was not something Kevin liked, and he thought it was a waste of his time to worry about clothes and appearances, even when it was necessary to sneak into the compound of a deceitful Egyptian billionaire who was in cahoots with Kevin's biggest enemy in Hollywood, Atticus Davel. As Kevin passed around parachutes and the men harnessed themselves in, Jabari, who had the least fighting experience of all of them, was visibly nervous. "I promise, you're in good hands," Kevin insisted. "Your safety is my top priority." Jabari shakily nodded while Jericho cheekily added, "Just wait. You'll catch the bug and won't be able to get enough of this." They finally reached the airspace over Masoudi's compound, and the men lined up at the side of the plane waiting to jump. "See you down there," Kevin said before fearlessly dropping out the door. Kevin quickly plummeted toward the earth, and once he was a safe distance from the plane, he pulled his parachute. As he slowly drifted closer to the estate, he got a better look at the security Masoudi had in place. They were clearly expecting him, and Kevin silently cursed himself for tipping Masoudi off to his knowledge of the connection between him and Atticus. A swarm of guards patrolled the perimeter, and they even had spotlights scanning the grounds. One of the guards spotted Kevin, and he heard yelling quickly spread among the guards. Upon being alerted of the breach, one guard readied a rocket launcher and shot it straight toward Kevin. Kevin deftly dodged the missile, but instantly became fearful for his cohorts. Zane and Jericho had levels, but Darius, a surprisingly skilled fighter for someone who was a professor, had no levels, and Jabari was only just embarking on a journey toward being leveled. Kevin saw his potential when he realized that Jabari had what Kevin thought was his unique talent. He could communicate with animals via an internalized language. Kevin knew that his team wouldn't all have the same reflexes as he did. The missiles kept coming and Kevin kept dodging them, but at one point he heard the unmistakable sound of a projectile ripping through the fabric, followed by Jabari's scream. Suddenly, Jabari plummeted past Kevin, dropping at a dangerous pace due to the hole torn through his parachute. Kevin had assured Jabari he would keep the animal trainer safe, and he didn't intend to break his promise. Thinking fast, Kevin unhooked his own parachute and dove after Jabari. Once he caught up, he latched onto Jabari and took control of the parachute, swerving back and forth to create as much drag as possible. By the time they reached the ground, the landing wasn't graceful, but it was survivable. But they didn't have time to recover from the bumpy landing, as an army of guards quickly encircled them. Kevin had been expecting Stuntmen's Guild members, but he quickly realized these guards were something different. He sensed levels higher than the 2 or 3 that most stuntmen had attained, and these men were armed with swords, spears, and scimitars. Hardly the stuntmen's first choices for weapons. "This is going to be harder than I thought," Kevin lamented. From high above, on the balcony outside of Masoudi's observatory, which contained a dazzling display of his finest emeralds, Masoudi, Atticus, Sergio, and a dozen stuntmen watched the unfolding conflict below. "Hiring the Red Suns was a good idea," Atticus acknowledged. "I like these guys." "The best mercenaries in North America," Masoudi confirmed. "They haven't failed me yet. Mr. Williams doesn't stand a chance." Down below, the circle of Red Suns was closing in on Kevin and Jabari. But before they had a chance to strike, Jericho, Zane, and Darius arrived from above, strategically crashing into as many mercenaries as they could take out. Kevin took advantage of the momentary distraction to charge at the mercenaries. Finding his own courage in the face of the other men's fearlessness, Jabari quickly followed suit. Kevin's gang fought back against the mercenaries with their own weapons. Since they could only take what they could parachute with, their weapons weren't nearly as bulky as the Red Sun's equipment, which proved to be beneficial. Aided by the darkness, Kevin's crew was able to deftly dodge and jab the mercenaries with their smaller knives. Darius used his trusty blade, while Jericho, who had taken to Edward Scissorhands' knives while using them at battle during the Film Academy Museum Gala, had decided to take them as a souvenir and was happy to get more use out of them now. Kevin, meanwhile, was thankful he'd had the foresight to bring the Night Dagger, one of the most formidable weapons in his arsenal. The Desert Five, through painstaking work, was slowly subduing the Red Suns, but this was one of Kevin's most difficult fights in recent memory. After taking out 40 of the Suns simultaneously, the largest among them lumbered toward Kevin. "Masudi's giving a $50 million bonus to whoever takes you out," he said while cracking his knuckles. "I'll double it to $100 million if you let us pass," Kevin replied, holding the dagger in front of him. "But then I don't get to kill anyone," the mercenary wryly answered and charged at Kevin. Kevin engaged the mercenary in one-on-one combat, and it soon became clear that this man had the highest levels out of all of the Red Suns. He was maybe even a level 7 like Kevin. He employed a scimitar, a curved blade that Kevin didn't have much experience with. The mercenary's movements were graceful yet erratic. Kevin managed to slice his thigh with the Night Dagger, but when he went in for another jab, the mercenary hooked the dagger with his blade and flung it to the side. Now defenseless, Kevin switched to martial arts, but even his formidable skills had limited power against such a dangerous weapon. Kevin managed some punches to the mercenary's neck and kidneys, but as he tried to land another punch, the mercenary grabbed hold of Kevin's arm, swung him around, and held the blade against his neck. "Say goodnight," he whispered. Time slowed as Kevin faced what was sure to be his final moments. Images of Lily swirled in his mind. Have I really seen her for the last time? Kevin wondered in desperation. He glanced upward where Masudi, Atticus, and Sergio watched from the balcony, enjoying the show and gleefully anticipating its final climax. But then above them, another vision. Or was it real? On the roof stood the Night King, serenely looking down at Kevin. Suddenly in his head, Kevin heard the words, "Use the Blue Storm technique." Kevin's breath caught in his throat. The Blue Storm was potentially lethal. He avoided using it at all costs. "Is this really what you want from me?" Kevin telepathically asked. The image of the Night King faded from the roof, and Kevin was left to wonder if he was ever there at all. But then, Lily's image once again entered his mind, and she glanced down at her swollen stomach, containing their 2 unborn children. Whether the Night King had been real or not, Kevin knew what he had to do. He closed his eyes and called on the Blue Storm. The Night Dagger rose from where the mercenary had knocked it to the ground, and as if it had a mind of its own, it flew through the air. It sliced through the large mercenary's neck, instantly killing him and releasing his grip on Kevin. The Night Dagger continued its flight, swerving from mercenary to mercenary as they futilely tried to defend themselves before it inflicted its deadly injury. The last of the Red Suns, either the smartest or most cowardly among them, sprinted away from the melee, screaming for his life. Unwilling to show mercy, the dagger chased him into the darkness until it firmly planted itself between the man's shoulder blades. After the massacre, all that followed was a deafening silence. Looking around to make sure that all of his men were safe, Kevin once again glanced upward at the balcony, where his true enemies awaited. He locked eyes with Atticus, whose satisfied smirk was quickly replaced with astonishment and fear. Frowning at the swift turn of events and the decimation of 100 of his most reliable fighters, Masudi turned to Atticus and Sergio. With stoic resignation, he said, "It's time to evacuate." Kevin, Zane, Darius, Jericho, and Jabari infiltrated Masudi's estate by parachuting in. Once they landed, they faced the Red Suns, a band of mercenaries that Masudi hired, while Masudi, Atticus, and Sergio watched from a balcony above. The Night King appeared to Kevin standing on the roof of the mansion and telepathically told Kevin to use the Blue Storm technique. With Blue Storm and the Night Dagger, Kevin disposed of all of the mercenaries. Up on the balcony, Masudi decided it was time to evacuate the compound. Kevin and his crew watched from below as Masudi, Atticus, Sergio, and the Stuntmen's Guild members disappeared from the balcony. It was possible they were leaving to hide in a panic room, but Kevin had a feeling that Sergio and the stuntmen wouldn't be willing to go on the defensive. "Be prepared," Kevin warned his team. "They probably want to get to Masudi's private jet, in which case they'll have to pass right by us." Kevin stayed vigilant and watched for movement in the house. Finally, in the reflection of a hallway mirror, Kevin saw the stuntmen approaching their position near the back entrance, and he saw the glint of a gun. "Everybody down!" Kevin yelled, and his team dove behind bushes, statues, and patio furniture as the stuntmen burst through the doors and opened fire. After exhausting their ammunition, the stuntmen waited for any signs of sound or movement in the cold night. After an excruciating wait, one of them called, "All clear." Once they got the go-ahead, Masudi, Atticus, and Sergio exited the mansion, with Sergio acting as their lead bodyguard. As they reached the line of stuntmen, Kevin shouted, "Now!" He and his team rushed toward the stuntmen, catching them off guard and disarming them of their guns before they could reload. The stuntmen quickly formed a circle around Masudi and Atticus, and moving as a unit started escorting them to the tarmac where Masudi's plane waited. It was reminiscent of the Roman tortoise maneuver the stuntmen had formed when they infiltrated the Cleopatra set. But without the benefit of steel shields, Kevin knew that disposing of them would make for even less of a challenge than before. As Kevin and his team subdued the outer circle of stuntmen with chokeholds, joint dislocation, and knockout punches, Sergio pushed Masudi and Atticus ahead. "Get to the plane," he yelled. "I'll handle Williams and we'll be right behind you." Masudi and Atticus sprinted ahead, and Sergio turned to face Kevin while the rest of Kevin's team dealt with the remaining stuntmen. "Your luck will eventually run out," Sergio said menacingly. "You can't escape me every time." "History would say otherwise," Kevin replied. Sergio took a defensive stance, and Kevin weighed his options. He didn't need to take Sergio out. He just needed to get past him. Kevin charged at Sergio, and with skills and footwork on par with a star NFL running back, he sped past Sergio and sprinted toward the plane. He was gaining on Masudi and Atticus, but suddenly his right foot flew out from underneath him as Sergio was able to grab his ankle from behind. Kevin glanced up from the ground in time to see Masudi and Atticus run aboard the plane. Sergio then ran past him and yelled, "Start the engine! I'm right behind you!" He closed in on the steps as the engine roared to life. But before he could reach them, Kevin recovered and tackled Sergio from behind. Seeing Kevin too close for comfort, Atticus pulled up the plane steps and shut the door. "Don't you dare!" Sergio yelled. But it was futile. The plane began to roll ahead and eventually rose into the air, leaving Sergio behind. Still pinned to the ground by Kevin, Sergio roared with fury. "Sticking with Atticus is a losing battle," Kevin said while twisting Sergio's arm behind his back. "Come work for me. I pay better, and I never leave one of my men behind." "Never!" Sergio growled, and he used all of his core strength to flip Kevin onto his back. Kevin and Sergio tumbled in the sand, taking turns having the upper hand. Sergio finally pinned Kevin and closed his hands around his neck, but with a final burst of strength, Kevin yanked Sergio's calf toward him, forcing a brutal crack in his knee. Sergio wailed in agony and released his grip on Kevin, rolling back onto the sand and resigning himself to his loss. Kevin dragged Sergio back toward the rest of his team, who had successfully subdued the remaining stuntmen. Kevin remained unconcerned with the screams of pain Sergio released as his knee bumped along the sand. Once they reconvened, Kevin and his team used their parachute cords to tie up Sergio and the stuntmen. To Zane, Jericho, and Jabari, Kevin said, "Keep watch," and he and Darius went in search of the missing skywriting plane. Due to their pre-mission surveillance of the estate, Kevin and Darius knew exactly where to find Masudi's massive garage. They reached the ostentatiously large building, and Kevin used his level 7 strength to pull open the steel, barn-sized doors. Inside, Maseratis, Rolls-Royces, and vintage Mercedes lined the walls of the immense space, some resting on rotating platforms. And sitting right in the center was the small two-man skywriting plane. "Bullseye," Kevin said with satisfaction. When they returned to where Sergio and the stuntmen were tied up, Kevin said, I don't think the police will be able to dismiss a whole plane as being circumstantial evidence, even for Masudi. You are all going to prison for theft and for assault on our background actors. And I'm going to bet we'll be able to throw vandalism onto the charges too for desecrating an ancient pyramid. One by one, Kevin inspected the bottoms of the shoes of each stuntman. Finally, he found what he was looking for: a size 11 shoe with a zigzag pattern on the sole, and it was being worn by none other than Sergio. Kevin knelt down so that he was eye level with him. You may have wiped your fingerprints off the spray can, but you forgot to erase the footprints you made on the way to Madame Spatzel's trailer. I don't know what you're talking about, Sergio spat, though he was unable to muster his usual menace. The pain in his knee was so blinding that he was barely staying conscious. Oh, I'm so sorry, Kevin said with mock concern. Does this hurt? He pressed down on Sergio's knee while Sergio wailed in agony. You know what? Kevin continued. Maybe a recovery pill will make it easier for you to have a conversation. Would you like that, Sergio? Sergio groaned. He hated the idea of accepting any help from Kevin, but he couldn't handle this pain much longer. I'm going to take that as a yes, Kevin said enthusiastically. Kevin retrieved a recovery pill from his satchel and grabbed a truth serum pill for good measure. This will fix you right up, Kevin said to Sergio, handing him the pills while giving his nemesis one last unforgiving pat on the knee. Sergio grumbled as he took the pills, but soon sighed with relief as the pain in his knee quickly subsided. But then his eyes widened as he started to feel the confusing mental effects of the truth serum. Now that you're feeling better, Kevin said mockingly, how about you tell us your involvement in the crimes on our production? Sergio looked like he was trying to physically keep his mouth closed, but despite his best efforts, the bean spilled. You think you can buy my service because you can pay more than Atticus? I don't even take money from Atticus. I'll always be on his side, so when he wants something done, I make it happen. In this case, it was destroying your amateurish attempt to make a movie. Kevin rolled his eyes. Unfortunately, thanks to your antics while dressed up as Roman soldiers, you have an exciting supporting role in my $500 million home movie. But I assume you don't want credit or pay for that. As Sergio grumbled, Kevin continued. I saw you with my own eyes that day after you injured innocent background actors. But how about you confirm for me that you led the Stuntmen's Guild members that day? Atticus flew the helicopter and you cut the rope, letting your own men fall to their deaths. Once again, Sergio tried in vain to keep his mouth shut. Fine, I did it. I'd do anything for Atticus. The other stuntmen, hearing of their own expendability, squirmed against their binds. And the skywriting plane? Kevin continued. I stole the plane. Masudi's pilot flew it under his orders. Sergio replied, struggling to maintain his efforts to fight off the serum. And the graffiti, Kevin concluded. I did it, Sergio growled. But that Lady Gaga ripoff you're obsessed with is such an egomaniac she probably would have done it herself anyway. I guess we'll never know, Kevin sighed. But I'll always defend Madame Spatzel. As someone who is apparently obsessed with his own egomaniac of a leader, it's strange that you'd try to test that theory. After Kevin concluded his interrogation, Zane said, I think that about does it. Ready to call the cops? Not quite yet, Kevin replied. He pulled Darius aside and said, We need to search the house. Why? Darius asked. We have all the evidence we need. Not for evidence, Kevin said. We need to search for emeralds. Kevin and his team successfully infiltrated Masudi's compound, where they took out the Red Sons, a band of mercenaries that Masudi had hired. After seeing the massacre, Masudi, Atticus, Sergio, and the stuntmen prepared to evacuate the estate. Sergio encouraged Masudi and Atticus to board Masudi's private jet while he and the stuntmen dealt with Kevin, but he was furious when the plane took off without him. After cracking Sergio's knee, Kevin gave him a recovery pill and truth serum, forcing Sergio to confess to all of their crimes. Before calling the authorities, Kevin pulled Darius aside to begin a search of the house for emeralds. If Kevin and Darius hadn't already known that Masudi owned one of the largest emerald mines in the world, it would have become apparent as soon as they entered his mansion. Within their first steps in the grand foyer, they were overwhelmed by green. Glittering emeralds were encased in sculptures and vases and even embedded into furniture. The house looked like a group of leprechauns had decorated it. Green was everywhere. "This seems as good of a place as any to look for the gems we need," Kevin observed. Kevin and Darius searched the rooms, and though the number of emeralds was immense, none approached the size required to replace the eyes and the golden staff that led to Marinhor's treasure. They worked their way through all 4 levels of the mansion. The number of gems in the home easily totaled millions of dollars, but none came close to being 2 inches in diameter, which was the size of the gems needed to replace the shattered ones in Marinhor's golden staff. "I guess Masudi wasn't holding out on us when he said he hasn't come across gems of that size in years," Darius said. "The only time he's been honest through this entire ordeal," Kevin replied. "Let's check his office. Even if we don't leave here with emeralds, we may find some useful information." They returned to the first floor where they had seen Masudi's office at the end of a long hallway. The first item of interest was a shortwave radio sitting behind the desk. "When's the last time you saw one of these?" Kevin asked Riley. He switched on the radio, and after it crackled to life, Kevin was surprised to hear Madame Spatzel's voice coming through the speaker.
"I can't believe that club closed at 4 a.m. What is it? A daycare?"
Kevin heard Milo's voice respond.
"That just means we can keep our own private party going here, as long as we're up in time to shoot tomorrow." "My call time is at 7 a.m., Madame Spatzel responded. "There's no reason to go to sleep now."
A loud meow came through the speaker, and Madame Spatzel said,
"Oh, don't worry, Bastet. You're still my best girl."
Kevin switched off the speaker as Cleopatra and Mark Antony began recreating their love scene on the other end of the radio. "So that's how Atticus knew your shooting schedule each day," Darius observed. "He wired up a cat to spy on my leading lady?" Kevin said incredulously. "If this guy put a fraction of his creative efforts into his B-grade schlocky movies as he does into Sabotage, he might actually make a halfway decent producer." Darius nodded towards Masudi's laptop. "Think you can hack into that?" Kevin opened the computer and replied, "That isn't going to be necessary." The screen was unlocked with an email thread open. "He sent an email at 12:30 a.m., Kevin said. "That must have been right before we landed outside." Reading the email out loud, Kevin said, "Get it back by whatever means necessary. Use the Red Suns if you have to." "Get what back?" Darius asked. "We didn't take anything from him." "Maybe this isn't about us for once," Kevin replied. He scrolled up the email thread until he reached the top of the chain, the subject of which was Salma Taha. The first email contained a link to an encrypted video. Kevin opened the link and quickly deduced that he was looking at surveillance footage from Masudi's mine. In the video, one of Masudi's workers, a young woman who looked about 25, discovered an exceptionally large emerald in the rock wall. She looked around and pocketed the rock before returning to work as if nothing had happened. Kevin read through the entire chain, through which he learned that the worker, Salma, didn't return for her shift the next day. The company tried contacting her family, who claimed not to know her whereabouts. Finally, Kevin reached the bottom of the chain, where the final email had information that cemented Kevin's suspicions. Use the Red Suns if necessary. "This woman is clearly in serious danger," Kevin concluded. "Let's get these guys behind bars, and then we may be able to help her." Kevin called the cops while walking with Darius back to the apprehended stuntmen. When they returned to the group, Kevin looked around at the scattered bodies of Red Sun mercenaries. "This may not look great for us," he observed. Zane, who was an expert on international intelligence, shrugged off the concern. "The Red Suns are one of the most sought-after criminal organizations in Africa. No one's going to lose sleep about having a few less Suns around, especially when we can prove self-defense." "Good enough for me," Kevin replied. When the cops arrived, the haughty police sergeant who had previously dismissed Kevin reluctantly followed him to the garage, where the missing skywriting plane waited. Kevin then led them back to where the stuntmen were apprehended. Still under the influence of the truth serum, Sergio reiterated his confession to all of the crimes. implicating himself, Masudi, and Atticus, and confirming Madame Spatzel's innocence in the pyramid graffiti. Unable to dismiss the irrefutable evidence, the sergeant radioed his station.
Be on the lookout for Masudi's plane, SM-100. He and Atticus Daval are to be arrested on site for grand theft, conspiracy, assault, and vandalism of a historical site.
After completing the call, he looked at Kevin and said, "Happy now?" "You know you're not doing me a favor, right? It's just your job," Kevin replied. The sergeant grumbled as he saw his summer holiday aboard Masudi's yacht slip away from him. The stuntmen were all cuffed and led into squad cars while Kevin and his crew joined the officers up front for a ride back to town. Kevin rode shotgun in the car, in which Sergio was sequestered in the back.
"This is your biggest mistake yet," Sergio taunted. "I have friends in high places even more powerful than Atticus. I won't stay in custody for long."
"Yeah, and we know none of your friends would ever leave you behind, except for maybe Atticus earlier tonight," Kevin said sarcastically.
"Don't get too comfortable," Sergio threatened. "It wasn't personal before, but now when I get out, I'm coming for you myself."
"If you think I've never heard that one before, you're mistaken. And yet here I am, like always, foiling your best schemes and plots," Kevin replied. After dropping the criminals off at the station, Kevin and his team were finally able to return to the hotel, where everyone gratefully retreated to bed after a long night. Kevin, however, saw Madame Spatzel sitting alone at the bar with Bastet the cat. "Madame Spatzel, it's 5 a.m. What are you doing awake?" Kevin asked, even though he had a good idea after hearing Madame Spatzel and Milo's tryst over the radio. "I couldn't sleep," Madame Spatzel lamented while pouring shots of whiskey into her cup of coffee. "No one believes I'm innocent of writing on the pyramid. At the club tonight, someone grabbed my arm and drew a face on it to get back at me. They did it because they hate me." She sulked as she sipped the coffee entirely and drank the whiskey straight from the bottle. "Well, I have good news on that front," Kevin replied. "We just proved your innocence. The real culprit is behind bars." Madame Spatzel leapt from the stool. "Oh, Kevin, thank you," she exclaimed, throwing her arms around him. "This calls for a celebration." She picked up the whiskey bottle and started chugging it again, this time in a better mood about it. "There's just one thing left to do," Kevin said. He gently took off Bastet's collar and smashed the name tag where the microphone had been hidden. "Why?" Madame Spatzel wailed. "That was Bastet's family heirloom passed down for generations." "For some reason, I doubt that," Kevin replied. "Don't worry, I'll get you a new one." Kevin left Madame Spatzel at the bar to continue gulping her coffee and whiskey and finally went up to bed. He only got a few hours rest before he willed himself awake shortly after the sun began rising. He made 2 cups of coffee, walked down the hall to Darius's room, and knocked on the door. Darius groggily answered and groaned when he saw Kevin dressed for the day. "Don't you ever take a day off?" Darius whined. "Not today," Kevin replied, handing Darius one of the cups. "An emerald thief is missing, and we need to find her before the assassins do." Though Kevin and Darius didn't find emeralds that were large enough for Marinhor's golden staff, they did find an email exchange on Masudi's laptop about an employee at Masudi's mines named Salma Taha, who found and stole a large emerald. Salma had disappeared, but Masudi ordered the Red Suns after her. Kevin and Darius left the house and called the police, who charged Sergio, Atticus, and Masudi with the skywriting plane theft, assault on the background actors, and graffiti on the Great Pyramid. The next morning, Kevin woke Darius and said they had to go find Salma before the assassins did. After reluctantly getting dressed for the day, Darius downed the coffee Kevin had brought for him and picked up another on the way out of the hotel. Darius was thrilled to be Kevin's friend and ally in fighting crimes against Egypt's historical legacy, but he had to admit that it was exhausting. The 2 men then drove to the address for Salma's house that they had seen on the email chain on Masudi's laptop. They found themselves in a poor neighborhood on the outskirts of the city. A tired woman in her late 40s answered the door. "Can I help you?" she asked Kevin and Darius. "My name is Kevin Williams and this is Darius Osmond," Kevin said. "Can we speak with Salma?" The woman, clearly Salma's mother, visibly tensed up. It was subtle, but Kevin also noticed that she narrowed the opening of the door. "I'm afraid I haven't seen her in weeks," she replied stiffly, unable to maintain eye contact. "I'm sorry, I can't help you." She began to close the door, but Kevin said, "Wait, Salma is in danger." Salma's mother hesitated. These were clearly the words that she knew to be true but hadn't been able to bring herself to say out loud. "Masudi will go to extreme measures to retrieve the stone from her," Kevin continued. "Please, we just want to help." Salma's mother was torn. She desperately wanted help for Salma, but she also knew that trusting the wrong person could endanger Salma's life. But Kevin's level 7 empathy radiated, and Salma's mother gave a slight nod and slowly opened the door, even though she couldn't pinpoint exactly why she trusted the stranger on sight. She just knew that he did, in fact, have her troubled daughter's best interest at heart. Salma's mother led Kevin through the modest home to a small bedroom. She opened the closet and pushed aside a rack of shirts, revealing a hidden door. She knocked once and then 2 more times in quick succession, clearly her signal to Salma that it was her mother beckoning. The door quietly opened to reveal Salma, easily recognizable from Masudi's security footage that Kevin had watched. Her eyes widened upon seeing Kevin and Darius. "Mom, what are you doing?" she exclaimed. "We're here to help," Kevin said firmly but gently in fluent Arabic. Kevin's ability to learn languages in a matter of hours had come in handy again. Speaking Salma's native language further assured her and her mother that he was a person to be trusted. "Masudi knows that you took the stone and he'll do anything to get it back. We want to stop that from happening." Salma started to relax, deciding like her mother that Kevin was indeed a true friend. "For as long as you keep the emerald in this house," Kevin continued, "you and your mother are both at risk." Salma exchanged a nervous glance with her mother. "The emerald isn't here," she quietly confessed. "Where is it?" Kevin asked. "I don't know," Salma replied. "My brother Karim stole it from the house. We haven't seen or heard from him since." Kevin saw Salma's mother try to covertly wipe away a tear. "I'm so sorry," Kevin said. "Do you know where he might have gone?" "Karim met some new friends a few months ago," Salma's mother explained. "Well, he called them his friends. I knew they were a gang. They're a group from around the neighborhood, most not much older than teenagers." "They call themselves the Lost Boys," Salma added as her eyes narrowed. "They've taken to theft as their livelihood," Salma's mother continued. "I tried to stop him from joining them, but he just said that he wasn't willing to stay poor for the rest of his life like I was." She looked down and Kevin could see the shame on her face. "We don't have a lot, but my husband and I did our best," she said quietly. "We always provided a safe and loving home." Salma put an arm around her mother to comfort her and led her over to the cot she had been sleeping on. "The morning after I came home with the emerald, he and the stone disappeared," Salma explained as she encouraged her mother to sit. "Even among that band of thieves, it's usually an unwritten rule that they don't steal from their own families." Salma clenched her fists and it was clear her blood was boiling. "Maybe we can help you get Karim and the emerald back," Kevin replied. He felt deeply for these women whose hearts were clearly in the right place. Just because we lose something or someone doesn't mean they stay missing. He then looked up and saw an interesting setup in the corner of Salma's hidden room. It was a small counter with a boilerplate and pot, and alongside it was a series of herbs, minerals, droppers, and beakers. "Is this an herbalist station?" Kevin asked. Salma was surprised that Kevin recognized it. "Yes," she replied. "My father is in hospice care, and I've been trying to find a cure for him. But what I have here isn't enough. The only reason that I stole the emerald in the first place was to pay for my father's medical bills and better ingredients." "What is he sick with?" Kevin asked. "The doctors haven't figured it out," Salma replied with a sigh. "He's in constant pain. Sometimes he's so sick he can't even get out of bed. He's shown cognitive decline, particularly with memory. But the strangest symptoms are his senses. He'll temporarily go numb or blind, or will lose his sense of taste." This piqued Kevin's interest. He hadn't heard of such a sporadic and varied loss of the senses before. It struck him how complicated of a puzzle Salma had taken on for herself. "I've made solutions of turmeric and potassium for the inflammation and muscle tension, and sage and ginseng for the memory decline," she continued. "But it all speaks to nervous system dysfunction, and the best ingredient for that is Peruvian foxtail. It's too expensive and obviously not easy to come by in Africa." Kevin's empathy was momentarily replaced by admiration for Salma. She really knows her stuff, Kevin thought. "It's very commendable, all the work you've done to help your father," Kevin said. "Not to mention that doing all of this on your own is highly impressive. I'm going to have a shipment of Peruvian foxtail delivered here straight from my lab, and I'd like to invite you to study with me at my Williams & Williams Pharmaceuticals labs in Chicago." "Oh my gosh, thank you," Salma cried and threw her arms around Kevin. Finally, she realized. "Wait, what was that second thing?" "I own and operate a pharmaceutical company where you could be one of my protégés," Kevin explained. "You have a real gift, and you deserve the opportunity to hone your craft among the brightest herbalists out there. It would also keep you far away from Masudi's henchmen." Salma and her mother looked at each other with tears in their eyes and tightly embraced each other. When they parted, her mother said, "I always knew she was too smart to be digging in a mine, but I could never afford to send her to college. All I ever wanted was for her to be able to explore her potential. Thank you." "It's really my pleasure," Kevin replied. "I owe you a debt I could never repay," Salma's mother continued, "but I can tell you where you're most likely to find my son." Salma's mother explained that the Lost Boys hung out in an abandoned theater in the most rundown part of town. "I'd bring you there myself, but I'm afraid it's too dangerous for me to show my face or leave Salma alone," she said apologetically. "Absolutely," Kevin agreed. "Darius and I will go to the theater ourselves. All you need to do is stay safe." Salma and her mother exchanged one last hug with Kevin and Darius, and they left Salma once more in the hidden room, where Kevin heard her lock the door from the inside. Salma's mother led Kevin and Darius to the front door and bid them a tearful and grateful goodbye. "He really is a good kid," she insisted. "He's just lost." "We'll help him find something better," Kevin said reassuringly. Kevin and Darius walked down the sidewalk to the car. "We have to get Salma out of there," Kevin said. "The sooner the better. If her brother is involved with a criminal organization, that's only going to put her in further danger." They drove off, and from up on Salma's roof, a man slowly rose from his flattened position as he watched them leave. He dialed a number on his cell, and into the phone he said, "He's on the move." Kevin and Darius used the address they found on Masudi's laptop to track down Salma Taha, Masudi's employee who stole a large emerald from the mines. Salma explained that she had only stolen the gem to pay for herbalist ingredients to help her sick father, but her brother Kareem stole the emerald and they haven't seen him since. Impressed with her herbalism skills, Kevin offered Salma a spot working on his pharmaceutical labs, and he vowed to track Kareem down. But Kevin's movements were being tracked by the Red Sun mercenaries. "So what's the plan when we get there?" Darius asked as Kevin drove to the theater. "You can probably just buy the emerald off of them, right?" "I'd rather not," Kevin replied. "I believe in charitable donations, though not to a gang, but maybe some of them are open to finding something other than a life of crime." They eventually arrived at the address Salma's mother had given them. It was that of a theater that was the Lost Boys gang's headquarters. The theater was truly dilapidated and appeared abandoned from the outside. Whatever income these boys were bringing in from their thefts, it clearly wasn't paying for a life of luxury. The interior of the theater was no better. There were tents set up on the stage, sleeping bags laid across what was left of the seats, and hammocks hung up in the rafters. Some of the Lost Boys sat on the stage smoking and playing cards. They immediately got defensive upon seeing Kevin and Darius. "What are you doing here, old man?" the largest among them shouted, putting down his poker hand. "Old man? I could be your brother, not your father, or grandfather for that matter," Kevin replied indignantly. "Whatever, it doesn't matter. Is Kareem here?" "Depends. What do you want?" one of the other boys playing cards replied. He couldn't have been older than 15. Kevin deduced that this was Kareem, Salma's troubled brother. "Your mother and sister are looking for you," Kevin replied. "They're worried about you, and they said you took something of theirs." "I don't know what you're talking about," Kareem answered. "If I did take something, it wasn't something that belonged to them in the first place, so I don't know what the issue is." "The problem is that the profits from selling that emerald were meant to save your father's life, and holding on to it puts everyone here in great danger. Your sister has taken a death-defying risk in angering her employer by stealing it, and there's no other way to explain what she did, even if her motivations are good," Kevin said. Upon confirmation that Kevin was there for the emerald, the Lost Boys who were lounging in the rafters sat up in their hammocks. Everyone suddenly became more alert. "Then it's a good thing we don't plan on holding on to it," Kareem replied. "Whatever you think you're going to get for it, I assure you I can pay more," Kevin replied. $1 million for each of you here, as long as you turn away from a life of crime. I run an organization called the Radiance. You could receive training, adventure, and an honest living, and put your skills to work helping others rather than robbing and creating more chaos and heartache. This offer definitely seemed to capture the interest of some of the boys. "It could be nice to see somewhere outside of this neighborhood," one of them said quietly. Another one who was playing cards amicably punched Kareem on the arm. "That'd be triple what the Raiders said they'd pay us." "Raiders?" Kevin asked. "Dealing with guys like that is going to send you down a road that you can't come back from. They'll find a way to keep you in debt. Trust me."
"Well, therein lies the problem," said the larger boy, clearly one of their leaders. "We already made a deal to sell the stone to them. Backing out is going to cause way more problems for us than going through with it."
Kevin considered this. As much as he couldn't tolerate the life of crime that these boys had chosen, he also didn't want to put them in danger. "You won't have to back out of anything," Kevin decided. "Go through with the deal, and I'll surprise attack the Raiders. They'll never have to know you're involved." The large boy called an impromptu meeting, and the boys gathered on the stage in a circle. After a few minutes of deliberation, Kareem stepped forward and announced, "You have a deal, and you're just in time. They're coming in 15 minutes. Kevin and Darius hid in the theater lobby where they could spy on the entrance without being seen. After 15 minutes on the dot, 4 intimidating men walked into the building. They were definitely older than the Lost Boys, though, based on their appearance, and yet they also didn't look like their looting operation had been terribly successful. The emerald was likely to be their biggest score by far. The Raiders walked into the theater.
"All right, boys, hand it over," the leader said.
Kareem hesitantly stepped forward. "And our payment?" he asked.
"Yeah, about that," the Raiders' leader replied. "We've made some changes to the terms of our agreement. Give us the emerald and you'll earn our ongoing protection. For scrawny lowlifes like you, that's way more valuable compensation than any money."
The boys tensed up, sensing this wasn't going to end smoothly. "That's a generous offer, but we'd rather have the money," Kareem replied.
"You seem to misunderstand," the Raider replied as he stepped forward down the aisle, cracking his knuckles. "This isn't a negotiation. This is our best and final offer, and you don't want to see what happens if you try to walk away from the table."
The Lost Boys exchanged nervous glances as Kevin and Darius burst through the dual entrances to the theater, surprising the Raiders from behind. "I've been in the market for a new emerald," Kevin said haughtily. "Sounds like there's a good one here I can take off of your hands."
"Did you offer the stone to someone else?"
the leader demanded of the Lost Boys. "No," Kareem insisted. The Raiders turned to Kevin and Darius.
"Then it sounds like you're interfering with a private business deal. Not very polite," the Raiders' leader said with menace in his voice.
"It sounds like you were trying to back out on a deal that you made," Kevin replied. "Also not very polite, but I'm sure we'll both get over it." Then he and Darius charged at the Raiders. It quickly became apparent that the Raiders weren't leveled, which meant that Kevin couldn't use his levels against these ordinaries. But Kevin and Darius made them look like amateur brawlers nevertheless, as they effortlessly dodged their attempts at punches. And even though 2 of the Raiders produced daggers, Kevin easily broke their fingers, causing them to drop their weapons in pain. The Lost Boys cheered from the stage. This was the most excitement any of them had since joining up with the gang, and Kevin's fighting skills were quickly earning credibility with them. And given the revelation that the raiders were planning on stealing from them, even those who had been reluctant to take Kevin's deal were now fully on board. Just as Kevin and Darius were about to subdue the raiders for good, a group of Red Suns descended on the theater. They must have been following me, Kevin realized, cursing himself for not considering it sooner. Kevin and Darius were now at a severe disadvantage. They were outnumbered 100 to 2, and unlike the raiders, the Red Suns were leveled. Kevin and Darius glanced at each other and made an unspoken agreement. They had no choice but to take them all down. Kevin and Darius scooped up the daggers that had been dropped by the raiders and faced the Red Suns. The Red Suns charged, engaging Kevin and Darius in a far more elegant combat. Over his time in Cairo, Kevin had learned the Egyptian fighting style and was more adept at countering their moves than he had once been. Still, taking on 100 leveled fighters at once was no picnic, and as Kevin deftly dodged their swipes and jabs, he strategized how to best dispose of them while knowing that Darius would be able to provide some distraction and hurdles for those Red Suns whom Kevin could corral. They're too singularly focused on me, Kevin thought. I need to use Darius as a distraction immediately, even if it means danger to him. I know he believes in the cause of finding Marinhor's tomb and would make any sacrifice to do so. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than two of the Lost Boys came swinging toward the fight from above, using the hammocks they had partially severed from the ceiling. They didn't swing low enough to engage with the Suns, but they distracted them for just long enough that Kevin was able to put one in a chokehold and use his hostage to headbutt another of the Suns. Kevin had underestimated the skills, bravery, and commitment of the Lost Boys who had already turned toward his quest and were now loyal backup for him in a battle. Kevin now had only one of his opponents left after he and the Lost Boys decimated so many, and he knew he'd have to help Darius, who was a skilled fighter but not leveled, as soon as possible. But when he glanced out of the corner of his eye, Kevin saw that Darius was not alone. A few of the Lost Boys, including Kareem and the leader, had joined him in taking on the Red Suns. Their fighting style was sloppy and unrefined, but they fought with ferocity and at least now outnumbered the Red Suns. They may very well make great additions to the Radiants. Kevin smiled and thought to himself, game on. Kevin offered to buy the emerald from Kareem and the Lost Boys and suggested that they join the Radiants. The Lost Boys were worried about getting on the wrong side of the raiders, to whom they promised the emerald for a price less than Kevin would pay. Kevin offered to do battle with the raiders, but then Red Sun mercenaries also arrived, and the odds were stacked against Kevin and Darius. Until the Lost Boys, Kevin's new allies, gave him helpful backup. The Lost Boys were clearly not a match for the Red Suns in fighting ability, but their mere courage to participate seemed to catch the Red Suns off guard. Kevin unceremoniously tossed a Red Sun attacker off the theater stage and into the seats, and then joined Darius and the Lost Boys in taking on the final handful of mercenaries. The Lost Boys weren't able to engage the Red Suns while remaining unscathed, and a few had already taken punches to the stomach or slices in their arms. The need to protect the boys gave Darius a new sense of purpose, and he was successfully holding off two of the Red Suns, despite their levels and Darius's lack of such skills. When one tried to dart around him, Darius pulled his legs out from under him, slamming him into the ground face first. The remaining mercenary pinpointed Kareem and menacingly stepped toward him. "You have something that belongs to my boss," the mercenary said. "You should consider giving it back before things get very bloody for you." Kareem stood his ground, though the fear in his eyes was evident. When he refused to hand over the emerald, the Red Sun said, "I guess you've made your choice." He raised his knife overhead, and Kareem braced himself for a bloody death. But before the mercenary could bring his arm down, Kevin stepped behind him and held the raider's dagger to his neck. "Make one more move, and things will get pretty bloody for you too," Kevin threatened. The Red Sun had a moment's hesitation, but ultimately stayed bound to his orders. He darted his arm forward to stab Kareem and quickly learned that Kevin wasn't bluffing. Kevin sliced the dagger across his neck, instantly dropping the red sun to the floor in a bloody puddle of brutal death. With the mercenaries finally all disposed of, the Lost Boys stared in shock at the carnage all around them.
"That was awesome,"
one said quietly. Kareem quietly approached Kevin. "No one has ever defended me like that," he said earnestly. "You've made some bad choices," Kevin replied, "but you deserve a second chance." Kareem hesitantly looked down at his pocket. Finally, he said, "My life seems like a fair trade." He took the emerald out of his pocket and handed it to Kevin. Kevin gratefully took the emerald but added, "Unlike the Raiders, I don't go back on the deals I make. I said $1 million, and that's what you'll get." Kareem's eyes widened as he fell speechless. That was more money than he expected to see in his entire life. Kevin then announced to the group, "You all really impressed me with how you stepped up to fight. If you'd like to join my organization, the Radiants, I think we could really use you. And you'd have a lot to gain." The boys eagerly crowded around Kevin as he handed out his card. "I'm going to see the world," one enthusiastically yelled. To Kareem, Kevin said quietly, "Maybe stop by at home first. I know your mother and sister would love to see you." Kareem nodded and then surprisingly gave Kevin a hug. He may have lost his way, but he's still the boy that his mother raised, Kevin thought. As Kevin and Darius walked back toward the car, Darius said, "We got the emerald, recruited new members to this Radiance organization you keep talking about, and dropped an army of Tomb Raiders and Red Suns in the meantime. That's as good of a win-win as we could hope for." "You're right," Kevin replied with a smile as he gazed at the massive emerald. One down, one to go. They returned to the hotel where Kevin gratefully collapsed into his bed. Now that he had finally stopped for a moment, he realized he'd slept about 2 hours in the past 2 days. He'd been going practically non-stop since they had parachuted into Masudi's compound the night before. Just as he was about to doze off for a well-deserved nap, his phone rang. On the caller ID, he saw the name Felicity and he checked his watch. Yup, 9 a.m. in Hollywood, he thought. "Hey, Felicity," he answered, trying his best to stifle a yawn.
"Why so tired, Kevin?"
she asked.
"It's only 7 p.m. in Cairo, not slacking off over there, are you?"
"Wouldn't dream of it," Kevin replied. "What's up?"
"I've got great news,"
Felicity replied, barely able to contain her excitement.
"Shakir al-Bisri, the Egyptian president, has asked for Madame Spatzel to perform at his daughter Layla's 21st birthday party. Spatzel has already become Egypt's newest star."
Kevin sat up in his bed. This was even better news than Felicity realized. Kevin had learned that the president's daughter owned a necklace containing the other emerald Kevin had heard of that was large enough for the golden staff. This would give him the perfect chance to get it. "That's great," Kevin replied. "I'm sure we can make time in Madame Spatzel's schedule for it."
"Excellent,"
Felicity answered.
"The party is a Nile River cruise next weekend. This will be huge for Madame Spatzel's reputation to perform for such an elite audience."
"Thanks for the call," Kevin replied. "I'll go tell her the news." Kevin hung up, but before he went to talk to Madame Spatzel, he made another call to Sandra. "Hey," Kevin said into the phone, "could you track down the Egyptian president's home phone number?" A few minutes later, Sandra texted Kevin the number. He dialed, and a young woman answered. "Hi, my name is Kevin Williams," Kevin said into the phone. "I'm Madame Spatzel's manager and wanted to discuss the invitation for her to perform at Layla's birthday. May I please speak with President al-Basri?"
"Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God."
The girl, clearly Layla, excitedly babbled into the phone. She put the phone down and Kevin could hear her yell,
"Dad!"
in the background. A moment later, a man's voice came through the speaker.
"Mr. Williams, this is President al-Basri. I can't tell you how grateful I am that you're helping me make my daughter's dream come true."
"It's an honor to speak with you, sir," Kevin replied.
"I'll be honest,"
President al-Basri replied.
"Even if I had a less demanding job, I wouldn't be able to keep up with Layla's music taste. But especially between dealing with the National Assembly, the United Nations, and trying to get a World Cup here, who has the time? So I have no idea who Madame Spatzel is, but Layla is just crazy for her."
"It's an incredible privilege for this invitation to be extended to Madame Spatzel," Kevin replied, "and she'd be delighted to accept."
"That's wonderful,"
President al-Basri replied. Not to be crass, Kevin continued, but I wanted to ask in terms of payment.
Of course, Albasari interrupted. We'll be happy to pay her full quote.
I was actually wondering if you might be open to a different form of payment, Kevin said. I understand that you purchased a large emerald for Layla that was made into a necklace. Instead of monetary payment, would you consider giving the necklace as a payment instead? We wouldn't even need to take it permanently, just borrow it. For our film shoot where Madame Spatzel is playing Cleopatra, Kevin quickly improvised.
Well, that's certainly an odd request, President Albasari replied. But let me ask my daughter.
Albasari put the phone down and Kevin waited as he heard a muffled conversation in the background. Finally, President Albasari returned.
Layla has agreed to these terms with one final condition,
he explained.
In return for the necklace, she'd like to have one of Madame Spatzel's dresses. She showed me a picture of one that was a polar bear. Like I said, I don't understand young people.
Kevin slightly hesitated, knowing Madame Spatzel was particularly possessive about her fashion, but he knew he'd have to find a way to convince her. We can make that work. Thank you for being so agreeable, President Albasari.
Anything to make my daughter happy,
he replied. We'll see you next weekend. Kevin got off the phone and briefly considered the best way to convince Madame Spatzel to give away one of her dresses. They were so close to getting both of the emeralds that they needed to repair Marinhor's staff. Kevin knew he would have to do anything possible to prod Spatzel to help him with his plan. Kevin was about to open his hotel room door when an aggressive knock came from the other side. He opened the door to reveal Madame Spatzel, who looked like she was about to shoot fire from her eyes. Staring Kevin down, she angrily said, "We need to talk." After successfully battling the Raiders and the Red Sun's mercenaries with the help of the Lost Boys and Darius, Kevin learned to his surprise that the second emerald was about to fall into his path. The Egyptian president wanted Madame Spatzel to perform at his daughter's birthday party, and Kevin decided to ask for a large emerald that the president owned as payment. Kevin was about to alert Madame Spatzel to the deal when she arrived with a different crisis. Kevin was bewildered in the face of Madame Spatzel's anger. Did she somehow hear me on the phone, he wondered. And is she really that mad about giving up one of her dresses? It astonished Kevin that anyone would care about clothes, especially not a dress that made Madame Spatzel look like a polar bear. "You have to do something about Mabel," Madame Spatzel yelled in his face. Kevin was slightly relieved that her issue didn't have to do with the dress, but his relief was quickly replaced by concern that their production was facing yet another issue. "What's wrong, Madame Spatzel?" Kevin asked. "Ever since you gave Mabel a role, she thinks she's such an important part of this movie," Madame Spatzel whined. Kevin waited for more information about Madame Spatzel's dilemma. Kevin knew that Mabel was an important part of the movie, even if Spatzel wasn't about to admit that fact. "She keeps improvising extra lines in her scenes and standing in my light," Madame Spatzel continued. "She and Audrey keep accidentally hip-checking each other, and Eli is obsessed with her. He's supposed to be in love with me, not my grandmother." Kevin grimaced. This movie was beginning to have too many egos to manage. Madame Spatzel was now fully on a roll with her list of complaints. "Mabel thinks she's the most important person in this movie just because she's an Oscar winner. She was 2 years old when she won her Oscar. How am I supposed to compete with that? I was always talented, but people just refused to take a chance on a toddler German punk singer. I'm sure I could have played Mabel's part, and even better if only people could see outside the box." "Okay, calm down, Madame Spatzel," Kevin said reassuringly. "I'll talk to her. We'll work this out." "I'm so upset I haven't even had my daily vodka quota," Madame Spatzel pouted. "Why don't you come in?" Kevin asked. "I have something else to talk to you about, and I'll get you a drink." Madame Spatzel accepted this and took a seat in Kevin's sitting area. He grabbed a few mini vodkas from the bar and handed them to Madame Spatzel. She eagerly devoured one like it was a baby's bottle. "First, I have some great news that I think will make you feel better," Kevin began. You've been asked to perform at the Egyptian president's daughter's 21st birthday next weekend." This absolutely cheered up Madame Spatzel. "I always knew I'd perform for royalty one day," she said dreamily. Kevin decided not to point out that there was a difference between a democratically elected leader and royalty. "The only thing," Kevin continued cautiously, "is that the daughter also asked for one of your dresses. The president specifically mentioned the polar bear dress." Madame Spatzel's face fell. "But Kevin, that dress was given to me by a Mongolian taxidermist who was my favorite person I've ever met. And I almost died in the snow in that dress. We have so many memories together." Kevin weighed his options and ultimately decided to share the bigger picture with Madame Spatzel. "The truth is," Kevin began, "Darius and I have been tracking down the treasure of the pharaoh Merenhor. It's essential that we find it, and in exchange for one of your dresses, the president will lend us an emerald that we need in order to complete the mission." Madame Spatzel's eyes lit up at the mention of treasure. "We've started working on your levels," Kevin continued, "so it's probably time you know that achieving mastery requires reaching a place called the Upper Realm. But right now, the Upper Realm is in chaos, and we need to restore it. Merenhor's treasure may be the key to making that happen." "Oh, the Upper Realm. It sounds so exclusive. I'd like to go there," Madame Spatzel said eagerly. "Honestly, you have a long way to go on your journey," Kevin replied. "We need to do a lot more work to raise your levels before you're ready for the Upper Realm." "Then I want to help you find the treasure," Madame Spatzel replied. "I want to raise my levels, and I want treasure." "That's a great idea. That would be the perfect opportunity for you," Kevin replied. Since, as far as Kevin knew, no one else had any means of finding the treasure without the golden staff, it would hopefully be a chance for Madame Spatzel to work on her levels without being put in any danger. "But does it need to be at the expense of my dress?" she asked with puppy dog eyes. "I think the dress is a worthy price for performing for royalty," Kevin replied. "Besides, that dress has been sitting in your closet since you wore it. If you give it to his daughter, she'll probably display it prominently and tell everyone about you performing at her birthday every time someone sees it." This was a compelling argument for Madame Spatzel. "Okay, Kevin, I will give her the dress for the Upper Realm, and mostly for the attention." "I knew you'd understand," Kevin responded, but he internally felt a huge sense of relief as he hadn't been confident that she would understand. "Well, I need to prepare for my scenes tomorrow and have my proper vodka intake for the day," Madame Spatzel said, rising from her seat. As she walked toward the door, she said, "Remember, Kevin, you need to talk to Mabel. If you don't deal with her, I'll have to." "I have it under control, Madame Spatzel. You just focus on your scenes," Kevin replied. Madame Spatzel left and Kevin sank into the couch. That conversation can wait until tomorrow, he thought. For once, he allowed himself some much-needed rest. The next morning, the cast and crew gathered in the lobby for the day's shoot. Madame Spatzel was in particularly good spirits. The invitation to perform at the president's daughter's birthday was just the pick-me-up that she needed, Kevin thought. Kevin was approached by Liam, the assistant director. "Everyone is accounted for except for Mabel," he said with a sigh. "I told you she was a diva," Madame Spatzel chimed in as she walked by. Kevin pulled aside one of the production assistants. "Can you stop by Mabel's room and check on her?" he asked. As the production assistant dashed away, Eli, who had clearly been eavesdropping, offered his input. "The Honorable Lady curiously wasn't available yesterday for our nightly tryst," he said conspiratorially. "Eli, Mabel never makes herself available for a nightly tryst with you. It's the only thing I like about her," Audrey replied. Eli grumbled and walked away. The production assistant returned with the news that there was no answer at Mabel's door. Now Kevin was starting to worry. Mabel may be a handful, but she's too much of a professional to sleep through her call time, he thought. Kevin went to the concierge's desk and explained the situation. Given that it was now necessary to make a wellness check, the concierge agreed to let them in her room. "Mabel?" Kevin called as he entered the suite. The space was eerily quiet. As Kevin turned the corner out of the entryway, he lost his breath. There was Mabel, raised above the sitting area, hanging from a noose. "Oh, God, no!" Kevin exclaimed as he rushed toward her body. He untied the noose and laid Mabel down gently on the couch, but it was clear that there was no saving her. She had been dead for hours, and though Kevin was able to revive people who were in the netherworld between life and death with his herbalism and his various potions, he was not yet able to raise those who had firmly passed to the other side for such a long period. Kevin was dumbfounded. Since meeting Mabel, she had displayed nothing to suggest that she was suicidal. From behind him, Kevin heard an agonizing wail. He turned to see Eli, who clutched at his chest while his face fell. He dashed toward Mabel's side and began to cry. "Mabel! No, no! My sweet Mabel!" he sobbed. It occurred to Kevin that this was the first time since they began shooting that Eli had broken character. "She wouldn't do this," Eli protested. "She had too much life ahead of her." Kevin was inclined to agree, but then he saw a note sitting on the table. Kevin read the note aloud, which was written in tidy calligraphy. "I know this may come as a shock," he read, "but it has become apparent to me that my time has passed. I'd rather die with my legacy intact than continue to fade into obscurity. With my parting words," Kevin hesitated, unsure if he should keep reading, but he ultimately finished her note, which concluded, "I must say this one last thing to Eli Townsend. You were the great love of my life." Eli collapsed on the ground, a mix of shock and devastation. "I'm sorry, Eli," Kevin said earnestly. "That must have been very hard to hear." "She didn't write that letter," Eli replied softly. "That letter proves that this was a murder." Kevin convinced Madame Spatzel to give one of her dresses to the Egyptian president's daughter in exchange for the emerald they needed to find Marinehor's treasure. He also explained the upper realm to Madame Spatzel and agreed to let her come on the mission to retrieve Marinehor's treasure so that she could continue to raise her levels. Madame Spatzel complained to Kevin and Mabel, saying she had become too difficult to work with. The next morning, Mabel was found dead in her room. Kevin found a suicide note, but after reading it aloud, Eli insisted that Mabel didn't write it. "How do you know that Mabel didn't write this note?" Kevin asked. Eli had sadness and resignation in his eyes. "I know she never loved me," he confessed. "Those wouldn't be her parting words." Kevin really felt for Eli. That couldn't have been easy for him to admit, he thought. "And besides," Eli dug into his pocket and produced a sheet of paper. "She wrote me this letter after we did Dancing on Air together. She may not have loved me like I loved her, but she appreciated our work together as co-stars. I've cherished this letter ever since, and her handwriting here doesn't match that note." He handed the sheet of paper over to Kevin, and he could easily see that Eli was right. The handwriting of the two letters didn't match. "Thank you for sharing this, Eli," Kevin said, handing the letter back to him. "I'm very sorry for your loss." Tears continued to slowly fall down Eli's face as he held Mabel's cold hand. Kevin turned to the concierge. "Call the police," he said. "There's been a murder in your hotel." A few minutes later, the detectives arrived. After examining Mabel's body and the two notes, they said, "We're going to need to test the handwriting of everyone on the cast and crew who was closest to her." Kevin canceled production for the day as they began the painstaking process. Hours later, no one had produced a handwriting sample that matched that of Mabel's supposed suicide note. Madame Spatzel's handwriting was erratic, with random letters capitalized or in cursive, and she couldn't stop herself from doodling in the corners. Though the detectives expressed concern that her silly drawings indicated a lack of emotional response to the murder, Kevin insisted. It would be more concerning if she were showing obvious signs of distress. He decided not to share that Madame Spatzel had been complaining about Mabel just the day before. Audrey's sample was shaky and contained a series of misspellings. "I'm dyslexic," she shared apologetically. Liam's handwriting was blocky and robotic, and Lance's, though oddly elegant, didn't match the calligraphy used on the note. Milo's handwriting was chicken scratch, and finally Ryder tried to just give an autograph. We need more than just a signature, Kevin urged.
I don't write things, Ryder replied.
Well, now is as good of a time as any to give it a try, Kevin said with frustration. Ryder reluctantly scribbled out a sample. His hesitation wasn't a great look, but he still didn't produce a sample that matched the suicide note. It's not someone on the production, Kevin concluded. If Sergio weren't behind bars, he would be the most likely suspect, but there was one person left that Kevin knew was capable of this. You need to find Atticus Davel, Kevin insisted to the detectives. He's already on the run with charges against him for other crimes against our production, including assault. He's shown in the past that he isn't above taking someone's life in pursuit of his goals. He has to be the one responsible for this. The detectives were skeptical.
You're saying he's on the run with multiple charges, yet he snuck in and out of one of the most renowned hotels in Cairo with no one noticing? One asked. It's far more likely that it was someone in your crew who was already in the hotel.
He should at least be required to submit to the same handwriting test, Kevin insisted. He already needs to be captured for his other crimes. He shouldn't be ruled out as a suspect in this murder just because you're inept at failing to capture him. The detectives exchanged glances.
We'll question him on this when he's found, one relented. But we're not putting the investigation on hold while we wait. No one has been able to locate him or Masudi. Who knows how long it will take before we find them?
I have their phone numbers, Kevin offered. You can triangulate their location based on their cell phone use.
The detective rolled his eyes. We're not Hollywood movie detectives, Mr. Williams, he said with annoyance. Believe it or not, we have already considered the little-known detective technique of tracking their cell phones. Both numbers have been disconnected.
Kevin nodded. All of his behavior points to guilt.
That may be so, the detective replied, but we're still not ruling out the possibility that it's someone from your production. Handwriting tests aren't necessarily reliable. Anyone with half a brain would know how to disguise their handwriting so that it didn't match the main piece of evidence.
Kevin dropped his voice. You just got to meet with all these people. Does any one of them really seem like a criminal mastermind to you?
Not particularly, the detective conceded. But you'd be surprised at what stupid people can accomplish when they have a strong enough motive.
Just further evidence that it could be Atticus, Kevin thought bitterly. Kevin wished he could do more to clear the names of his crew, but he had used the last of his truth serum pills on Sergio. It would take a while to make more, and in the meantime, yet another cloud would be hanging over the Cleopatra production. This movie really is cursed, Kevin thought. Kevin left the chaos in Mabel's suite and walked back to his room. He sank into his bed, his head swirling with theories on how Mabel could have been killed. There was only one person to go to when he was feeling this distraught. He dialed the number on his cell. Hey, I just needed to hear your voice. On the other end of the line, Lily could tell that something was off with her husband.
Kevin, what's wrong?
There's been one problem after another on this movie, Kevin said, and we just hit a new low. Mabel was found dead in her room this morning. It was staged to look like a suicide, but it has already proven to be murder.
Oh, Kevin, I'm so sorry.
Lily's devastated voice came through the speaker.
Do you have any idea who it was?
The police think it's someone on our production, Kevin replied, but I know it's Atticus. He's been wreaking havoc ever since we arrived in Egypt, but now he's really gone too far. Mabel didn't deserve to become a pawn in his evil schemes.
I know you'll bring him to justice,
Lily said earnestly.
You've never let someone get away with something like this before, and I know you won't now.
You're right, Kevin said resolutely. Speaking with Lily always gave him strength. I won't let this go until it's solved. I just need... Suddenly, Kevin's phone beeped. He looked at the caller ID and saw that it was Eminence President Judy Chen. Did someone already leak this information to her? Kevin thought with frustration. But as much as Judy was the last person Kevin wanted to talk to, he knew he couldn't put off this conversation. Lily, the studio president is calling me. I have to go. Thank you for always being my rock.
I'm here whenever you need me,
Lily replied. Kevin reluctantly switched over to the other line. Hello, Judy, he said flatly. Judy's voice came through the speaker so loudly that Kevin had to move the phone away from his ear.
Is there something you want to tell me, Kevin?
She demanded. I have a feeling you already know, Kevin replied.
With every passing day, you prove that Helen made a huge mistake giving you this movie,
she yelled.
With all the money you throw around, you'd think that at the bare minimum you'd be able to hire some security to keep your set and actors safe. Now we have a dead Oscar winner on our hands? Netflix is probably already working on the docu-series.
Kevin cringed as he took the verbal beating. Judy was harsh almost to the point of cruelty, but in this case he couldn't necessarily say that she was wrong. You're right that we've experienced a ton of problems, Kevin conceded. But in truth, none of these were accidents or the result of carelessness. Since the beginning, Atticus has—
Enough with the excuses,
Judy yelled.
You can't keep blaming Atticus Davil for everything, Kevin. It's time you take some responsibility. And clearly I can't trust you to do that while you're on the other side of the world.
What are you saying? Kevin asked.
You obviously need a babysitter,
Judy spat.
You're finishing this movie on a Hollywood soundstage where I can keep an eye on you. Your adventure in Egypt is over.
After Mabel was found dead in her hotel room, Eli insisted that she hadn't committed suicide. He produced a letter that she had written to him decades ago, and the handwriting on that letter didn't match the writing on Mabel's supposed suicide note. Kevin insisted that Atticus Davil had to be the murderer, and though the detectives were skeptical, they agreed to investigate him once he was found. Studio president Judy Chen informed Kevin she was tired of the crises and was moving the production back to Hollywood. You can't be serious, Kevin replied. We're already halfway through the shoot. If we change locations now, the finished product is going to look ridiculous.
How ridiculous is it going to look when more of your actors turn up dead?
Judy countered.
This isn't a discussion. Your ego is out of control. You wanted to do your grandiose experiment to shoot inside an actual pyramid, and then you fired your director so that you could take control of your little vanity project. You failed. I want the entire crew on a plane home tomorrow.
She hung up, leaving Kevin steaming that Judy of all people would lecture him about ego and the need to seize control. Breaking the news about leaving Egypt to the crew was going to be terrible. He then remembered with a sinking feeling that he still had to break the news to most of the crew about Mabel. Kevin called a meeting of the entire cast and crew at the hotel bar. Some of you are already aware, he began, but Mabel St. James passed away this morning. There were startled gasps among the crew. As a result, Kevin continued, the studio has requested that we return to Hollywood for the rest of the shoot. The crew exchanged concerned glances. No one knew what to say. Kevin noticed Madame Spatzel biting her lip. He knew her mind was racing, and most likely her first thought was of the Egyptian president's daughter's birthday party the following weekend. And Kevin was thankful she had the good sense not to bring it up. I know this production has been riddled with problems and tragedy, Kevin said. No tragedy, though, has been greater than the loss of one of our own. Mabel St. James was a giant of the industry, and she will be missed. If anyone wants to leave the production, I wholeheartedly understand. No one will be charged with breach of contract. The crew remained silent. No one wanted to be the first to speak. Finally, Eli stepped forward. If I may, he began. Normally, everyone rolled their eyes when Eli began to speak, since until this morning he had remained in character as Julius Caesar. But now everyone waited with rapt attention. Mabel never quit anything in her life, he said reverently. She always said the show must go on, even the time she broke her ankle while shooting a dancing scene, or when we were scheduled to shoot on the day the Beatles broke up. She never gave up, and neither should we. The crew nodded to each other. Eli was really striking a chord with them. She also never settled for anything less than the best that everyone around her could give, he continued. Like when she did the Jane Goodall biopic and insisted on training the chimpanzees herself. So she would be furious if this movie were finished in a soundstage. We owe it to Mabel to finish this movie and make the very best version production possible, which is why it's imperative that we stay in Egypt. Kevin was taken aback at how moving Eli's speech was. It was the greatest act of leadership Eli had displayed throughout the whole production, which was ironic since he had spent the rest of the time pretending he was actually a Roman dictator.
"We finish the movie in Egypt or we walk," one of the gaffers yelled. The rest of the crew echoed the sentiment. It was obvious that everyone was fully inspired by Eli's speech. Madam Spatzel, true to form, quickly distributed shots of whiskey among the crew.
"To Mabel," she called out while raising her glass.
"To Mabel," the crew replied.
Kevin almost felt himself tear up. Through all of the adversity they had experienced during the shoot, the crew had never been more unified than they were right now. "We'll resume shooting tomorrow," Kevin conceded, which was met with cheers by the crew. Kevin stepped away and called Judy.
"If you think I'm upgrading you to business class, you're out of your mind,"
Judy said curtly. Kevin rolled his eyes. Judy knew full well that he didn't need her to pay for business class. He could buy every member of his cast and crew his or her own plane to fly home in individually. Judy, though, was committed to being antagonistic. "The upgrade won't be necessary," Kevin replied, "because we're finishing the movie in Egypt."
"I thought I was clear that this wasn't a discussion,"
Judy growled. "If you want this movie to be shot in Hollywood, you're going to need an entirely new cast and crew," Kevin countered. "Everyone here is going to walk if we don't continue our production in Cairo. If you think publicity surrounding Mabel's death will be hard to deal with, imagine if the studio's biggest movie goes in the can under your watch. You're only interim president, Judy. That kind of disaster your rash decisions about my Cleopatra production will result in will follow you for the rest of your career. Or, more likely, they'll end your career."
"Are you threatening me?"
Judy demanded. "I can't threaten you. I'm not the one in control of your job," Kevin replied, "just offering some friendly advice." Judy stewed on the other end of the line. Kevin couldn't help but feel some smug satisfaction that he held all the leverage.
"Fine,"
she finally relented.
"keep shooting the movie, but if there is one more delay, rest assured I will pull the plug."
"Sure, Judy," Kevin replied. He was pretty sure she was bluffing, but he didn't want to test her with another on-set disaster. Judy hung up on Kevin, and he was relieved to have no more responsibilities until tomorrow. It had been an emotionally taxing day, and they would not only have to find a way to push past the headache of shooting without Mabel, but they were filming one of the most pivotal scenes in the movie. The next day, the cast and crew trekked to the pyramids at Giza to shoot Cleopatra's death, which occurred when she allowed herself to be bitten by a poisonous snake. The set had been dressed as Cleopatra's tomb, and it went unspoken among much of the crew that it was rather macabre to film a death scene the day after one of their actors had died. Madam Spatzel, however, embraced the parallel. "I'd like to more fully commit to this scene in honor of Mabel," she declared. "That's respectable of you, Madam Spatzel," Kevin replied, though he was nervous to hear what exactly she meant by that. "Adding in the snake with special effects after the fact does a disservice," she stated. "I need to fully submit to the notion of impending death. I need to be bitten by an actual poisonous snake just as Cleopatra was." Kevin cringed. This was just the sort of thing Madam Spatzel would suggest, but it invited a host of potential disasters when they were already on thin ice with Judy. He stepped aside to talk to Jabari, their animal wrangler. "What do you think?" Kevin asked.
"I think it's a terrible idea," Jabari quickly answered. "Our King Cobra isn't fully trained. He was only meant to be filmed in isolation to give the special effects animators a model for the movements."
"What comprises the King Cobra's poison?" Kevin asked. Jabari explained the breakdown, and Kevin felt a little relief. "I have the materials for an antidote," he explained. "When Madam Spatzel is bitten, I'll give her the antivenom and we won't use the snake again."
"It's your set," Jabari responded, "but I'm going on record saying that I don't recommend this."
"Understood. I appreciate your honesty," Kevin replied. Kevin returned to the set where he said, "We can try the scene with the snake. Madam Spatzel, when you're bitten, I'll give you an antidote. But I only have enough ingredients for one dose, so we only have one shot at this. If we need additional takes, we're switching back to the full array of special effects." "This will be fun," Madam Spatzel said, clapping her hands in delight. She took her place on set, sitting on the platform of the tomb. Milo, playing Mark Antony after he just committed suicide, sat slumped next to the platform with a prop sword in his stomach. Jabari carefully brought the Cobra to set. The animal wrangler was visibly nervous about taking this risk.
"Try not to make any sudden movements," Jabari advised as he handed over the snake.
"Oh, you're so cute," Madame Spatzel said to the snake as she took it in her hands. "I shall call you Helga." "The snake is male. You know what? Never mind," Jabari hustled off set, just wanting to get the scene over with. "Rolling and action," Kevin called. Madame Spatzel looked to the ground next to the platform where her dead lover had brought an end to his own life. "I'll see you on the other side, my love," she declared. She held the cobra above her head and it lashed out and bit her in the neck. "Cut!" Kevin yelled as he reached into his satchel for the antidote. Caught off guard by the ferocity of the bite, Madame Spatzel screamed and dropped the snake directly onto Milo. Before Milo could jump to his feet, the snake struck again. It planted its fangs deep into Milo's thigh. Kevin and his production team, inspired by Eli Townsend's rousing speech, refused to comply with studio president Judy Chen's order to return to Hollywood to shoot the Cleopatra film on a soundstage. But another terrible event occurred when Madame Spatzel used a real cobra to shoot Cleopatra's death scene, and it bit her and Milo Hardy, though Kevin only had enough anti-venom to treat one snake bite. "Kevin?" Milo called while looking over at his director in fear. Kevin nearly dropped his satchel. He only had enough ingredients for one antidote, and now he had 2 snake bites to contend with. Jabari rushed on set wearing thick gloves to retrieve the cobra and didn't make eye contact with Kevin as he hurried the snake into its cage. Jabari had warned Kevin that using a real cobra was too dangerous, and he always pushed for using special effects for the scene. Now he feared a double tragedy loomed. Kevin needed to decide quickly what to do with just 1 dose of the antidote. Both Madame Spatzel and Milo would die if the venom was allowed to reach their hearts. Since Madame Spatzel was bitten in the neck, her need was more urgent. Kevin tossed her the small bottle and she downed it in 1 gulp. "Great! Who's ready for happy hour?" she asked obliviously. Meanwhile, Milo's life still hung in the balance. "You said that was the only antidote," he yelled. "Am I going to die?" "There's one other tried and true method to deal with snake venom," Kevin replied. Kneeling to the floor, he said, "Normally I'd buy you a drink first, but given the circumstances..." Kevin bent down and began sucking the venom out of the wound in Milo's leg. It was clear from Milo's face that he didn't know whether to be relieved or embarrassed, while Madame Spatzel was fully intrigued by the scene as it was playing out. Kevin spit out the first drops of venom and went back for any that still remained. The taste was disgusting and the process was risky, but Kevin's level 7 strength made him much more resistant to venom than the average person, and it was unlikely that any would reach his bloodstream if he came into contact with it this way. Venom was deadly if it was injected straight into flesh, as it had been for Madame Spatzel and Milo. When Kevin spit out the rest of the venom, Milo let out a sigh of relief. "Thanks," he said, still trying to stifle his embarrassment. "Let's never tell anyone about that." "I'm telling everyone," Madame Spatzel chimed in. "That's a wrap for the day," Kevin called out. "Madame Spatzel, you have a birthday party to prepare for." "I'm so glad I didn't die before performing for royalty," Madame Spatzel said cheerfully. "Yeah, same," Milo replied shakily. That night, Kevin met in the lobby with Madame Spatzel, Milo, and Ryder, who had also been invited to join the celebration. Madame Spatzel wore a crown and royal mantle draped over her shoulders, so her microphone was held in a 4-foot-long staff resembling a royal scepter. "So they remember they're not the only royalty," Madame Spatzel said. Kevin knew that the president and his daughter probably wouldn't get the meaning behind Madame Spatzel's props since they weren't actually royalty, but Madame Spatzel had already become too attached to the idea for him to mention it. She also reluctantly produced a garment bag and handed it to Kevin. "My polar bear dress," she said with a sigh. "I'll always cherish our time together." "I'm sure Layla will be very appreciative of it," Kevin said. "Thank you for making this sacrifice, Madame Spatzel." "If I have one flaw, it's that I can be too selfless," she replied. Walking outside toward the waiting SUV, she then added, "Take me to my birthday party." Following her, Kevin sincerely hoped she remembered that it was someone else's party. The SUV brought them to Hurghada, a popular coastal city on the Red Sea where a mega yacht was docked. Written in cursive lettering on the side was the name the Hydroglyphic. Even in Kevin's extensive travels, it was one of the largest yachts he'd ever seen. Madame Spatzel looked over the mansion-sized boat with approval. "I think I will buy one of these with my Cleopatra earnings," she said decisively. She's going to need to do about 100 Cleopatra movies to afford this, Kevin thought. As they approached the yacht, Kevin saw a level of security that even Judy Chen would have to notice with approval. The group passed through metal detectors and had all of their belongings searched by the president's security. They even went through the garment bag and took apart Madame Spatzel's microphone scepter. "Be careful with that," she yelled. When they finally boarded, President al-Busari awaited them.
"Mr. Williams, thank you again for being here," he said, shaking Kevin's hand. "And Madame Spatzel, it's an honor to finally meet you."
"Yes, it is," Madame Spatzel replied and held out her hand face down. She was carrying through with her royalty act. President al-Busari looked at Kevin, who simply shrugged. Deciding he had no choice but to go along with it, the president brought Madame Spatzel's hand to his lips and kissed it. Moving past his confusion with Madame Spatzel's odd demeanor, al-Busari turned back to Kevin.
"I apologize for the level of security," he said. "There's been an uptick in kidnappings. Pirates can be found on every body of water, and given my job in this rather grand boat, we can't be too careful."
"I understand," Kevin said. "Better safe than sorry."
"I've learned a lot more about you since our first call," al-Busari said. "Apparently, I have you to thank for fixing the skywriting situation and the graffiti on the pyramid."
"No thanks required," Kevin said. "We just want to show your country the same respect you've shown us."
"You can rest assured that I have my best people looking for Masudi and Atticus," al-Busari replied. "This is actually Masudi's yacht that we repossessed once he went on the run. It's honestly a relief to have charges against him that will stick. I can't stand that man who is a thorn in my side and who embarrasses our country."
Kevin felt slight discomfort about being aboard Masudi's boat, but with the level of security on site, they surely would have caught any potential dangers. Abruptly changing to a more cheerful demeanor, President al-Busari said,
"Let me introduce you to my daughter."
Al-Busari led the group below deck to Layla's suite. He knocked on the door.
"Layla, your guests are here."
The door opened to reveal 21-year-old Layla al-Busari, who seemed to forsake the usual aloof and bored demeanor adopted by most children of high-profile politicians.
"Oh my God," she squealed. "Madame Spatzel, my queen!"
Layla threw her arms around her while Madame Spatzel shot Kevin a satisfied look. "It's always a pleasure to meet one of my biggest fans," Madame Spatzel replied, giving Layla a weird pat on the head. "Kevin, please present our offering." Realizing she meant the dress, Kevin produced the garment bag and unzipped it.
"It's the polar bear dress from the Sundance Awards ceremony," Layla cried. "This is my favorite one, thank you."
"Oh, wow, it's an actual polar bear," President al-Busari observed. "I assumed it would just be an artistic interpretation."
"I value authenticity over all else," Madame Spatzel declared. "This robe belonged to Queen Victoria. I purchased it from the British Museum."
"It's a generous offering," President al-Busari said. "As soon as your performance ends, I'll give you the emerald necklace. Here, let me show you to your rooms."
President al-Busari brought Kevin, Madame Spatzel, Milo, and Ryder to their staterooms where they'd have some time to relax before the rest of the guests boarded the yacht. A few hours later, all 130 guests had arrived, and the Hydroglyphic set sail. The party quickly grew loud and raucous as over 100 of the richest college-aged kids in Egypt drank, laughed, and danced on the upper deck of the mega yacht. Once the boat sailed down the Nile and reached the middle of the Red Sea, the DJ announced Madame Spatzel. The crowd, all new Madame Spatzel fans since Kevin had made her a star after arriving in Egypt, screamed uncontrollably. It was exactly the kind of welcome Madame Spatzel thrived on. Tossing her mantle and holding up her microphone scepter, she announced,
"Hello, my subjects. Who among you wants to join my court?"
The crowd cheered in response, and Kevin, standing off to the side with Milo, leaned over to him. "Have you seen Ryder?" Kevin asked. "He's going to miss it." Milo shrugged. "I think he went below deck." Kevin found that odd, but as Madame Spatzel launched into her biggest hit, meat sauce, Kevin's attention was drawn out to sea. Peering over the railing, he saw a large ripple heading toward them. Is it possible there's a whale in the Red Sea, he thought? But then he realized that the ripple was moving much too fast to be made by an animal. "Milo, hold on," Kevin yelled. They gripped the rail just as a torpedo hit the yacht, causing part of the hull to explode. Kevin, Madame Spatzel, Milo, and Ryder arrived aboard the yacht, the hieroglyphic for Madame Spatzel to perform at the Egyptian president's daughter's birthday party. Soon after Kevin noticed that Ryder was missing, Kevin realized there was a ripple in the water swiftly moving toward the yacht. He yelled for Milo to hold on to the railing just as a torpedo slammed into the boat. The yacht violently pitched to the side as a portion of the hull exploded. Screams and chaos erupted on the deck, and panicked partygoers ran in all directions. The boat quickly took on water and was undoubtedly going to sink. Some of the more daring guests immediately jumped overboard into the Red Sea. The water temperature would be rather comfortable, but the currents were choppy and unpredictable. "We need to get everyone into the lifeboats," Kevin thought urgently. "Someone bring me Leonardo DiCaprio in a door only large enough for one person," Madame Spatzel declared, though the party had become decidedly less fixated on her, and in the panic, no one gave her request any attention. "Stay with Madame Spatzel," Kevin instructed Milo, and he then ran off to find the yacht's crew. He found them toward the back of the ship, hastily untying lifeboats. "Do you have enough room for everyone?" Kevin asked.
"We hope so," one of the crew members said shakily. "There were extra guests added at the last minute. We hope we aren't over capacity."
It wasn't a great sign, but Kevin found the stash of life vests and quickly distributed them among the guests. President al-Basari rushed Layla to the front.
"Get in the boat," he demanded.
"Dad, I need you to come with me," Layla cried.
"Everyone here is my responsibility,"
President al-Basari responded firmly.
"I need to get them all to safety, but I won't be able to think straight until I know you're okay. Get in the boat."
Layla started to cry, but bravely nodded and climbed into the life raft, while some of the security personnel followed. Kevin gave a respectful nod toward President al-Basari. Kevin imagined one day in the future he may also be torn between his duty as a father and as a leader. He hoped he'd handle the pressure as gracefully as President al-Basari. As the crew continued to lead the guest into the lifeboats, Kevin located Milo and Madame Spatzel. "You still haven't seen Ryder?" Kevin asked, starting to panic. "He went below deck before Madame Spatzel's show started, and I haven't seen him since," Milo replied. "This should be a lesson to all of you to never miss my performances," Madame Spatzel said indignantly. "Get yourselves on a lifeboat," Kevin encouraged. "I'm going to look for Ryder." Madame Spatzel stepped toward one of the crew members loading the boats. Pulling Queen Victoria's robe around her shoulders, she asked, "Will the lifeboats be seated according to class?" "This isn't the time for quoting Titanic," Kevin yelled as he dashed away. "Honestly, it seemed like the perfect time to quote Titanic," Madame Spatzel said to Milo as she ignored Kevin's mild scolding of her. Giving Milo a once-over, she added, "Want to find an old car to make out in?" Meanwhile, Kevin ran to the steps leading down to the staterooms below. The water had already begun creeping up the stairs. Kevin took an underwater breathing pill out of his mercifully waterproof satchel and sank beneath the waterline. The dark, silent, submerged portion of the ship already had the ghostly feeling of an underwater graveyard. Bedding and clothing floated and swirled as gravity loosened its grip. Kevin was grateful that he had seen where Ryder was staying when al-Basari had shown them around earlier. He swam down the hallway until he found Ryder's room, but he was devastated to discover that it was locked from the inside. Kevin weighed his options. Even with his level 7 strength, getting the leverage to kick down a door underwater would be no easy task. Kevin swam into the room across the hall and looked for the best makeshift weapon. Luckily, that room belonged to Madame Spatzel, who never stayed anywhere without a fully stocked bar. Kevin grabbed a bottle of vodka and swam back across the hall. Lifting the bottle just enough so that he could control the momentum, Kevin forcefully brought down the strong bottom of the bottle and smashed the handle of the door. Pushing the door open, Kevin swam through and saw Ryder floating face down in the middle of the room, as if he were suspended from wires. He had a visible bruise on his forehead that was leaking a small stream of blood, and there was also a smear of blood on one of the bedposts, where he must have hit his head during the initial blast. Am I too late? Kevin thought in horror. He wrapped his arm around Ryder and swam with him back toward the stairs. The water had now reached the top of the stairwell. After making it back to the top, Kevin threw Ryder over his shoulder and ran back toward the lifeboats. Most of the deck had thankfully cleared out. One life raft remained, and President Al-Busari beckoned Kevin to join him along with the final members of the security team and yacht crew. As the crew used the pulley ropes to lower the boat to the water, Kevin immediately went to work trying to revive Ryder. Al-Busari said a quiet prayer. Kevin's chest compressions were proving futile. Ryder had been concussed underwater for a long time. Kevin rummaged through his satchel and found a ringwoodite rock, a mineral that could absorb water like a sponge. He turned Ryder over on his side and pushed the rock toward the back of his throat. It was a risky move, but there was no bringing Ryder back from certain death without a little risk. After a moment, Ryder started to sputter, and from behind him, Kevin performed the Heimlich maneuver, compressing his diaphragm until the waterlogged rock launched out of Ryder's throat. Ryder continued to hack up water while Kevin persisted in pulsing his fist into Ryder's abdomen. Finally, Ryder gasped for breath, and the only thing his coughing produced was air. Ryder immediately fell back onto the floor of the raft in shock. His wide eyes darted around, taking in his surroundings that made no sense to him. "Welcome back," Kevin said. "What happened?" Ryder stammered. "I was just in my room, and now I'm here." "The yacht was attacked," Kevin explained. "But you can just relax now. You're safe." Exchanging a grateful glance with President Al-Busari, he added, "Everyone is safe." Kevin rummaged through his satchel for a recovery pill. "This will help with the concussion," he said as he handed it to Ryder, who swallowed it with confidence in his eyes. He knew that anything Kevin gave him would hasten his road to recovery. Kevin looked around at the circle of lifeboats, where remarkably it seemed that everyone had made it off the ship alive. Looking back at where they had just been celebrating, it was a surreal sight to see Masudi's $400 million yacht slowly turning to wreckage. There's a metaphor there somewhere, Kevin thought wryly to himself. The yacht captain's voice rang through the darkness.
"Let's head to shore,"
he announced. But as the rafts began to shift, Kevin noticed a strange object in the water circling around. When it faced Kevin, he saw a lens. Is someone spying on us? He wondered as a sinking feeling crept over him. The scope continued to spin until it paused while facing Layla's boat. It then disappeared under the water. Kevin tensed up, wanting to anticipate what was coming next, but having no idea what that might be. Suddenly, a submarine emerged from the water right under Layla's boat, capsizing it. Kevin and President Al-Busari immediately dove off their raft and frantically swam toward Layla and the rest of the passengers from her raft, who were now bobbing and screaming in the water. A pirate suddenly emerged out of a hatch in the top of the submarine and threw a lasso around Layla, who screamed as he began pulling her toward him. Kevin and Al-Busari's swimming strokes became more frantic as they raced toward Layla. Kevin's levels propelled him ahead, and he willed himself to reach Layla before the pirate could pull her onto the sub. But the distance was just too far. With one last lurch, the pirate yanked Layla onto the roof of the sub while she struggled against the ropes. The pilot roughly grabbed her and forced her through the hatch.
"We'll be in touch about ransom,"
he said with a sneer before disappearing beneath the metal lid. Kevin was almost to the submarine, if he could just reach it in time to disable the propeller. But the submarine swiftly whirred to life and descended below, taking Layla with it. The torpedo that struck the yacht during Layla's birthday party could have killed many, but Kevin helped the crew to get everyone safely onto lifeboats, and then he used his herbal remedies and his brilliance to rescue Ryder Vance, who was knocked unconscious and trapped in his water-filled cabin. Away from the sinking yacht, Kevin sees a submarine rise, and a pirate nab Layla, whom he will hold for ransom. Kevin futilely treaded the water where the submarine had just been seconds before. A few yards away, President al-Busari let out an anguished roar. Kevin swam back to al-Busari and held him upright. He had quickly lost the will to keep going after seeing his only child stolen right in front of him. Kevin kept his arm propped under al-Busari's shoulder as he paddled them back to their raft.
"I should have gone with her," al-Busari sobbed. "She wanted me to go with her, and I forced her to go on that raft alone."
Kevin's heart broke for the president. "You did what was best for her and the rest of your constituents," Kevin assured him. "There was no way you could have foreseen this, but we're going to get her back." They pulled themselves back onto their raft, and everyone waited in silence for the Coast Guard to arrive. Finally, a squad of speedboats approached from a distance. Everyone on Kevin's raft joined the president on the first boat, where he was handed a satellite phone.
"Get me Admiral Saber," al-Busari said forcefully into the phone.
Kevin was truly in awe of how seamlessly he balanced his roles as father and president. Al-Busari continued speaking once his admiral got on the line.
"We were attacked during a private event on a civilian vessel," he explained. "Pirates ambushed our party on a yacht via submarine and apprehended my daughter. We should be expecting a ransom demand at any moment. We've never had pirates use submarine vessels before. Who are they?"
As he received the answer, his eyes turned cold.
"Why wasn't I informed of this?" he bellowed into the phone. "Oh, you wanted more intelligence?" he yelled after a brief pause. "Your wait-and-see approach could cost my daughter's life. Whatever happens to her, I'm holding you responsible. Get the situation under control by whatever means necessary, and for God's sake, don't you dare wait around for someone to give you the answers before you take action."
Al-Busari handed the phone back to one of his security personnel and stared toward the open sea, lost in thought. His only child, beloved Layla, who should have been celebrating her 21st birthday, could now be anywhere beneath the surface. "What did you learn?" Kevin asked tentatively.
"One of our advanced submarines was stolen from a naval base last night," al-Busari said, struggling to keep the anger out of his voice. "They hadn't brought the information to me because they didn't have enough intelligence on who was responsible or how they pulled it off. It was a massive communication failure."
Kevin couldn't help but think that al-Busari had every right to be furious with his naval officers. Withholding that information showed a deadly lack of judgment.
"The sub has radar masking technology," al-Busari continued. "In an area as large as the Red Sea, it could be impossible to find."
His eyes once again fixed on the watery expanse, as if hoping he could be supernaturally drawn to Layla's location. "You said you've become more aware of my reputation," Kevin said slowly. "I have a lot of experience defeating dangerous enemies and saving people from treacherous situations. Let me help you." Al-Busari gave Kevin an appreciative nod as they continued toward shore. Once they arrived, all of the passengers gratefully transferred onto the docks. Many of Layla's guests held each other and softly cried. Kevin sent Madame Spatzel, Milo, and Ryder into an SUV to take them back to the hotel. Holding Queen Victoria's damp robe, Madame Spatzel said sheepishly, "I need to find a dry cleaner." Al-Busari brought Kevin with him into another SUV that took them to a naval base down the coast. He led Kevin onto a battleship where they were greeted by Admiral Saber, who saluted the president.
"Admiral Saber," President al-Busari said curtly, "this is Kevin Williams. He's going to help us with this."
The Admiral indignantly looked Kevin over.
"With all due respect, sir, you want to trust a civilian foreign national with a mission of this magnitude?" "He has the experience," al-Busari replied. "Experience with diplomat kidnappings by pirates using stolen military technology?" Admiral Saber asked skeptically.
This is maybe the first time they've all converged at once, Kevin said, thinking over his extensive resume. But I had a run-in with pirates near the Cayman Islands before escaping with some sharks. I've rescued Madam Spatzel, whom you've met, Mr. President, and my own wife from kidnappings more than a few times. And does it count as stolen military equipment if it's on a lunar base? Admiral Saber blinked, stunned into silence. It was difficult for Saber to know if this seemingly unimpressive man standing before him in his Dockers and Keds was joking or not. Finally, after a moment, he said, "Anyway, let me show you what we're working on." As Admiral Saber led them to the command center, he explained, "We've had increasing issues with pirates and kidnappings, but this is the first time our own equipment was used for the crime, and it certainly involves the most high-profile target we've ever dealt with." Al-Basari's mouth tightened as his daughter was spoken about as if she were a military asset. "We have our entire fleet, including submersibles, scanning the Red Sea for the missing sub," Admiral Saber continued. "But it's like searching for a needle in a haystack if the needle could make itself invisible." It was a bleak summary. As Kevin took this information in, Al-Basari's phone rang, showing no caller ID. He sighed, knowing what this call was, and nodded to a communication tech to link his phone with their system so they could trace the call. Al-Basari answered the call and put it on speaker. Trying to keep his voice even, he said, "This is President Al-Basari."
President Al-Basari, how lucky we could get you on the phone on the night of your daughter's birthday,"
the voice on the other end said mockingly.
"Whatever issue you may have with me, my daughter is innocent,"
Al-Basari replied, desperation creeping in.
"Don't hurt her. I'll pay you whatever you want."
"We're certainly going to put that to the test,"
the pirate replied.
"Our demands are as follows. Diplomatic immunity for life, and we've heard of a new excavation site out in the desert. An archaeological site hasn't been kept under such high security and secrecy in over a century. We want sole access and ownership of the site and any artifacts found within it transferred over to us."
Al-Basari's eyes widened, and Kevin knew what he must have been thinking. The pirates had to be referring to Marinehor's tomb, but how did they even know about it? Between accessing this highly classified government information and stealing a military vessel undetected, these were clearly no ordinary pirates.
"That's impossible,"
Al-Basari stammered into the phone.
"Historical sites found on Egyptian land don't belong to me. I couldn't give that to you even if I wanted to. It's not within my power. I'll give you every penny in my bank account. Millions, please."
"We made our demands clear,"
the voice responded calmly.
"So you should figure out how to find the power and the desire to give us what we want. Your daughter's life depends on it."
The pirate shoved the phone toward Layla, who yelled,
"Daddy, please, they—"
The call abruptly dropped. The president's face fell as the room descended into a heavy silence. Al-Basari looked to his communication technician.
"Anything?"
he pleaded. The tech apologetically shook her head. There was no traceable SIM card and the signal was scrambled. The transmission bounced around nearly every cell tower along the coast. President Al-Basari seemed to lose his breath. Though a highly capable leader, he was finally faced with a problem he didn't know how to solve.
"So my daughter is captive in a sub we can't find, held by pirates we can't track unless we pay a ransom that isn't mine to give," he said quietly.
The situation certainly couldn't get much bleaker. Momentarily turning away from Al-Basari's anguish, Kevin stepped over to the window. This was one of the most difficult puzzles he had ever faced, but ultimately, he had yet to be stumped, and he knew in his heart that this wasn't going to be the first time he'd ever failed. As his eyes scanned the sea, a pod of dolphins leapt out of the water in a graceful arc, oblivious to the tumultuousness occurring just yards away from them. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Kevin's head. He spun around. "There is a way we can find her," he shared.
"How? I'll do anything,"
Al-Basari said desperately. "The missing sub can't be traced by your sonar instruments," Kevin said, a small smile slowly crossing his face. "But a dolphin's echolocation can't be fooled." The Egyptian president's daughter, Layla al-Busari, was kidnapped by pirates during her birthday party. Since the pirates had stolen one of the military submarines, the Navy had no way of finding them, due to the sonar masking. Looking out the window to the Red Sea, Kevin suggested that they could use dolphins to find the sub since their echolocation couldn't be fooled by radar masking. Admiral Sabre, the Egyptian naval officer who was annoyed to have Kevin pushed onto him by President al-Busari, looked at Kevin like he was insane. "Dolphins?" he clarified, a mocking edge to his voice. "Let me guess. You also have experience commanding an army of sea creatures." "Well, they're not at my command per se," Kevin explained. "I consider them to be collaborators." At a loss for a retort, Admiral Sabre replied, "Sure, go take a boat and talk to the dolphins." Along with the president and the admiral, Kevin was taken on a speedboat out into the sea where he had seen the dolphin pod. The dolphins curiously eyed the boat. As they approached, Kevin telepathically said, "We mean you no harm. We want to ask for your help." "You want to ride on our fins?" one of them cheerfully asked. "That is strange. Tourists usually only grasp onto our fins on weekends." Though Kevin was deeply curious about how the dolphins knew what a weekend was, he had more important matters at hand. "We're not here for a ride," Kevin assured them. "This is President al-Busari. His daughter Layla was kidnapped by pirates on a military submarine. We aren't able to locate the sub using sonar. Your echolocation is our only hope for finding her." "Oh my, that is serious," the dolphin replied. "One moment, please. We discuss things as a group." She turned to the rest of the pod, who screeched their discussion to each other. Finally, the lead dolphin turned back to Kevin. "We would like to help you find this sweet girl," the dolphin proclaimed. "But we need to ask something in return. We keep losing our friends to captivity and dolphin encounter centers. The president needs to outlaw dolphin captivity. We need more room to roam. And honestly, giving tourists fin swims just isn't as fun when we know they're paying large sums of money for something that we like to do for free." "That seems reasonable," Kevin replied. He turned to President al-Busari and relayed the dolphins' demands. The president's face fell.
"Adventure tourism is so important to our economy," he insisted. "Releasing all dolphins would cost our country significant income, not to mention jobs."
"It's a better price than Marinhor's tomb or your daughter's life," Kevin assured him. President al-Busari nodded.
"As soon as Layla is returned to me, I'll outlaw dolphin captivity." Under his breath, he added, "No idea how I'm going to explain this one to my cabinet."
Kevin relayed the president's agreement to the dolphins. "Yay!" the pod cheered. Turning to Admiral Sabre, Kevin said, "Bring all the Navy subs to the surface. The dolphins will then be able to locate the missing sub." The admiral sighed and looked at al-Busari, not thrilled to be taking orders from a random American.
"Do it,"
al-Busari confirmed. Admiral Sabre dialed a satellite phone.
"Bring all submersibles to the surface,"
he instructed. A few minutes later, the satellite phone rang. "It's done," Admiral Sabre said to al-Busari after taking the call. Kevin returned to the dolphins. "The stolen sub will now be the only underwater military vessel in the Red Sea," he explained. "Find the sub and we find the president's daughter." "This will be so fun," one of the dolphins exclaimed. The pod clapped their fins and took off into the sea. Kevin, al-Busari, and Sabre returned to the naval ship, and al-Busari led them to a conference room aboard the ship where his top military officials had gathered.
"We're currently searching for the sub," al-Busari explained, declining to share that they were working with a pod of dolphins. "The question is, what do we do once the sub is located?"
The president's most aggressive commander spoke up.
"We already know these pirates won't hesitate to resort to force and aggression," he declared. "I say we torpedo the sub."
"Maybe I should have been more specific," President al-Busari replied through gritted teeth. "Once the sub is located, what is our course of action that doesn't blast my daughter to her death?"
And what course of action ideally causes minimal damage to the vessel? Admiral Sabre chimed in. The fleet of submarines was under his control after all, and even if the president was appreciative that his daughter was rescued, it wouldn't do much good for Sabre's career to have a submarine destroyed during peacetime on his watch. The room fell silent, as no one had an idea that met these two requirements. Suddenly, the president's cell phone rang. He grimaced as he once again saw the blocked number and answered the call on speaker.
"This is President Al-Busari," he said.
"We thought we were clear about what needs to happen,"
the pirate said haughtily.
"The clock is ticking."
"I'll give you diplomatic immunity," the president bluffed.
Kevin knew full well that Al-Busari hadn't gotten approval from the Assembly or his military officials for such an offer.
"Just please, return my daughter to me. She's an innocent pawn in whatever plot you're hatching," Al-Busari begged.
The pirate laughed.
"Now why would we have gone through all this trouble just for diplomatic immunity that we wouldn't have needed in the first place? The top secret excavation site. That is our price. You're a powerful man. It's time to start acting like it, or your weakness will cost your daughter's life."
The pirate hung up the call. President Al-Busari buried his face into his hands. He was truly in an impossible situation. Kevin piped up. "If we disrupt the propeller, that wouldn't cause too much damage to the vessel, correct?"
"Yes, that's correct," Admiral Sabre replied. "But we don't have any projectile weapons with that kind of precision, not to mention that disrupting the propeller would simply cause the sub to sink to the bottom of the sea, leaving us with no way to retrieve Layla."
"I could disrupt the propeller myself," Kevin interjected. "I have underwater breathing pills." "Of course you do," the Admiral said, unable to stop himself from rolling his eyes at Kevin's bottomless well of experience and tricks that all seem like something out of a science fiction comic book. "Once the vessel sinks, I can infiltrate it. The sub will start to flood as soon as I open the hatch, but I'll give another pill to Layla," Kevin explained. "We'll swim to the surface while the pirates will have no means of escape." The president exchanged glances with his staff and contemplated this risky plan.
"This still requires you to retrieve Layla from a hostile environment before she drowns or is killed by her kidnappers," he said, choking on his words as he stated Layla's possible fate. "Can you take some of our best divers with you and give them pills to assist you with the retrieval?"
"I only have 2 pills left," Kevin calculated, given that he had just used one to rescue Ryder from the sinking yacht while knowing that the immediacy of the situation gave him no time to refine any more of the crucial underwater breathing pills. "But I assure you, I've taken on multiple adversaries in hostile environments before, and I've done it quickly." "Wow, you can just do anything, can't you?" Admiral Sabre replied, increasingly abandoning any attempt to mask his annoyance with Kevin's abilities. Sabre feared that letting Kevin in charge of the situation at President Al-Busari's insistence wasn't going to alleviate Sabre from the blame for a botched operation when Kevin proved to be, as Sabre assumed he was, wholly incompetent. "I wouldn't say I can do anything," Kevin replied calmly, "and I certainly never claim capabilities that I don't have. I can rescue your daughter," Kevin insisted to President Al-Busari. With a deep breath, Al-Busari nodded his approval. "Prepare the speedboat," he ordered. Kevin donned scuba gear, and he, Al-Busari, and Admiral Sabre boarded the boat and returned to the spot where they had met the dolphins. The dolphins were already there waiting for them. "We found the sub," the leader said cheerfully. "Actually, my son Flip found it. I'm so proud." A younger dolphin behind her joyfully waved. Kevin asked the dolphins to lead the boat to the spot directly over where the sub was located, and they happily obliged. An hour later, the dolphins indicated they'd arrived. "It's right down there," Flip said. "A scary-looking man with missing teeth waved at me from a window." Kevin gave one last nod to Al-Busari and jumped over the edge of the boat into the water. "I need one of you to take me down there," he said telepathically to the dolphins. "Oh no, I don't think that will be possible," the leader said apologetically.
It would take too long for us to swim down there, and we can't actually breathe underwater. It's a common misconception."
"I have something that will help with that," Kevin confessed. Knowing that he'd need a dolphin to breathe as well, he hadn't been entirely honest with the president about how many breathing pills he had. He had a portion of a broken pill that would be enough to help a creature smaller than a human to breathe long enough to help to save Layla. He slipped the broken piece of pill to the lead dolphin, and she curiously swallowed it and sank underwater. She popped back up and said,
"Oh my God, that is so cool. This is going to be such a fun fin swim."
Kevin swallowed his own pill and held on to the dolphin's fin. With a swift dive, they descended below the surface. The military struggled to come up with a solution that would retrieve President al-Busari's kidnapped daughter Layla without killing her in the process. Kevin suggested that by using an underwater breathing pill, he could disrupt the sub's propeller and breach the vessel, after which he would give Layla an underwater breathing pill before the sub flooded. With the clock ticking, President al-Busari agreed, and Kevin and one of the dolphins, who agreed to give Kevin a ride down below, descended below the surface. Kevin and the dolphin sank into the eerie depths of the Red Sea, and the light around them began to dim. The dolphin happily greeted species of fish that she had never seen in her travels closer to the surface. Finally, at around 600 feet below sea level, the shadow of the submarine loomed in the distance. "I need to grab something off the ocean floor to stop the propeller," Kevin telepathically told the dolphin. Kevin and the dolphin then swam another 100 feet down all the way to the floor of the churning sea, and Kevin scooped up a large rock. They rose back up to the sub, and Kevin lodged the rock between the blades of the propeller. The sub gave a violent lurch and immediately began a perilous descent toward the bottom. "I'm going to rescue Layla, and then I'll need your help to bring us back up to the surface," Kevin told the dolphin. He swam up to the top of the sub to look for the hatch. Inside the sub, chaos erupted and alarms blared. With the computer system indicating that the propeller was jammed, the pirate piloting the sub deployed a diver to take a look at it. The diver went into a sealed chamber, and with the flip of a lever, the chamber began to fill with water. Meanwhile, Kevin was on the top of the sub, trying to pull the hatch off of the roof. But even with his level 7 strength, he couldn't overcome the water pressure at that depth. "Will a power pill be enough to help me overcome the weight of an entire sea crushing down on this vessel?" Kevin wondered. But before he could decide, the hatch opened from the inside as the diver emerged. Alarmed by Kevin's presence, the diver lunged at Kevin and attempted to grab his throat. Kevin pushed off from where he had been crouching on the sub, leaving the diver with nothing within his grip besides water. The diver pushed off the rim of the hatch to try to propel himself toward Kevin, who was hovering above him. Kevin did a backflip in the water to dodge the diver and to get between him and the hatch. "Maybe I don't need to kill him, I just need to lock him out," Kevin thought. But then, clearly hoping to help Kevin, the dolphin swam by and bumped the diver off course as the attacker tried to change direction to chase after Kevin. The dolphin turned and prepared to charge the diver again, but then Kevin saw the diver unsheath a knife from a side pocket. Unwilling to let the diver swipe at the dolphin, Kevin shot himself back upward, yanked the diver's arm, dislocated his shoulder, and grabbed the knife from the diver's weakened hand. Using the knife, Kevin slashed the tube leading to the diver's oxygen tank. The diver's eyes widened in panic as he began to swim for the surface as fast as his flippers could take him. $5 says he doesn't make it," the dolphin said telepathically to Kevin. These dolphins are really dyed into human culture, Kevin thought. To the dolphin, he simply said, "Thanks for your help." "This is so much fun," the dolphin happily replied. "Now go get our girl." Kevin descended into the now unguarded hatch and closed the lid over him. Flipping the lever in the sealed chamber, the space began to empty of water. In the control center, one of the pilots read off the monitor.
"The chamber has been resealed and the water level is lowering."
"And the propeller," the captain replied.
"Still jammed,"
the other pirate replied with confusion.
"Then why is he coming back in?"
the captain asked with annoyance. Inside the chamber, Kevin heard the captain's voice come through the speaker.
Malik, were you just going for a swim, or did you remember that you were going out there to fix the propeller?
Kevin looked around him where the water level had now lowered to shoulder height. There was no way that they wouldn't come to investigate by the time the water completely emptied. Kevin weighed his options and decided he might as well try diplomacy. President al-Basari knows where you are, he said into the intercom. If you surrender now and return Layla and the sub safely, he'll go easy on you. It's your only option. There was a long pause on the other end as the water level continued to slowly recede. Finally, an overly friendly voice came through the speaker.
You've made some great points. Why don't you come out of the chamber and we'll discuss how to proceed?
Kevin snuck a peek out of the small window in the chamber door and saw a group of pirates carrying knives and chains running toward him. Sure, I'll leave the chamber, Kevin thought with annoyance. That syrupy voice entreating him to come in for a chat did not fool someone as wise as the ways of evildoers as Kevin. The group of pirates assumed a defensive stance on the other side of the steel door. Inside the chamber, the water level was around Kevin's stomach. No point in waiting, he thought. Using his level 7 strength, Kevin shoved the steel door straight off its hinges, slamming it directly into 3 of the pirates, knocking them backward, and sending a surprising flood of water toward the rest. As they struggled to regain their footing, Kevin grabbed the 2 pirates closest to him and held their faces under the water in the chamber as the torrent flowed from the room. By the time the chamber emptied, both pirates had drowned. Kevin stepped back out of the chamber, where he now had to face a slew of pirates in a very narrow hallway. Because he could easily sense that these pirates were ordinaries who did not have levels, Kevin couldn't use his own level 7 powers against them. But he had plenty of skills in his arsenal and a great deal of motivation to face them down with only his normal strengths. Kevin picked up the steel door and slammed it down on the legs of the pirates who hadn't managed to get off of the ground, ensuring that they'd stay there. The remaining pirates, though now consumed by fear after seeing Kevin's handiwork, shakily brandished their weapons. Kevin quickly grabbed one who was holding a length of chain and spun him around, holding his own chain against his neck. He then let go of one end of the chain and shoved the pirate toward another who was holding out a dagger, impaling him on his comrade's weapon. Using the length of the chain like a whip, Kevin rapidly lashed the chain at the other pirates, knocking their weapons out of their hands. One by one, as they dared to charge at him, Kevin picked them up and threw them into the empty chamber, concussing each of them as their heads slammed against the metal wall. He then picked up the steel door from where some of the pirates' now crippled legs lay trapped beneath it. He situated the door inside the chamber in a way that blocked enough of the entrance so that the pirates wouldn't be able to leave without moving it, while also resting it against the water lever. I wouldn't try moving that door unless you want to flood the entire sub, Kevin advised. The pirates' eyes nervously flicked between the precarious lever and the bodies of the drowned pirates that lay still on the floor as a warning. Now tell me, where is Layla? Kevin demanded.
At the front of the vessel, with the captain,
one nervously responded. Thank you. Was that so hard? Kevin asked. He then abruptly shoved the steel door into the trapped pirates, violently throwing them into the back wall and knocking them unconscious. Kevin rolled his eyes as he turned to walk down the hallway. He had guessed right, that the pirates would be either too frazzled or too uneducated to realize that the chamber would never fill with water without the pressurized seal in place. Watching on the monitor in the control room, the captain's eyes narrowed as he saw Kevin leave a pile of fallen or dead pirates behind him. He locked the control room door and hastily grabbed a scuba suit from an emergency closet. Kevin reached the front of the sub to find the door locked. Using the chain he had taken off one of the pirates, he wrapped it around the handle and yanked it off the door. He pushed open the door just as the captain, now wearing scuba gear, was yanking Layla into an emergency escape chamber. "Layla!" Kevin yelled as he rushed toward her. But he was seconds too late. The captain laughed as he pulled the pin from a grenade and tossed it into the control room before slamming the chamber door shut. Kevin, with the Dolphin's help, reached the sunken submarine where Layla was being held for ransom. Once inside, he was accosted by a team of pirates who slowed him down while the captain donned scuba gear at the front of the sub. Kevin defeated the pirates and raced to the front, but the captain had already managed to grab Layla and bring her into an escape chamber. Before shutting the door, he threw a live grenade at Kevin's feet. With only seconds to react, Kevin dove into a torpedo tube in an artillery chest. He only just managed to tuck himself inside before the grenade detonated, releasing a brutally loud explosion inside the enclosed space. When Kevin emerged from the tube, the control room was quickly flooding. Kevin found the largest hole that had been blasted in the wall and tried to use it as a tunnel to the outside, but the force of the water gushing through was just too strong. "I've got to get out of here before I get electrocuted," Kevin thought. As Kevin tried to strategize a new way out of the sub, he suddenly saw the dolphin appear on the other side of the wall. "I found a friend who's going to help you," she telepathically said with excitement. "I explained the situation and he's happy to help in exchange for all the bloody meat you left inside." Bloody meat? Kevin mused with some concern about who the dolphin's friend might be. Suddenly, a 15-foot-long great white shark appeared beside the dolphin.
Hey, I'm Bill,"
the great white shark communicated. "Hello, Bill," Kevin replied.
"Who knew humans spoke with words?"
Bill said to the dolphin.
"I thought they only communicated through screams."
"Turn around and put your feet through," the dolphin telepathically instructed to Kevin. Kevin pulled over a chair and held onto the arms while using all his core strength to lift his legs through the hole. He felt the great white shark grip his boot between his jaws, and Kevin was soon pulled through the gushing breach in the sub. "Thanks, Bill," Kevin said once he was safely on the other side.
"Lunchtime,"
Bill exclaimed and headbutted his way into the sub, creating an even larger gap. Kevin was not about to get in the way of a hungry shark who was going to lunch on a few dozen dead pirates. "We need to save Layla," Kevin said urgently to the dolphin as he turned his attention back to the matter at hand. He gripped the dolphin's fin, and she propelled toward the surface as fast as she could. When they made it about halfway, Kevin saw the captain and Layla, with a shared oxygen supply, making their way upward. Kevin slipped the underwater breathing pill into the firm grip of his hand as he and the dolphin approached. Once the captain took sight of them, he gripped Layla's arm tighter and willed himself to swim faster. But he couldn't outpace the dolphin. When Kevin reached them, he slipped the pill into Layla's hand and made a show of himself, breathing freely so she'd understand. The captain tried to kick them away, but the dolphin swam headfirst into him, sending her long nose straight into his neck and knocking his breathing apparatus out of his mouth. As the mouthpiece floated behind him, he yanked Layla's away from her to use himself. Layla's eyes widened with panic, but she then squeezed them tight, saying a silent prayer as she slipped Kevin's underwater breathing pill into her mouth. Finally, she opened her eyes with stark relief and took a deep, calm, restorative breath. Now that Layla was safe from drowning, Kevin twisted the pirate's arm until he loosened his grip. Kevin held on to Layla as the dolphin swam past, grabbing hold of her fin so that she could pull both of them to the surface. They finally broke through the waterline and were greeted by a chaotic array of sounds and lights. A fleet of naval ships surrounded them, and over a loudspeaker Kevin heard,
"Put your hands in the air and distance yourself from the hostage."
All around him, gunners fixed their weapons on Kevin.
"Wait! Stop!"
President Al-Busari yelled from where he stood on the bow of the lead ship.
"He's not the pirate. He rescued her."
Admiral Saber relayed the order and the gunners lowered their weapons. A small rescue boat was deployed to retrieve Kevin and Layla from the water. A moment later, the captain of the pirates finally completed his ascent and broke through the surface. President Al-Busari turned to the officer on the loudspeaker.
"That thing you said before, you can go ahead and say it to that guy."
As another boat deployed to apprehend the captain, Kevin and Layla were brought to the ship where the president waited. Layla sprinted into her father's arms and he embraced her as he sobbed.
"You're safe now. You're safe,"
President Al-Busari muttered as he lovingly stroked her hair. He looked up at Kevin with tears in his eyes.
"I owe you the whole world," he said earnestly. "But for now, I hope this will suffice.
From a hidden pocket inside his jacket, he produced the emerald necklace.
I know the deal was to loan it, but it's yours to keep, he said.
Kevin gratefully took the necklace. It doesn't feel right to accept any sort of payment. All that matters is that Layla's okay. But I really appreciate this, he replied. President al-Basri gave Kevin an understanding nod and led Layla inside to gather herself after such a traumatic event.
Let's go back to shore, al-Basri told his captain.
An hour later, Kevin exited the ship at the naval base and took a cab back to the hotel in Cairo. By the time he walked into the lobby, his clothes were still damp and the sky was just beginning to lighten as morning crept closer. Kevin went straight to Darius's room and knocked on the door. Having become used to Kevin's erratic sleeping schedule, Darius was less surprised this time when he opened the door. Taking in Kevin's wet clothes, he said, "I'm not even going to ask." By way of a response, Kevin held up the emerald necklace with a smirk. "How's this for a wake-up call?" Kevin asked. Darius's eyes widened as he ushered Kevin inside. "It's definitely better than that weak excuse for coffee they serve here." In Darius's room, he retrieved the golden staff from where he had hidden it inside a vent. He had already taken the emerald from Masudi's mine to be polished and sized, so it waited, gleaming, inside one of the serpent's head's eye sockets. He took the necklace from Kevin and carefully detached the giant stone in the center. Darius took a deep breath and placed the stone in the empty socket in the staff. It fit! Darius and Kevin exchanged eager glances. At long last, the staff was complete. "Now all we need to do is use this to project moonlight onto Toby's model of the ancient Egyptian city," Darius said, his gleaming eyes reflecting the green shimmer of the emeralds. "Toby should be just about finished with the new model," Kevin said. "We'll put it to use as soon as the moon rises tonight." "So that means I can go back to sleep," Darius said hopefully. "I'm too excited to sleep, but sure, go ahead," Kevin replied. "Some of us actually require it," Darius said. "Now get out." With a laugh, Kevin left Darius's room and decided he could wait for a normal waking hour to talk to Toby. A few hours later, Kevin found him in the lobby. "Hey, how's the model coming?" Kevin asked.
"It's no easy task, but the model is built," Toby replied. "I just need to add the paint job."
"Oh, that won't be necessary," Kevin said quickly. "I just need to shoot some secondary film with it, and we're going to overlay the colors and textures in post-production."
"Okay,"
Toby replied. It didn't make sense to him how adding computer effects after the fact made more sense than just painting it before shooting, but since it meant less work for him, he didn't press the issue.
"It's in the production warehouse whenever you need it."
"Thanks, Toby," Kevin replied with a cheerful clap on his shoulder. That night, Kevin and Darius left the hotel and drove to the local warehouse they had appropriated for their sets, props, and costumes. They situated the model next to a window, outside of which the full moon was high in the sky. "Here goes," Kevin said as he erected the staff in line with the moonlight. The lunar light refracted through the snake eyes in the staff and projected a green beam onto the model. It pinpointed a spot beyond the outskirts of the ancient Egyptian city, which must have been sparsely populated or simply desert at the time. "Seems like a random spot," Darius observed. "What's located there now?" Kevin calculated the coordinates from the model and entered them into the map on his phone. Upon seeing the location, he sighed. "You'll never believe this." "What?" Darius asked. Kevin held up his phone. "We've already been there. When we met the Lost Boys. The treasure is buried under the abandoned theater." After rescuing Layla, Kevin was given the emerald by President al-Basri. With Toby's model of the ancient Egyptian city and with Darius's expertise, Kevin and Darius used the golden staff and the two emeralds now placed in its previously empty sockets to direct moonbeams toward the local of Merenhor's tomb, which turned out to be under the abandoned theater that the Lost Boys used as their headquarters. "Of all the abandoned theaters in all the world," Darius said wryly, "the Lost Boys have hopefully cleared out of there since you offered them positions with your Justice League, the Radiants. But how do we go about getting to the treasure?" "I'll buy the theater," Kevin decided. "I can't imagine there will be many competing offers. Then we'll be able to drill and excavate as needed under the cover of remodeling the structure." "It really is convenient that you have a bottomless pit of money," Darius said. "If I were you, I'd make a swimming pool out of gold coins so I could dive in every morning to remind myself how wonderful life can be when you have unlimited financial power." "Remind me not to give you control of my bank account anytime soon," Kevin said with a laugh. "Let's head back to the hotel. I'll make the purchase as soon as the banks open in the morning." The next day, the Cleopatra crew gathered in the hotel lobby ahead of the day's shoot. Madame Spatzel eagerly approached Kevin. "Did you rescue Layla?" she asked. "Yes. Layla is fine and back with her father, President al-Busari," Kevin replied. "That's very thoughtful of you to ask, Madame Spatzel." "Okay, great," she said dismissively. "Since that's taken care of, did they give you the emerald necklace? I want to wear it in my scenes today before you do whatever you need with it." Bahidi, who had overheard the conversation, walked nearer to join the discussion. "What do you need an emerald necklace for?" she asked. "Oh, it's Lily's favorite stone," Kevin replied with his usual ability to think fast on his feet. "I'm sorry, Madame Spatzel, but I already sent it to her as a gift." "Sending such a valuable piece of jewelry through the mail, you must be very trusting," Bahidi said. "I trust until people give me a reason not to," Kevin replied. "By the way, I wanted to ask you about something. There's an abandoned theater on Qasr el-Sharik Street that I drove by. I'd like to purchase it and renovate it. Do you know the best people for me to talk to about that?" Bahidi wrinkled her nose. "Qasr el-Sharik Street? You don't want to deal with that side of town. Shoddy neighborhood. That theater is overrun by vagrants and will never turn a profit." It struck Kevin as strange that Bahidi knew of the random theater he was referencing. "Say I was convinced that I could make the space profitable," Kevin replied. "Who would I go to about purchasing it?" Bahidi shrugged. "You'd have to find the bank that repossessed it." Luckily, this didn't prove to be too difficult. Kevin Googled the address and found that the real estate listing was controlled by the Bank of the Red Sea. Meanwhile, the cast and crew loaded into their SUVs, and Kevin called the bank on the way to the set. Upon hearing his request to buy the abandoned theater, the bank agent seemed thrilled at the prospect of unloading the property.
"It's absolutely still available," the agent said eagerly. "We could draw up papers today."
"That's great news," Kevin replied. "I'll come by this afternoon to sign." He arrived on set where they were shooting a fight scene between Milo, playing Mark Antony, and Ryder, playing Octavius. Jericho, who had choreographed the scene, pulled Kevin aside.
"Ryder isn't exactly Tom Cruise when it comes to doing his own stunts," he whispered.
"Not many are," Kevin replied. "Let's see how he does once the cameras are rolling." Kevin looked over Jericho's shoulder where Lance was talking to Ryder. As Ryder's and Audrey's designated acting coach, Kevin had allowed Lance to be on set, though sometimes his coaching nosed in on Kevin's role as director.
"Remember that this is your mortal enemy," Lance said to Ryder dramatically. "Don't be afraid to growl and yell, and don't pull your punches with the sword. He wants to kill you. You are the alpha male. As long as Milo keeps swinging at you, you swing back."
Lance's advice was dangerously close to altering the stunt choreography, but Kevin decided to at least see how the first take of the scene went before he intervened. He nodded to Liam, the assistant director, who called out, "Places, everyone!" Milo and Ryder assumed their stances, and Ryder awkwardly shifted his sword between his hands, as if he forgot which one he had used during rehearsal. Finally, he settled in and took a deep breath. "Camera rolling," Kevin called, and action! Milo, who had taken to the choreography like a natural, clanged his sword against Ryder's, deftly rolled past him and jumped up to his feet. Instead of gracefully swiveling, Ryder clumsily shuffled his feet around to face Milo. He held out his sword, but it slipped from his sweaty palm and clattered to the floor. "Cut!" Kevin called. Watching from the craft services table, Madame Spatzel let out a snort that was filled with disgust. "I can't believe I was ever attracted to that guy," she said under her breath. "Let's take it from the top," Kevin said to Milo and Ryder. "Ryder, you're one of the fiercest fighters in Rome," Kevin said, trying to pump him up. "Attack this scene with confidence."
"And self-assurance,"
Lance added. Kevin rolled his eyes at Lance's unnecessary interjection of a synonym while Ryder shakily nodded. "Rolling and action," Kevin called. The scene resumed with Milo once again smoothly executing his moves. This time, when Ryder awkwardly shuffled around, he tripped over his own feet and slipped to the floor. He cried out in pain and gripped at his ankle. "Cut!" Kevin called again. Jericho rushed onto the set to check on Ryder while Kevin sighed. He could give Ryder a recovery pill, but healing his ankle wasn't going to fix his abysmal performance. "Let's wrap that ankle and prop it up," Kevin instructed. "Are we rescheduling the scene?" Milo asked, disappointed. "No, I'm going to step in," Kevin replied. "And take one of Ryder's biggest scenes from him?" Lance asked indignantly. "We don't have enough time left in our shooting schedule to move this scene to another day," Kevin replied. "We'll have to digitally insert Ryder's face and voice with special effects in post-production." Lance grumbled his disapproval, though Ryder looked slightly relieved that he wouldn't have to go through with the scene. Kevin disappeared into the wardrobe and makeup trailer where he was outfitted in Octavius's costume and had motion capture beads applied to his face to help with the digital effects that would be used later. Kevin stepped onto set, and even without rehearsal, he nailed the choreography. He and Milo executed the scene seamlessly in one take. "His bravado in the scene is a little too on the nose," Lance muttered to Ryder. "Not layered like your performance." Ryder declined to answer, knowing that masculine bravado had been exactly what Lance told him to give in the scene, but which even Ryder knew he had failed to do. Kevin called wrap for the day and changed out of Octavius's costume. When he emerged from the trailer, Madame Spatzel was waiting for him. "You needed that emerald for the Marinhor quest, didn't you?" she asked. "Remember our agreement. I want in." Kevin was impressed with how perceptive Madame Spatzel was becoming. Outwardly, Madame Spatzel was a prima donna who demanded attention at all times and had many feelings, including a love of every liquid that came in a bottle. But Kevin was an astute judge of character, and he knew that underneath that facade was a woman of merit and grit. Given that there wasn't any danger to be found in the abandoned theater, her request was more than fair. "You're right, Madame Spatzel," he acknowledged. "I'll let Liam know that you won't be traveling with the rest of the cast back to the hotel. You, Darius, and I are going on a field trip." Madame Spatzel giddily clapped her hands, eager for their mission to get underway. Kevin, Darius, and Madame Spatzel loaded into their car where Darius observed, "I see we have a new accomplice." "Every daring adventure needs a hot chick. I'm not surprised it took a professor of Egyptology like you so long to realize that," Madame Spatzel replied. The three first drove to Kevin's appointment with the Bank of the Red Sea, which proved to be the fastest real estate transaction he had ever been a part of. The agent practically thrust the papers at him. "Congratulations on your exciting purchase," the agent squealed as Kevin signed on the dotted line and handed over a check for $40 million. After a quick stop at a home improvement store to pick up some jackhammers, the trio made their way to the abandoned theater on the seedy side of town. Walking inside, they saw that the Lost Boys had truly left it behind as their headquarters. "Great. Let's get to work," Kevin said. They first did a walkthrough of the theater to determine the best place to begin drilling. There are steps leading below the stage, possibly to a costume change area, or a space for actors to make their entrance from below, Kevin observed. That seems as good of a place as any to start with. Suddenly, they heard the outer doors of the theater open and voices enter the lobby. "Quick! Up in the rafters," Kevin whispered. He, Madame Spatzel, and Darius climbed the rigging to the rafters above the stage, just as a band of raiders entered the main theater. "At least those annoying kids are gone. But why are we meeting here?" one grumbled with annoyance. "I don't know, but this runaround is really making me lose my patience," another said, cracking his knuckles. A female voice joined the conversation. "Are you done complaining? We have work to do." The group parted to reveal their new arrival, and Kevin's jaw dropped as he saw the elegant posture and professional wardrobe of Bahidi El-Sharif. Kevin had been right to suspect that the culture minister was not to be trusted. What had seemed like an easy task, buying and digging under the abandoned theater, was now going to be a quest laced with danger and international intrigue. Having acquired both emeralds they needed for the Golden Staff, Kevin and Darius used Toby's miniature model of ancient Egypt to locate Marinehor's treasure, which was located under the abandoned theater where they had met the Lost Boys. Madame Spatzel reminded Kevin of their deal to include her in the mission. Kevin purchased the theater, and then he, Darius, and Madame Spatzel began searching the space for the best place to begin drilling. But that was interrupted when Bahidi al-Sharif, the Egyptian culture minister, arrived with her own raiders. Thanks to Kevin's steady diet of mental precision pills, Kevin was able to listen in on Bahidi's quiet conversation with the raiders. "Our time frame has become urgent," Bahidi explained. "That troublesome Kevin Williams now has both emeralds he needed to fix the golden staff he stole from Golden Cobras at the shawarma restaurant. He also has a recreation of the ancient city model designed by the art director who has been working on the Cleopatra movie. He has to be close now to knowing the location of the Marinehor's treasure." They have no idea they're standing right on top of it, Kevin realized from his hiding space in the rafters.
"I don't get it," one of the raiders said dimly. "The model in the tomb was already destroyed. He can't use the golden staff on it."
"Like I said," Bahidi said through gritted teeth, "he has his own model. He doesn't need the one in the tomb."
"So let's just destroy his model," the raider replied. "Yeah," the rest of the gang cheered.
Bahidi rubbed her temples in frustration. It was difficult leading a band of simpletons who were more muscle than brains. "There is no doubt in my mind that he already used the golden staff in his model of ancient Egypt to find the location. Our best course of action now is to follow him and let him lead us to the treasure. We can take him out once we have the location."
"And let me guess, that's going to be our job," one of the raiders replied with annoyance. "You knew he had the golden staff in the model. If you had done your part, he wouldn't even have the location. Why should you get a 30% cut if we're doing all the dirty work?"
"Yeah," the rest of the raiders once again chimed in. "Because if it weren't for me, you wouldn't even know about this," Bahidi said condescendingly. "You'd still be scrounging around for clay pots at sites that have already been picked over. Even 10% of this haul would make you more money than you've ever seen in your lives." The raiders fell silent. They couldn't exactly argue with Bahidi when she was so obviously correct. "In addition," Bahidi continued, "without me you wouldn't know that Kevin Williams has purchased this theater, meaning we need to find a new meeting place."
"What would he want with this dump?" one of the raiders asked.
"I don't know. He's a strange man with more money and power than any person should ever have, and yet he feels good about himself when he does something nice for those people whose paths he crosses during his adventures. It makes me sick to my stomach to be so good and decent," Bahidi said dismissively.
"He really is strange if he wants to spend his time doing a theater renovation when he has a massive treasure to find," one of the raiders responded. They're so close to getting the point, Kevin thought. Even though these raiders didn't seem to have 3 brain cells between them, it was only a matter of time before Bahidi pieced it together that Kevin's treasure hunt and his theater renovation were one and the same. He didn't want to take time out from his quest to battle even 3 dim-witted raiders and have to handle Bahidi, a government official, but if it had to be done, Kevin would be ready. "Wait here," Kevin whispered to Darius and Madame Spatzel. He then swung below the rafters and jumped down onto the stage. "Fancy meeting you here, Bahidi," Kevin said casually. Bahidi stammered but quickly tried to compose herself. "I was just showing some members of the local community the theater that you've taken on as your special project. They're very excited for the impact this is sure to have on their neighborhood." "Can you open with the sound of music?" one of the raiders asked hopefully.
The others glared at him and he hung his head in shame. "It's too late, Bahidi. I heard everything," Kevin said. "I have no choice but to turn you in for conspiring with looters to steal government property." "And you're doing what exactly?" Bahidi answered haughtily. That's awfully high-minded coming from someone who's already stolen a priceless golden staff. The raider's eyes were gleaming. It was certainly more enjoyable watching Bahiti target someone else with her unpleasant and smug personality. We can make this mutually beneficial, Bahiti continued. Lead us to the treasure and we can all split it fairly.
That better be coming out of your cut, one of the raiders responded.
As a reminder, without Kevin Williams and I being the brains behind this operation, you'd get nothing, Bahiti replied. So you'll take what you get and show a little gratitude. I'm not in this for the money, Kevin said. Bahiti rolled her eyes. Always the righteous philanthropist. Doesn't being a do-gooder all the time get old? She asked. Not yet, Kevin replied. But Bahiti, I need to appeal to your sense of reason. There's more than gold and jewels hidden within that vault. There's ancient knowledge contained within it. Knowledge that may be essential for saving the world. God, you're always so dramatic, Bahiti replied with annoyance. Just walk away, and no one needs to get arrested. Any other course of action results in mutually assured destruction, Kevin urged. Bahiti pondered this. Looking around at the band of morons she had been working with, she saw an opportunity to work directly with Kevin and maybe still get a larger cut for herself. Okay, Kevin, she said deferentially. You made your point. We'll let you get back to saving the world. To the raider, she said, let's move out.
Hey, one of the raiders yelled. We didn't agree to give up our portion. Isn't this a democracy?
No, it most certainly is not, Bahiti said flatly. Undeterred, one of the raiders pulled a dagger aimed at Kevin.
Tell us where the treasure is. Enough with your knowledge. We want the gold and jewels.
I can't do that, Kevin replied calmly. And I assure you, escalating this with violence isn't going to end well for you. The challenge only aggravated the raiders more, and they charged at Kevin. Within seconds, it was clear that these men were unleveled, and they were clumsy even by the standards of the other raiders Kevin had encountered. Almost lazily, Kevin disarmed 2 raiders at a time and tossed them into the seats. Bahiti had seen Kevin go toe-to-toe with the Golden Cobras and their leader when he had wrestled the golden staff from them, but she had put out of her mind how fierce and powerful Kevin was, which she now realized was a foolish error, especially because he was using his vast array of skills against raiders who had been, until she shafted them, aligned with her. Despite Kevin's easy handling of the raiders, he was still outnumbered, and Darius saw it as his duty to join the battle. He did not realize that even when Kevin was facing down 200 enemies single-handedly, the odds were in Kevin's favor. Stay here, Darius cautioned Madame Spatzel, before using one of the curtains to slide down from the rafters onto the stage. Meanwhile, a group of raiders lunged at Kevin with their daggers, while he simply crouched down and grabbed each of their feet, flipping them onto the floor with a loud slam on their backs. Madame Spatzel impatiently watched from high up in the theater. She eyed the rows of stage lights attached to the rafters beneath her feet. Wanting to get in on the action, as well as wanting the opportunity to start attaining levels, she detached one of the lights from the rigging and dropped it below, squarely onto the head of one of the raiders, knocking him out. Oh, this is fun, Madame Spatzel thought to herself. And she technically wasn't disobeying Kevin and Darius's orders to stay in the rafters. She dropped another light and scored another bullseye on the head of a raider. Her antics finally grabbed the attention of one of the remaining raiders, and his eyes narrowed. Unbeknownst to Madame Spatzel, as she gleefully unscrewed another light, the raider began to climb the rigging up to the rafters. Down below, the burliest raider had his sights set on Kevin.
Think you're a big tough guy, don't you?
The raider taunted. I don't need to think anything about myself, Kevin replied. I let my actions speak for themselves. The raider engaged with Kevin, and without the use of his levels, Kevin didn't have quite as easy of a time with this raider who easily had 100 pounds on him. His sheer size made reaching his pressure points more difficult, but with a mixture of Krav Maga and the Tatib fighting style that Kevin had picked up since in Egypt, he slowly began to wear the raider down. Up in the rafters, Madame Spatzel finally noticed the raider lurking behind her as she lunged toward her.
You think you're so clever, don't you?
He said with a sneer. Madame Spatzel frantically looked around, searching for a way out of this predicament as the raider grasped at her throat. On the theater floor, Kevin was still engaged with the largest raider, who refused to give up the fight. But suddenly a scream pierced the room, and Kevin looked up in time to see Madame Spatzel being tossed off of the rafter to her certain death. Kevin explained to Bahiti that the treasure vault hidden under the abandoned theater would contain knowledge that could save the world from destruction. Bahiti stopped her own search for the treasure, but her raiders were angry she was giving up their share of the bounty. A fight broke out, and from her hiding place in the rafters, Madame Spatzel joined in by dropping stage lights on the raiders below. One of the raiders trapped her on the rafters, and Kevin looked up just in time to see Madame Spatzel being tossed toward imminent death. Kevin quickly elbowed the large raider he was fighting in the neck, leaving him gasping for breath. Though he was yards away, Kevin dove onto the stage in time to snatch Madame Spatzel out of the air just before she hit the floor. After they tumbled to a stop, Madame Spatzel looked up at him and said, "I've never been more attracted to you than I am right now." "Good to know. But you know my heart only belongs to one woman," Kevin said as he helped her to her feet. Madame Spatzel sighed. "That makes you even more alluring. Lily is the world's luckiest woman." Kevin heard a rustling from above his head. He looked up to see the raider who had seconds before tried to throw Madame Spatzel to her death, now peering down at them from the rafter with a worried look on his face. The raider frantically looked around for an escape, but much like the raider had just done to Madame Spatzel, Kevin speedily climbed the rigging and closed in on him. This time, the raider was the prey. He futilely put his hands up and begged, "No, please, I don't want to die." "You should have thought of that before trying to take another life," Kevin said coldly before he roughly picked him up and forcefully threw him down to the stage floor. Unlike for Madame Spatzel, there was no one there to catch him. Having witnessed enough of Kevin's destruction, the raiders who still had working legs fled from the theater. Bahiti pursed her lips and looked up at Kevin, who was still standing on the rafters. "I'll see you on set, Kevin Williams," she said calmly before exiting the theater. "Well, that was fun," Darius said, dusting himself off. "Should we go about finding this world-saving treasure then?" Kevin, Darius, and Madame Spatzel each grabbed a jackhammer and started going to work on the space under the stage that Kevin had found. If any of them were hoping for it to be an easy task, they were sure to be disappointed. Hours passed with nothing discovered besides more bedrock. Madame Spatzel and Darius took their machinery to shatter and break through different parts of the theater, but they came up empty at every turn. After a few hours, Darius and Madame Spatzel returned to where Kevin was still drilling below the stage. "Maybe we should turn in for the night," Darius suggested. "The theater will still be here tomorrow." "Just a little longer," Kevin insisted. "It doesn't make sense that there are this many layers of concrete under the stage." Mere seconds after he had said it, Kevin's jackhammer slowed and started emitting the violent noise of metal on metal. Kevin shut it off and realized his tool had begun hitting a slab of copper. "There's something here," Kevin said excitedly. Kevin used the jackhammer to remove the surrounding concrete, finally revealing a hatch in the floor, made entirely of copper. "This is a door," Kevin exclaimed. "This has to be it." Darius and Madame Spatzel excitedly sped over to the hole while Kevin removed hydrochloric acid from his satchel. He dissolved the bolts holding the hatch in place and removed the copper lid, revealing a dark stairwell descending below. "Anyone want to turn back?" Kevin asked. "Not a chance," Madame Spatzel replied. Holding a flashlight out in front of him, Kevin led the way down the dark, damp stairs. Finally, up ahead, he saw sparkling lights reflecting the beam of his flashlight. He reached the bottom of the stairs, which opened into a chamber full of treasures. "Well, this definitely lives up to the hype," Kevin said. Darius and Madame Spatzel followed him into the chamber, and their jaws dropped. In front of them were piles of jewels, gold plates, and goblets, and countless cultural artifacts. Darius rushed to the walls, where his eyes gleamed with admiration as he examined the gold-plated artwork and hieroglyphics. Madame Spatzel, meanwhile, was drawn to a golden lamp on a pedestal. "It's a lamp for a genie," Madame Spatzel said reverently as she approached the piece. "It probably would be a good idea not to touch anything until we fully search the place," Kevin advised. "You want me to just leave a genie in there?" Madame Spatzel asked indignantly. "This could be our only chance of getting Robin Williams back." Ignoring Kevin's suggestion, Madame Spatzel rubbed the lamp, but instead of a genie emerging, the lamp suddenly glowed with heat as a fiery engraving appeared on its side. "Are these instructions for making my wishes come true?" Madame Spatzel wondered. Before Kevin or Darius could investigate, a statue in a dark corner, previously unnoticed by the three, lit up with the same engraving. Kevin studied the chiseled face carved in limestone. "This must be Marinhor," Kevin said with wonder. As he examined the rest of the statue, he saw a hole in the chest perfectly shaped like the lamp. "Madame Spatzel, put that lamp here," Kevin instructed. "Okay, but just so we're all clear, when the genie comes out, I get all the wishes," Madame Spatzel replied. She placed the lamp in the cavity in the statue's chest, and the engravings began to melt and swirl. Finally, the eyes of the statue alighted, and a powerful voice filled the room.
Long have I slumbered, waiting for the worthy to awaken me,
Marinhor said. Kevin couldn't help but sneak an excited glance at Madame Spatzel and Darius, who looked back at him with confusion.
They can't hear me,
Marinhor told Kevin.
Only the leveled few can hear my message.
You know levels? Kevin asked, surprised.
I am among the very first to attain them, Marinhor replied. Those who came after us have long wondered how we Egyptians accomplished all that we did. They said regular humans couldn't have possibly created such a civilization and couldn't have built the pyramids. And they were right. Kevin listened, utterly spellbound. For all of his aspiring for mastery, he hadn't considered the origins of his powers. The highest order of us learned to communicate with animals and to master teleportation, Marinhor continued. The great masters of levels built the pyramids with telekinesis and learned to store our consciousness after our earthly deaths into an object. I housed my consciousness in a lamp. I was the guardian of too much wisdom to allow it to be buried with my body. So I left a puzzle behind so that someday I could pass my wisdom on to one who was worthy. So you've been waiting for thousands of years? Kevin asked in shock. I've spent that time exploring the potential of my mind and my soul, Marinhor explained. I've learned things that mortals couldn't even fathom. I've created elaborate worlds in my mind, guided them through evolution like a god. So I guess pharaohs considering themselves gods wasn't an exaggeration, Kevin replied. Some tended to exaggerate, Marinhor acknowledged, especially while still inhabiting their mortal bodies. But for those of us who continued our devotion to leveling, the line between mortal and divine has truly become blurred. What level have you reached? Kevin asked. 99, Marinhor replied. Kevin's jaw practically fell on the floor. When I learned that level 10 was considered mastery, I assumed that was the end. Knowing what I've achieved only as a level 7, you're right. The mortal mind truly can't fathom it. How many levels are there? Levels are infinite, Marinhor replied. The levels are merely thresholds, waiting for the next pioneer to discover and create what comes next. You have not yet even explored the extent of your current level. Level 7 is when I first learned telekinesis. I'm capable of moving objects with my mind? Kevin asked with shock and excitement. The first step toward capability is self-belief in the capability, Marinhor instructed. Even now, you speak with me while your colleagues cannot. Have you ever communicated with the dead before? No, Kevin realized. But you believed you could communicate with me, and so you can, Marinhor replied. And so you now have achieved that level.
Kevin certainly didn't realize this journey would result in new powers. Being able to communicate with those who had died opened up a whole new world of possibilities for him.
Now, that goblet there, Marinhor continued. Don't try to move it. Simply believe you can.
Kevin set his sights on the gold chalice that Marinhor indicated. Channeling his focus, he suddenly felt a different relationship to the goblet than he had ever considered with an inanimate object. It wants to work with me. It wants my guidance, Kevin thought, and he truly believed it.
Now, move it,
Marinhor instructed. Kevin focused, feeling his energy transfer to the goblet. Suddenly, it tipped. Not a large movement, but just enough to prove that Kevin was capable.
Whoa!
Darius and Madame Spatzel said in unison, having not been privy to the rest of the conversation. Something to work on, Kevin said to Marinhor.
And there's so much more, Marinhor continued. Teleportation at level 15, flying at level 20.
So the ancient Egyptians achieved true superpowers, Kevin said with awe. How did you do it? Where did this practice even begin?
We were the first of this world to engage with levels, Marinhor explained. But we had guides.
Kevin leaned in, wondering if one of the great global conspiracies was about to be confirmed.
The levels were taught to us, Marinhor continued, by the great ones who came to us from the sky, from another world.
So it's true, Kevin thought. Aliens. Marinhor explained to Kevin that the ancient Egyptians were the first to attain levels, and he had reached level 99. He gave Kevin his earliest introduction to telekinesis and explained that due to their conversation, Kevin had achieved the power to communicate with the dead. To Kevin's shock, Marinhor also revealed that the true originators of levels were, it seems, aliens. Darius isn't going to believe me when I tell him this, Kevin thought. He could barely believe it himself. He now contained the knowledge that his levels actually connected him to otherworldly beings. Kevin realized that Marinhor, having achieved 99 levels and thus was a master many times over, must have been to the upper realm. Knowing that the upper realm was in tumult and that he had been asked with restoring it, Kevin knew it was a priority for him to question Marinhor further. Have you been to the upper realm as I and other masters have been? Kevin asked Marinhor.
Of course. It is the place where one can distill his skills and find the meaning behind talents,
Marinhor replied wisely. Kevin almost feared telling his undead source of wisdom about the chaos there, but he was compelled to do so. The upper realm and its gatekeeper Elohi are in turmoil. An evil source entered the terrain in the hope of destroying it forever and ending its ability to give greater power to those who have levels. I have been tasked with restoring it to its former self. Marinhor mused and spoke slowly.
This is, indeed, a terrible situation. The search for the new gatekeeper has gone on for thousands of years and was always peaceful, and a process that evolved in a natural progression. I, too, was once tasked with helping to find the new gatekeeper from the 7 young candidates who were ordained to go to the upper realm to be tested. Only one would rise to the occasion, but now I fear.
Marinhor's voice fell away as his worries became too great for him. Kevin had to prod the long-dead pharaoh for more information, but Kevin still had much to learn, and he needed to connect the bits of information he'd been learning from Marinhor, from the Night King, and from his vision quest in Hawaii, when he sought to learn about Elohi's own rise from being a child frolicking in the seas to being the exalted gatekeeper of the upper realm. Then he had learned tidbits about how Elohi had passed a test given to her, and that the gatekeeper's destiny could be ordained by an obsidian mirror. But so little had yet been cemented in Kevin's mind, and yet he knew that the fate of so many rested on his ability to find clarity in his mission. How did you know how to conduct your search? Why were you handed the responsibility of finding the new gatekeeper? He asked quickly, but with such a desperate need for knowledge that it brought Marinhor back from the worries that had made him silent.
There is always one who is beyond even those of us who have levels. There is also always one who is chosen. That was me thousands of years ago, and now it is you. You have seen chaos unlike any I saw in the upper realm, but each chosen one always knows that it is possible that the upper realm could fall. Take the words of your mentor, take the information I have given you, and combine them with the trust that is in your heart. There are 7 out there who must be found before the one, the new gatekeeper, can rise, and it must happen immediately. I fear for the world and its people if the current gatekeeper dies before the new one is found. The upper realm will die too, and so too will all. Again, Marinhor's voice and energy seemed to fade as he thought about the consequences of the chaos that was in the upper realm currently. Kevin could tell that Marinhor's energies were not inexhaustible, and he still had more to learn from him. As much as Kevin wanted to know more about the great ones who had taught the Egyptians levels, and though he also knew he could ask more questions about his own assignment to find the new gatekeeper, Kevin had earthly issues to resolve. You have given me much to think about, and I know my responsibilities are great, Kevin said to Marinhor. In truth, there is a specific reason we wanted to talk to you. We found a series of hieroglyphics that no one in modern times has seen before. We didn't know how to translate them, and we have come here for information and guidance. Where were these hieroglyphics?
Marinhor asked. Kevin described the symbols he had seen during the Eminence film in London. The chain link, the lizard, and the inverted all-seeing eye had all flashed across the screen and seemingly affected the audience members without their knowledge.
I do know these hieroglyphics, Marinhor replied. While developing my levels, I learned how to construct entirely new languages. I was able to make hieroglyphics that didn't need to be read or interpreted, but when flashed at the subject at the right speed, would give them an instinctual understanding. The meaning behind the symbols could surpass cognitive analysis and sink into the subconscious. We use zoetropes to achieve this.
This was a lot for Kevin to process, as he remembered his search for the Lumiere films and their introduction of a new type of film projector, a zoetrope which Kevin now realized was a reintroduction. The Egyptians were even innovators of what would have become modern cameras and projectors. The dots began to connect in Kevin's brilliant mind.
However, these specific symbols you've described, Marinhor continued, I did not devise myself. Other leveled beings became aware of this possibility but had more evil intentions than the ease of interpersonal understanding. Some of my contemporaries sought the power of mind control.
This was definitely alarming to Kevin. He had suspicions that Eminence had used the symbols as a sort of subconscious message, and Marinhor's words all but confirmed it now for Kevin. Marinhor continued his explanation.
My vizier, second in command, wanted to overthrow me. He saw these hieroglyphics as a mean to turn my people against me, and he almost succeeded. He raised an army of citizens whom I didn't want to defeat in battle. They were my people, but they were not acting on their own accord. I was only able to disband them because I had a greater understanding of the subconscious language. I disabled the mind control and killed my vizier. He managed to transfer the consciousness into a lamp, but it would hopefully never be found.
I'm afraid that it already has, Kevin mused. The hieroglyphics I described were inserted into a film. I don't know how the studio would have learned of them if not from the vizier who created them.
Then that is of grave concern, Marinhor warned. As I said, those symbols are capable of raising an army.
Thinking back to the audience's favorable response to the objectively terrible film, Kevin said, It seems that the film studio is only using mind control to garner favorable reception to their movies, but it's definitely something I need to look into. You say there is a way to reverse the effects of mind control. That gives me hope.
Yes, but it is not easy, Marinhor said. You must go beyond simply mastering understanding of subliminal language. Removing what has become someone's intuitive understanding is much more difficult than implanting the idea in the first place.
Kevin's mind raced. If Eminence succeeded in implementing mind control, Kevin wouldn't be able to stop them by force. He'd have to increase his own abilities, a process that, in Kevin's experience, had an unpredictable time frame. I have to stop the mind control before it ever happens, he thought.
There's something else before you go. The woman there, Marinhor said, indicating Madame Spatzel. She is nearly ready for her first level. The moment will come when she protects her friends with use of her voice.
She will be glad to know that, Kevin replied.
But she can't know this as an instruction, Marinhor said. Her levels, like for us all, must come from her intuitive action. She can't go looking for it. She must become one with her skills and talents instinctively.
Understood, Kevin replied. What should we do with your chamber after we leave?
Keep it secret, Marinhor instructed. But you may return as often as you like.
Thank you for your guidance, Marinhor, Kevin said reverently. I will put your wisdom to good use.
I know you will, Marinhor answered. Oh, and one more thing. Have a look at that chest in the corner. You should find an emerald ring inside.
Kevin's eyes scanned the tomb until he found the chest that Marinhor was speaking of. Inside, there was a golden ring with a great big emerald at the center. Wow, Kevin said. Is this a gift?
Marinhor chuckled. More than that, he said. It's a special ring I enchanted before I transported my consciousness into the lamp. Should the time ever come that we need to speak again, simply hold the ring up to the lamp and you will be transported inside with me.
Kevin was astonished. Really? How's that even possible? He asked.
There is still so much for you to learn, young master. For now, take the lamp and return it to me as you please. I sense that you will need my advice again in the dark times to come.
Dark times to come? Kevin asked. That doesn't sound good. Before Marinhor could answer, the red glow faded from the statue's eyes and Kevin picked up the lamp and carefully slipped it into his satchel. Not even an introduction? Madame Spatzel asked with annoyance. He's pretty introverted, Kevin replied, but I learned a lot. Darius, you're not going to like what I've learned about the ancient aliens theories that you hate. I'll fill you in later, but for now I have a phone call to make. Wait, what about ancient aliens? Darius demanded as he followed Kevin to the stairway. They climbed the stairs out of the chamber, replaced the copper hatch, and covered the hole with a rug. Now armed with more information about the symbols that were used in the Eminence film, Kevin called Judy Chen as soon as they got in the car. I want the final cut, Kevin said as soon as Judy answered, not giving her a chance to make one of her snide greetings. It's great to hear your voice too, Kevin, Judy said with her usual sarcasm. But I'm going to deny your request. It's not a request, Kevin said forcefully. I saw the symbols that were inserted into another Eminence film at the London premiere, and you and I both know what they are. It's not happening in our film. Even if Eminence was, in fact, only using mind control to sway audience response to their films, Kevin valued free will above all else. He didn't want anyone forced into liking the film on his behalf. I don't know what you're talking about, Judy replied dismissively. Any symbols in any of our films were purely an artistic choice on behalf of the director. And I assume you want us to give our directors artistic freedom. On her end of the line, she smirked, feeling she now had Kevin in checkmate. Yes, which brings us back to the final cut, Kevin replied, deflating Judy's confidence. The final creative decisions about this film will be made by the people who made it, not the studio. This really isn't up to you, Judy lectured. It's in the contract that Eminence gets the final cut. Those were the terms of Ashton's contract, Kevin countered. He's off the film, and so is that deal point. Unlike Ashton, I'm not someone you planted here to do your bidding. I'm editing the film myself, and that's the end of the conversation. Emphasizing the point, Kevin hung up before Judy could reply. On the other end of the line in her office, Judy scowled at her phone. She placed it on her desk and pulled out a second cell phone. After dialing, she said, "He knows about the symbols and is refusing to turn over the film to our editors. What's our next course of action?" As the person on the other end gave their answer, a small smile crossed her lips. Back at the hotel in Cairo, cinematographer Levi Stradling was settling in for a night off of television binging. "Thank God they have Vanderpump Rules here," he thought, relaxing into his bed. There was a knock on the door.
"Room service."
"My cheese fries. That was fast," Levi said happily as he walked to the door. But as soon as he opened the door, a thief forced his way inside and held him at knife point.
"Give me the film canisters," the thief growled.
"I don't have them," Levi cried.
"They're right behind you on the table, old man," the thief replied. "Now hand them over. I'm not going to ask again."
With shaking hands, Levi had no choice but to follow instructions. With the film canisters in hand, the thief crossed the room and let himself out through the sliding doors onto the balcony. He slipped over the railing and jumped. Having just returned from the theater, Kevin, Darius, and Madame Spatzel were approaching the hotel entrance when the thief dropped down to the ground in front of them. The thief locked eyes with Kevin and took off running in the other direction. "Kevin!" Levi yelled to him from the balcony. "You have to stop that thief! He just took all of the films we've shot here in Egypt. He stole the film!" Kevin's newfound ability to speak to the dead enabled him to learn much from ancient pharaoh Merenhor, who told him of the beginnings of levels, and who also explained to him as the current chosen one among all of those who had levels, he must find 7 young candidates to be tested to take on the role of the new gatekeeper of the upper realm before Lohi dies. Kevin also learned of the mind-controlling hieroglyphics that he realizes are being used in Eminence films. After leaving Merenhor's tomb, Kevin crosses paths with a thief who had just taken roles of the Cleopatra film. With a few seconds head start on Kevin, the thief jumped onto a waiting moped and sped off. Having been directed to the thief who took the film canisters by Levi's yells from his hotel balcony, Kevin jumped back into the car. He normally would have just chased down the thief on foot, but after his lengthy conversation with Merenhor, which utilized his brand new level of communicating with the dead, he was too depleted to use his level 7 speed. The thief looked behind him and was relieved to see the sidewalk clear of pursuers. Thinking he had successfully made his getaway, he slowed the moped. But Kevin quickly screeched alongside him in the car. "Hey!" Kevin yelled out the window. The thief revved up the moped and swerved down an alley. With the passageway too narrow for the car, Kevin jumped out and stopped a college student riding by on his bike. $10,000 for the bike, Kevin urgently yelled. The rider took his time looking Kevin over. "This is a really good bike. $10,000 isn't much of a deal for me." "Fine, $100,000, Kevin replied. The rider eyed the sleek Mercedes Kevin had just jumped out of. "I'll trade you for the car," the rider said smugly. The rider wasn't about to risk being handed a check by some stranger on the street. "Deal," Kevin said, and he tossed him the keys while waiting impatiently for the rider to dismount. The rider sat behind the wheel of the $200,000 car, truly feeling like he had pulled one over on Kevin as Kevin sped down the alley. The thief glanced behind him and saw Kevin closing in on him. Even without the full use of his levels, Kevin could pedal faster than the thief could drive the moped. Finally, Kevin got close enough to leap onto the moped. He yanked the handles to the side, causing the moped to skid and the thief to tumble to the ground. Kevin pinned the thief and demanded, "Who put you up to this?" Given Atticus Davel's relentless desire to destroy the Cleopatra project and Kevin's recent argument with Judy Chen, the head of Eminence Studios, over getting the final cut, it really could have been either of them. "I swear I don't know. I was just given an address to send the package to," the thief proclaimed. Kevin's ability to see into the heart of those around him led him to see that the thief was honest about his lack of information. With how quickly the thief folded under the pressure, he clearly didn't have the disposition for a high-level role in an operation like this. "Give me the address," Kevin demanded, and as Kevin now expected, the thief willingly handed over his phone. A text message from an unknown contact showed an address in Italy. Kevin quickly Googled it. It was a vineyard in the Italian countryside. The overhead view was blocked by Google satellite imagery. Whoever Atticus was staying with definitely wielded power.
"They're expecting overnight shipping," the thief said, with nerves creeping into his voice. "If the package doesn't arrive, they're going to come after me."
And what a pity that would be, Kevin said sarcastically. I'll make you a deal. I'm going to pay you double whatever you were going to make from this job, and you're going to call and say that you want out. The thief, clearly in over his head, dialed the number that sent the text message. Put it on speaker, Kevin instructed. The thief did what he was told. When the call connected, the voice on the other end said, "You were told to never call this number." There was no mistaking the voice. It was Atticus Stavel. Kevin's blood began to boil. Hasn't this guy had enough already? He wondered. He prompted the thief to respond.
"I wanted to tell you that the deal is off," the thief said, trying to keep his voice from shaking with fear.
There was a long pause on the other end.
"He got to you, didn't he?" I don't know what you are talking about," the thief bluffed. "I couldn't get into the room you gave me, but now the hotel is suspicious and they have me flagged. I want out."
It was a reasonable enough lie. Kevin was almost impressed, but Atticus wasn't so moved. "You should know I'm not one to be lied to, and clearly I can't trust a word you say. So I'm going to speak directly to you, Kevin Williams. Yes, I know you're listening." The thief's eyes widened while Kevin waited for more. He and Atticus had butted heads enough that it was only ever going to be a matter of time before Atticus got a handle on how Kevin operated. But if Atticus wanted to rattle Kevin, he wasn't going to succeed. "You could have just let the canisters go without anyone getting hurt, Kevin," Atticus said condescendingly. "But once again, you forced my hand. You have no one but yourself to blame for what comes next." The call dropped and the thief began to panic. "He's not going to come after you," Kevin said, rolling his eyes. "He just wants you to spend the next year looking over your shoulder." Kevin pulled the wad of cash out of his pocket and handed it over. "Maybe this will be a good lesson for you on whom you should be getting into business with in the future." The thief, too shaken to speak, took the money and ran down the alley. Kevin picked up the bag of stolen film canisters and began to walk back toward the hotel. With all of the information Kevin had just gotten from Marinhor in his tomb, he needed to handle more pressing matters, such as seeking the new gatekeeper and restoring the balance of the upper realm. And yet, he was immediately thrown into a chase to retrieve his stolen Cleopatra film. Pressures were squeezing Kevin from all sides, and he knew he was going to have to turn to one person for help, his friend Brett Stewart of the Myriads. But first, Kevin had to relate what he'd learned from his encounter with the thief. Kevin called President al-Busari. When the president answered, he said, "I'm on the other line with the president of South Africa, but I can always spare a few minutes for the man who saved my daughter's life." "I appreciate that, Mr. President," Kevin said, "and I think you'll be glad you took the call." Pulling up his Google search, Kevin said, "I have an address for where Atticus and Masudi are hiding. They're on a vineyard in Italy. I'll send you the location."
"That's excellent news," al-Busari responded. "I'll call the Italian Justice Department and request extradition. You should be warned, though, that process could take weeks or even months. The Italians aren't exactly known for moving with haste."
"Understood," Kevin replied. "I appreciate whatever help you can manage." After he hung up with the president, Kevin prioritized his missions. There was only one scene left to film on the Cleopatra project, and though it was a $500 million project that he was producing and now directing as well, it would have to take a secondary role behind his quest to find the new gatekeeper of the upper realm. Kevin's team worked hard, but it was a weekend and they would not be filming for 2 days. Kevin could begin his search for the gatekeeper if he, in his great ability to delegate and seek help when needed, had some of his most loyal allies working on the task as well. Kevin grabbed his phone and dialed Brett Stewart of the Myriads. Brett, of course, answered Kevin's call on the first ring.
"Kevin, I knew we would speak soon,"
Brett said before Kevin could even begin to tell him about their grail. "We cannot waste any time, Brett, so forgive me if I sound short," Kevin replied.
"I always trust you to use my time wisely, Kevin. What is it that you need?" Brett answered.
"There's too much to explain right now, but I've learned more about my assignment to find the new gatekeeper for the upper realm. If it fails, the Foundation will be prey for the Pinnacle's return and all of us may fall under the Pinnacle's sway. I cannot allow that to happen to Lily or my unborn twins, Kevin reeled. There are 7 candidates to be the new gatekeeper. I must find them and get them to the upper realm for a test. Only one will be chosen. While their talents and skills may not be obvious to those around them now, you and I and others who are of high levels and who understand the role of the upper realm would surely recognize them. I want you to do my legwork and find them, and I will then go to explain their role in helping to save the Foundation, Kevin continued. Brett nodded his head on the other side of the phone. What might have sounded like insanity coming from anyone else's mouth made perfect sense when it was spoken by Kevin Williams. And Brett knew that he was being asked to help in a quest that was more important than any other he had ever helped Kevin to carry out. Kevin's words spilled out precisely. He did not want to waste any time. I will ask the headmaster of my school in Washington, D.C., Katja Rafferty, to help with this quest. She is attuned to working with young people and her role can help us when we find possible gatekeepers. Please begin your search immediately. I can leave Egypt at a moment's notice to meet you in Katja. We must find our 7 candidates as soon as possible. Brett barely took the time to tell Kevin he understood before he hung up the phone and began his research. There were 7 children in the world who had to be found. He knew that Kevin's highly evolved levels and his keen sense of a person's core values would make it easy for him to identify the candidates. Brett only hoped that he would not disappoint his friend and leader by not pinpointing the correct children. Then Brett realized that part of Kevin's greatness was in knowing who was capable of his assignments. Brett began his research in earnest. Back in Cairo, Kevin had the same thought. He knew Brett was the perfect person to find his 7 candidates, and until he heard from the Myriad leader and made contact with the first child, he would have to juggle his duties on the Cleopatra project. Now he considered whether he should just go to Italy himself to confront Atticus Stavel, but in comparison to everything else that Kevin was juggling, Atticus seemed like a minor complication. He was nothing more than a rival producer who had no levels and whose schemes were strictly about revenge and power. It wasn't as if the fate of the world rested on defeating him. Atticus Stavel would have to wait, Kevin thought. 1,500 miles away, Atticus simmered in rage as he paced around the grand villa of a Tuscan vineyard. Having been thwarted by Kevin yet again, he screamed and threw his phone across the room. He walked outside to where Masudi was relaxing with a book on a lounge chair overlooking the rolling vineyard. "We're not getting the canisters," Atticus said with a growl. "We need to escalate our tactics." Masudi sighed and took off his sunglasses. "Atticus, hasn't this gone on long enough?" he asked. "I agreed to work with you on this because your father and I go way back, and I'm sick of Americans mocking our history with their stupid movies. Now I'm a fugitive. I can possibly never go back to Egypt, and I'm tired. I just want to relax with my book and stop chasing around some annoying American film producer. I suggest that you do the same. This request for revenge is rotting your soul." "Did you learn that in your temple, Buddha?" Atticus said mockingly. "I'm Muslim," Masudi replied with annoyance. "Have you really learned nothing during your time in Egypt?" "Whatever," Atticus yelled. "We're so close to doing Kevin Williams in for good, I can feel it. Put down the Merlot and let's go have a chat with our host. We're moving on to Plan B." While overseeing the difficult Cleopatra filming, which had experienced yet another bit of sabotage by Kevin's enemy Atticus Stavel, Kevin realized his real priority was one even greater than completing a $500 million movie project. He had used his newfound leveled ability to speak with long-dead pharaoh Marinhor, who told him of the hieroglyphics that could be used for mind control. But more important, he had offered more information about Kevin's assignment to find the new gatekeeper of the Upper Realm. Combined with advice from the Night King and information from his vision quest at the birthplace of Elohi, the current gatekeeper, Kevin called in help from Brett Stewart of the Myriads to hurry the search for Elohi's successor. It didn't take Brett long to contact Kevin with information about the first potential candidate for the next keeper of the White Tower of the Upper Realm. Though Kevin was exhausted from pushing his levels to new heights while in Marinhor's tomb, where he learned he could talk to the dead, and then chasing down the thief hired by Atticus Davel to steal the Cleopatra film reels, Kevin rallied and was relieved to know that he had not erred in picking Brett Stewart to be his partner and seeking out the gatekeeper candidates. "Check out the video I just sent you," Brett told Kevin. Kevin, getting a rare few moments of rest in his Cairo hotel room, clicked on the attachment that came through as a text message. It opened a link to a video showing a street brawl in the middle of a low-income section of a city somewhere in Sri Lanka. An entire mob of thugs was attacking a single person at the center of the sprawling battle. To Kevin's amazement, the defender was actually winning despite being terrifically outnumbered. As Kevin watched, thugs went flying, sometimes singly, sometimes by twos or threes. They crashed into buildings, food carts, and each other. The last thugs were finished off with one flying roundhouse kick from the defender. The thugs went flying, knocking each other over like dominoes. The only person left standing on the street was the defender, which Kevin could now see was a teenage girl. This was exactly the kind of thing Kevin had been looking for. He had gotten the information from the resurrected pharaoh Marinhor about how to search for the next keeper of the White Tower of the Upper Realm. Certainly, it seemed like this young girl would have leveled powers despite her youth. "Great work," Kevin told Brett. "Catch the next flight to Sri Lanka and I will meet you there." As soon as he hung up with Brett, he made another phone call. The voice that picked up on the other end was cool and professional. "You've reached the Williams School. This is the headmistress, Katja Rafferty, speaking." "Katja, this is Kevin," Kevin said. "Kevin who?" Katja said in her best no-nonsense voice. "Kevin Williams. My name is on the building that you're sitting in," Kevin explained, thinking it should be obvious. "Seriously, it's not like you're the only Kevin in the world, you know," Katja teased. Katja still liked to show a prickly side to Kevin, who had started out as her enemy long ago in the epic clash, when her father tried to force her to undermine Kevin so that it was Katja who won the contest and gained entrance to the Upper Realm. But during the competition, Katja had come to see that it was Kevin who earned and deserved his place there. She was now a firm and loyal ally of his. "Not that I'm not glad to hear from you, of course. How can I help?" Katja continued. Teasing could only last for a few seconds with someone as busy and important as Kevin. On the other end of the line, Kevin was also renewing his bond with Katja after having not spoken for some time. Katja always had a brisk, no-nonsense attitude when dealing with everybody from generals to billionaires to small children. But she also had a deep well of warmth and kindness under her gruff exterior. This is why Kevin had appointed her the headmistress of his school, the Williams School. He knew that she would be able to keep the kids in line while still making them feel loved and accepted. "I've got a new mission that I'm working on," Kevin explained to Katja, "and it involves children. I immediately thought of you as someone who would be perfect for the job." "If you just need a nursemaid, there are better options than me," Katja huffed. "But I don't just need a nursemaid," Kevin continued. "This is a dangerous mission involving levels in the Upper Realm. You're also one of the most advanced experts I know. The combination of your fighting skills and your experience with children is what makes you so perfect for this role." "Now you're talking," Katja exclaimed. "I admit I've been getting a little bit bored playing school teacher. Challenge sounds like just the thing." Katja also competed in the epic clash against Kevin. She was a level 7 warrior with highly advanced fighting skills. Although she ultimately lost to Kevin, he won her over to his side as an ally. "Where should I meet you?" Katja asked. Kevin gave her the flight information and promised to fill her in on all of the details once she arrived before hanging up the phone. Kevin, Brett, and Katja met at the Sri Lankan airport and went directly to the low-income neighborhood where the video Brett had found was shot. The neighborhood was extremely crowded and full of rickety buildings that a strong wind could have toppled, but what Kevin could sense all around him was the energy of industry and entrepreneurship. People smiled and waved at their neighbors, and the unpaved streets were cleaner than some of the ones Kevin had seen in Chicago. "So once we find all these kids," Brett began, "Kevin then has to take them to the Upper Realm so they can compete and find out which will be the next keeper of the White Tower. But how are you going to get them there? I thought everybody's journey to the Upper Realm was different." "Let's just stay focused on finding the girl first and convincing her to come with us," Kevin replied. We can worry about the rest of it when we have that problem in front of us.
We also have to convince her parents that we're not actually kidnapping their daughter, Katya added.
I've been thinking about that, Kevin nodded. We won't even have to stretch the truth. Much. We will tell her parents that we are on a talent scouting mission. Which we kind of are, Brett added.
And that Katya here is the headmistress of a school for gifted children in the United States, Kevin continued.
Which I am, Katya interjected. So we'll tell the parents that we want to give their children a full scholarship to the school for a special program that includes advanced studies abroad, Kevin finished. Brett laughed. Just as long as they don't ask how far abroad.
Or how advanced, Katya added. And of course we can still bring the children who turn out not to be the next keeper of the White Tower back to the school for their education.
Absolutely, Kevin agreed. They reached the small plaza where the video had been shot of the girl beating up a mob of thugs. Kevin walked directly to the nearest tea cellar. The man had a large tea urn strapped to his back with a long spout for pouring, and he had a collection of disposable clay mugs on his belt. "Excuse me," Kevin began. "Did you happen to witness a fight that took place here several days ago between a large group of thugs and a young girl?"
"I am here to sell tea," the tea seller scoffed. "I am not here to answer questions unless you're buying tea."
"Talking is thirsty work," Kevin agreed. "My friends and I will have a round of tea, please." The tea seller poured each of them a cup of tea in a disposable clay mug. As soon as Kevin paid, the tea seller told them,
"Yes, I saw that fight."
"Do you know who the girl is?"
Katya asked. The tea seller only glared at her and waved the spout of his backpack urn. Kevin ordered another round of tea.
"Yes, I know her,"
the tea seller replied less than helpfully. "Do you know where we can find her?" Brett crossed his arms, losing patience with the seller's entrepreneurial spirit. Kevin had already passed over money for the third round of tea.
"Yes, I know where to find her."
Brett and Katya both opened their mouths to ask the next question, but Kevin waved at them to stop. "Please don't. We have to be smarter with our questions, or we will all be running for the public toilets before we learn anything of use." He looked at the tea seller. "How much to answer all of our questions?"
"All of my tea,"
the man replied simply. Kevin handed him enough money to pay for a penthouse apartment in the best area of the city for a year.
"I'll answer any question you ask,"
the tea seller replied happily. "Just as long as we don't have to drink the tea to get the answers," Kevin replied. The tea seller knew the girl and her family well. They lived in one of the buildings directly on the plaza.
"Her name is Pamela Campari. Her parents are Danka and Shuri. They live on the top floor of that building right there."
The tea seller pointed out the building. Kevin thanked the tea seller for his help, but he was already running off to share the good news of his recent windfall with his family. Kevin and the others trekked to the top of the building. They rapped on the first door they saw. It was immediately opened by a disagreeable-looking older woman. She scowled at Kevin in a way that reminded him entirely too much of his mother-in-law, Dorothy.
"I'm not buying any," she exclaimed. "And how dare you come to my door dressed in those rags?"
She glared at Kevin's simple dockers and keds. Before Kevin could explain that he wasn't selling anything, she slammed the door in his face. They tried knocking on the door. It was only because the three of them had excellent hearing, aided by their levels, that they heard the weak whisper of, "Come in," through the door. Kevin pushed into the studio apartment. There was a man lying on a sleeping mat on the floor. "Excuse me, sir, we are looking for the home of Mr. and Mrs. Campari and their daughter Pamela." The man coughed a few times, and Kevin could see that his health was very poor. In his private thoughts, Kevin made a reminder for himself to see if there was anything he could do for the man before they left the neighborhood. "I am Shuri Campari," the man wheezed. "Pamela is my daughter." "We are from a school from gifted children in the United States," Katya explained. "We'd like to talk to you and your daughter about a possible scholarship opportunity." Instead of smiling, the man burst into tears. "I'm afraid this good luck has come to my daughter too late." "Why?" Kevin asked, alarmed. "Because my brilliant, talented daughter Pamela has disappeared." Kevin recruited Katya Rafferty, the headmistress of the Williams Academy, and Brett Stewart of the Myriads to accompany him on his mission to locate the first potential candidate to be the new gatekeeper of the Upper Realm. a teenage girl named Pamela Campari, who lived in a low-income neighborhood of a village in Sri Lanka. However, when they finally located Pamela's ailing father, Shrihi, they were alarmed to learn that the girl had disappeared. Kevin helped Shrihi sit upright on his sleeping mat while Brett made tea, and Katya went out for food and supplies to help the sick man. "What do you mean your daughter Pamela has disappeared?" Kevin asked.
She said she was going to look into becoming a teacher at a local martial arts school. My Pamela has always been an extremely talented fighter, far beyond what should be possible for a child of her age, Shrihi explained.
"Yes, that is what brought us here," Kevin replied. "We saw a video of her fighting off an entire mob of thugs. She made it look easy."
After that video came out, she received an invitation from one of the best martial arts schools in the area to come to discuss a possible job, Shrihi continued. As you can see, our family is very poor. My wife took a job working in an offshore refinery, but after I became ill, even that wasn't enough to support us. We wanted Pamela to stay in school, but she insisted on going when this job offer came in.
"And you're sure the job at the martial arts school is for a teacher?" Brett asked as he brought tea over.
"What else could it be for?"
Shrihi wondered. Kevin and Brett traded looks. There was any number of unscrupulous people who would want to try and take advantage of a child like Pamela, particularly since she was such a powerful fighter. Kevin decided not to worry Shrihi with his concerns while the man was so weak and sick. Kevin directed the conversation back to Shrihi's earlier comment. "But at first you said your daughter had disappeared. Now you're telling us she's just at a job interview?"
"She left 3 days ago," Shrihi explained. "I haven't heard a word from her since, and I am too weak to leave the apartment to go look for her."
"We'll be happy to go look for your daughter for you, sir," Kevin told the worried father. "I'm about to be a father myself, and if for some reason I couldn't go looking for my own missing child, I would hope that someone would be able to do it in my place."
"Thank you," exclaimed Shrihi. "I can't tell you how worried I've been. The invitation is there on the table."
Shrihi pointed it out, and Brett brought the invitation to Kevin. It was a large card used to promote the martial arts school. Scrawled across the back was a handwritten note in an unsteady hand inviting Pamela to come there at a certain time and on a certain day to learn more about a prospective job. There were deep scratches in the card around the edges.
"What could have caused those scratches?"
Brett wondered aloud. Kevin got a sinking feeling. "I think I know who is trying to recruit our first candidate for the next Guardian of the White Tower of the Upper Realm," he told Brett. "It's Vincent Reeves." Indeed, Kevin was correct. Just then, Vincent was running Pamela through her 3rd day of tests. He had an armored vehicle driven directly into the martial arts school training room. The room itself was the size of an aircraft hangar. Inside the vehicle were several trained mercenaries armed with paintball guns. If Pamela could disable the vehicle and take out all of the men inside without taking a single hit from the paintball guns, Vincent had promised her a job that would make her richer beyond her wildest dreams and enable her to take care of her parents for the rest of their lives. Pamela had accomplished the task in record time, dodging bullets as if they were moving in slow motion, slipping under the armored vehicle to take out the fuel lines, and then using the vehicle's spare tire to break a window and disarm the men inside. When she had finished, Vincent clapped enthusiastically. Or rather, he knocked his 2 prosthetic hooks together. Unfortunately, they only made an unsatisfying clink 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 noise. Once again, Vincent cursed Kevin Williams for cutting off not one but both of his hands. Pamela planted her hands on her hips and surveyed the damage that she had just done. The armored vehicle would need a ton of repairs before it was of any use again. The mercenaries were scattered about the room in various states of consciousness. Although Pamela was anxious to get this job and be able to take care of her parents, she had still been careful not to do any permanent damage to any of the mercenaries.
"Is that enough now?" Pamela demanded of Vincent. "Have I proven that I am worthy of whatever this job you're offering is?"
"Well," Vincent scratched his chin carefully with one of his hooks, "I have been wondering how you would do if faced with an aerial assault.
But I've already been here for 3 days, Pamela protested. I need to go home and check on my father. He's been sick, and I shouldn't have left him alone this long.
I already sent word to him about where you are and how long you would be. Vincent lied to the girl. I'll be happy to send a trained nurse to make sure he's okay.
My family can't afford in-home nursing, Pamela protested.
We can consider it in advance on your first paycheck, Vincent assured her.
Pamela's face lit up. Does that mean that I got the job?
You sure did, Vincent replied. I was really just kidding about that whole aerial assault thing.
He turned to his assistant, who was actually a secluded valley assassin, and muttered so that only the assassin could hear.
Cancel the helicopter attack for now, okay?
The assassin nodded and went to make the call. Vincent could tell that Pamela was getting antsy. He didn't want to risk pushing the girl too far and having her decide to go home. In truth, he wasn't sure if he could stop her if she decided to leave. The girl was simply too powerful.
So when do I find out more about this job?
Pamela wanted to know.
Right now.
Vincent waved her over to a table where a contract that was 3 inches thick sat on the table.
Everything you need to know about the job is laid out in this contract. Just sign here on the dotted line.
Shouldn't I read this contract first? Pamela asked. Or maybe I should have my dad look at it.
Vincent pasted on a smile that was supposed to be warm, but actually it showed too many teeth.
Of course. You should take all the time you need.
Pamela reached for the contract, but Vincent slammed one of his hooks down on top of it, stopping her. The hook shredded the edge of the page. Vincent had found out that hooks were very useful for a lot of activities, but they were generally a detriment to anything involving paperwork. But they also played a heck of a game with his penmanship.
Of course, Vincent continued. I won't be able to send that nurse to your father until the contract is actually signed. And the longer that you take to sign it, the longer your father's recovery will be delayed. I hope he is not too ill, or the delay could cause him permanent damage or even, death.
Pamela's heart sank at the thought of her beloved father languishing in their tiny apartment for even a moment longer than necessary.
I guess you're right. It would be better to get my dad some care first and then work out the details of the job.
Pamela picked up the pen.
Stop right there, a voice ordered. Vincent and Pamela turned to see 3 people stride into the martial arts school.
Vincent recognized the man in the lead immediately.
Kevin Williams, Vincent snarled. You're too late.
No, I'm not, Kevin retorted. Pamela, I know you don't know me, but don't sign anything with this man before you have a chance to hear what we have to say. He is not your only option to help your parents.
Don't listen to this liar, Vincent ordered Pamela. He'll try to tell you he's a freedom-loving eco-warrior billionaire who wants to help you and save the world, but don't be fooled. I mean, just look at how he's dressed.
Pamela considered Kevin's modest Dockers and Keds.
Pretty lame for a billionaire, she agreed.
Kevin shook his head and looked at his companions. Everybody is a fashion critic. Brett and Katja just shrugged. They didn't disagree with Pamela, but it wasn't the time for them to add their opinions into the mix. When Kevin looked back, Vincent and Pamela had disappeared.
Where did they go? Kevin demanded.
Vincent's assistant stepped from a concealed door in the wall.
I wouldn't worry about that right now if I were you, he told Kevin. If I were you, I'd be worried about us.
The assistant snapped his fingers. Doors slammed open all over the school, and hundreds of secluded valley assassins flooded the large training room. Kevin, Katja, and Brett tended to the ailing Shrihi, who related that his daughter Pamela went for a scholarship interview at a martial arts school 3 days ago. Kevin realized this was a trick, and indeed, Vincent Reeves got to Pamela first and was about to trick her into signing a contract with him. Kevin intervened only to have Vincent flee with Pamela and unleash hundreds of secluded valley assassins on Kevin and his friends. Kevin, Katja, and Brett drew together, back to back, as the secluded valley assassins piled into the hangar-sized training room of the best martial arts school in Pamela's Sri Lankan hometown. There were hundreds of them, all leveled fighters trained to be the deadliest assassins in the world. But Brett was a level 5 fighter in his own right. Katja had progressed all the way to level 7 and was almost as powerful as Kevin himself. It was she who had been his greatest challenge when the two battled in the epic clash. Kevin won, and Katja eventually realized he deserved the victory, and had pushed her levels to an even higher stage than when they had begun when she embarked on that contest. Of course, Kevin was still the most skilled and highly leveled fighter of them all. However, they were overwhelmingly outnumbered. Hundreds of glints of light flickered through the room as the secluded valley assassins pulled knives and threw stars from their belts in one smooth choreographed motion. "Blades!" Kevin yelled to warn his companions as the assassins all flung their weapons at Kevin at once. Kevin drew his night dagger and Katja plucked the first two knives from the air to use them to deflect the rest of the blades. Kevin and Katja spun in circles at great speed, too quickly for the human eye to follow. Some of the deflected knives and throwing stars clattered harmlessly to the floor or stuck in the walls or ceiling. Others were returned to their owners, sharpened point first and at great velocity. Many of the secluded valley assassins went down without a sound. Meanwhile, Brent bent low and dove into a nearby training sphere. The round metal cage was meant to be used both as a training apparatus and as a piece of exercise equipment akin to a hamster ball. Brett intended to use it for those exact dual purposes, as a shield and an offensive weapon. Blades pinged off of the metal cage as Brett secured himself inside and got the heavy sphere rolling, knowing that as a moving target it would be next to impossible for anyone to throw a blade through the narrow bars. The lead assassin made a silent hand gesture to his subordinates. The hundreds of remaining fighters drew wickedly sharp swords from their belts. Kevin could feel Katja gathering her leveled powers beside him. He put a hand on her arm. "No point in us both exhausting our powers. I'll go first and you can be our backup." Katja didn't like it, but she recognized that Kevin had progressed beyond where her own powers were. They needed to get after Pamela as soon as possible, and Kevin was more likely to end the battle quickly than she was. "I'll guard your back," Katja agreed. She scooped up a sparring stick from a nearby rack and ran to meet the first wave of assassins that were approaching Kevin's rear. She disarmed the first two, but their swords sliced through her sparring stick, leaving her with nothing but kindling. Katja scooped up their swords and fought two-handed against the next wave of armed assassins. Kevin turned on the rest of the attackers. They were spread out over a large area, too smart to make themselves an easy target by bunching up. Kevin would have to be very precise about his use of his levels to end this battle quickly. The Night King had told him long ago that he had to reserve his skills for the most dangerous moments. There was, at present, a finite amount of powers at Kevin's fingertips, and to exhaust them needlessly could render him in the end powerless. But Kevin knew that this was not a time to use his skills and his levels sparingly. Kevin gathered his powers, channeling the energy up through his core, down through his arms, into his fingertips. Kevin flung his hands out at the closest group of assassins. 5 tiny bolts of blue light flew from his fingertips, each one finding its target in an assassin's mouth or eyes. The assassins went down screaming, eyes bleeding or throats filling up with blood. Again and again, Kevin flung out his power in tiny bolts, each one taking out another highly trained assassin. They went down in waves, curled up and writhing on the ground, clutching their faces and screaming in pain. Katja yelled over the noise of the battle, "Go after Pamela! Don't let Vincent get away!" Kevin glanced around. The number of secluded valley assassins had been greatly reduced thanks to his and Katja's combined powers. Brett was still rolling the metal cage around the huge training facility, taking out assassins in 2s and 3s like a bowling ball taking down pins. His friends had the situation well in hand, and Pamela needed to be their priority. Without another word, Kevin ducked through the hidden door that Vincent and Pamela had exited through earlier. Kevin found himself standing on the street. He realized he was back in the low-income neighborhood not far from where Pamela and her father lived. The battle had only taken moments, and he could see Vincent and Pamela a few blocks ahead. Vincent had Pamela by the arm and was pulling her along as quickly as possible. "Ow!" Pamela squealed. "Dude, watch it with the hook. You don't have to do that. I want to come with you." "Vincent!" Kevin yelled down the street as he raced after them. "I'm not done with you." Vincent turned around to stare at Kevin.
Don't come any closer, Vincent commanded. He opened the door of a nearby green stretch Hummer and shoved Pamela inside, ignoring her protests. He slammed the door, cutting off her words in mid-sentence. First, you stooped to endangering innocent pets. Kevin sneered, referring to their last meeting at a dog park in Chicago. Now you've stooped to kidnapping children. Is there nothing you won't resort to in order to try and bring down the Foundation, Vincent? Nothing, Vincent yelled. You'll find out how far I'm willing to go if you come one step closer.
He pointed to a rickety-looking building. Like many in this low-income neighborhood, it wouldn't take much to send it toppling into rubble. What are you going to do? Kevin demanded. You can't bring down entire buildings on a whim anymore, Vincent. You don't have your levels. You haven't had them since I took them away from you during our battle for control of the Water Guardian in Lake Erie. Vincent laughed, and it sent a chill down Kevin's spine.
You're wrong about that, Kevin Williams. You couldn't be more wrong. You and your Night Dagger took my hand then, but you did not take my powers from me. Forever.
Kevin knew what Vincent sounded like when he was bluffing. He had heard Vincent do it enough times before. This was definitely not a bluff. But how could that be possible? Kevin reached out with his senses toward Vincent. Just as Vincent had promised, Kevin could sense that he had somehow reacquired all 7 of his previous levels. Kevin's eyes went wide with amazement. How did you do that? How did you get your levels back again?
Hard work, dedication, and perseverance, Vincent told Kevin.
Kevin rolled his eyes. Now I know you're lying about that. This must be some kind of trick.
No trick. The doorway of the damned can do things you aren't even able to dream of in your boring do-gooder dreams, Vincent crowed.
Vincent had used the doorway of the damned to enter the lower realm, where Kevin had encountered him before.
You still don't believe me? Then perhaps a little demonstration is in order,
Vincent sneered. Actually, it was as far as Kevin got before Vincent flung his arms wide at the building and sent a powerful wave of leveled energy crashing into its foundation. Immediately, the building began to topple, heading right for Kevin. Kevin turned his attention away from Vincent. He could hear screams of terror from the people inside the building. Kevin gathered all of his energy and sent it out in a powerful pulse at the building, desperately trying to restabilize it. However, Kevin's leveled powers were strained from his use of them just moments ago on the Secluded Valley assassins. Furthermore, Vincent's blast had done too much damage to the crumbling building. It was disintegrating as Kevin watched. Suddenly, Katja and Brett were beside him. Katja and Brett lent Kevin their strength by joining their powers with his. The building settled back on its foundation with only a few pieces tumbling from its roof and walls. The residents poured out of the front door and into safety. Drained from his levels, Kevin collapsed to the ground once the final resident had exited the building.
What happened to Pamela and Vincent? Brett asked.
Kevin shook his head. Vincent took Pamela, and they got away. Kevin, Brett, and Katja traveled to Sri Lanka to meet a talented young fighter named Pamela, in hopes that she might be worthy of becoming the next gatekeeper of the upper realm. But once they arrived, Kevin and his team discovered that Vincent Reeves had already sunken his metal claws deep into the fighting prodigy. Before Kevin would turn the young fighter back to the side of good, Vincent unleashed a squadron of Secluded Valley assassins. Kevin, Brett, and Katja were able to fight off the leveled assassins, but Vincent took Pamela and escaped during the skirmish. The dust settled in the aftermath of the fierce battle with the Secluded Valley assassins. Kevin, Brett, and Katja caught their breath, surveying the scene of mayhem left behind. Amid the chaos, Kevin couldn't shake a troubling observation. Vincent Reeves had seemingly regained his level 7 abilities. He had his levels back, Kevin noted. Vincent Reeves, all of them. Are you sure? Brett probed. How is that possible? Katja inquired. Kevin could sense the subtle energy emanating from Vincent before the melee, a familiar aura that bespoke the regained abilities. I'm not sure, Kevin responded, but it's a question that needs to be answered, eventually. The realization gnawed at Kevin's curiosity. Vincent, having previously lost his leveled abilities, had somehow managed to reclaim them. Intrigued, Kevin considered the possibilities. Had Vincent struck a nefarious deal with some unknown evil force? Had Vincent stumbled upon a yet unseen source of power that rejuvenated his skills? Vincent had said almost outright that going through the doorway of the dam to the lower realm had rendered him a level 7 again. But could that be true? The mystery loomed, casting an even darker shadow over the quest to find the next gatekeeper of the upper realm.
We shouldn't stay here, Brett noted. The authorities will be here soon.
We have to find Pamela, Kevin counted. If I could just talk to her. She left with Vincent Reeves, Koch offered. Didn't put up much of a fight either.
Didn't put up any fight, Brett pushed back. She chose him. She chose Vincent Reeves. Maybe she's not the potential gatekeeper we thought she could be.
She's young, Kevin replied, and we don't know enough about her or her situation. But I think it's time we find out. Brett and Katja nodded in agreement. The trio retraced their steps back to the modest dwelling of Pamela's father, Shrihi. A dingy apartment complex in the middle of town, a somber living space for Pamela and Shrihi, and now it seemed even more unhappy in the aftermath of the recent battle. As Kevin approached, he could see the weariness etched on Shrihi's face, lines of hardship that told a long tale of suffering. Shrihi welcomed Kevin, a glimmer of hope flickering in his tired eyes.
"You've returned," Shrihi exclaimed, his voice weak but his spirit strong. "Were you able to find my Pamela?"
"Shrihi," Kevin replied gently, doing his best to deliver the bad news with kindness. "We found Pamela, but she didn't want to come with us. She's working for a man named Vincent Reeves, an evil man we've dealt with in the past. I'm sorry, but we couldn't bring her home." Shrihi's spirit suddenly matched his weakened frame, his shoulders sank.
"I see,"
the tired old man replied.
"That's all right. It was my fault for hoping for something different. My fault for hoping at all."
Kevin turned to Brett and Katja. This poor man. "Will you tell us about her?" Katja asked with compassion.
"Of course," Shrihi replied. "I don't have much to offer you, but come in and I'll brew you all some coffee."
Later, as the quartet sipped tasty Sri Lankan coffee, Shrihi bared the harsh realities of his family's existence.
"It's been hard," Shrihi explained. "Pamela dropped out of school at a young age, a sacrifice she made to take care of me when my health started to fail."
Shrihi painted a poignant picture of their struggles. The weight of financial woes pressed down on them as their last rupees dwindled.
"Pamela was always an extraordinarily talented girl," her father continued.
Seated in the dimly lit room, Kevin delicately broached the subject of Pamela's past. He sought to unravel the enigma of her life, aiming to understand the origins of her extraordinary abilities. "Did you train her?" Kevin pressed, curious. "From the videos we watch, she seems to be quite the fighter."
"Me?" Shrihi replied. "Heavens, no. I've never fought a day in my life. Pamela was just always naturally gifted. So much skill and so quick to pick up on new techniques. It was amazing to watch her grow so fast. I honestly don't know where she gets it from."
Kevin took note of the reply. It seemed that Pamela was, in fact, the prodigy. A good sign. Her father continued.
"But that was a problem. As my health got worse and our money dried up, my poor Pamela became a target for those who saw her fighting talents and knew her family's dire situation. Vultures. All of them, all wanting a piece of my poor daughter's talents, but not to help her, for their own evil purposes."
Shrihi practically spat out the words that left such a bitter taste in his mouth. His beloved daughter was nothing but a pawn to others who wanted to use her for her prodigious skills. Shrihi's health had reached a precarious state, and the burden on Pamela's young shoulders had become overwhelming. The desperate circumstances left them vulnerable, and the shadows of morally bankrupt opportunists lurked. Listening to Shrihi's plight, Kevin felt a renewed sense of determination. The quest to find the next gatekeeper had transcended mere recruitment. It had become a mission to uplift those burdened by unfair hardship. With a steely resolve, Kevin pledged not only to safeguard Pamela from those who sought to exploit her, but also to provide a lifeline for Shrihi in his time of need. "Shrihi," Kevin offered, "I promise you will find your daughter and make sure she isn't preyed upon by evil forces ever again."
"No, that's all right," Shrihi countered. "You don't owe me anything, and I don't owe you anything."
The skepticism in Shrihi's eyes betrayed a history of disappointments and betrayals, a narrative etched in the weariness of the sick man's face. Kevin sensed the reluctance and understood the trust needed to be earned, not merely requested. Undeterred, Kevin shifted his approach. "I can only imagine a small portion of what you're going through," Kevin offered. "I've been broke before and I know the extra weight that puts on your shoulders, especially when you have a family to take care of." Aware that Shrihi had weathered countless attempts to exploit Pamela for financial gain, Kevin chose to reveal a personal aspect of his own life. With sincerity, he shared the news of impending fatherhood, inviting Shrihi into a realm of shared human experience. "The truth is, I'm going to be a father too," Kevin explained. Shrihi's defensive eyes lit up for a moment. "How wonderful! Boy or girl?" Kevin smiled. "Both." "Twins!" Shrihi exclaimed. "That's good luck." Kevin shook his head in agreement. "I hope you're right. And as one soon-to-be father to another father, let me help you. Let us help you. I know it's hard to trust anyone, but we only have your daughter's best interest at heart." The shadow of suspicion lingered in Shrihi's eyes. The scars of past betrayals ran deep, making it difficult for him to embrace fully the goodwill offered by Kevin. Realizing that action spoke louder than words, Kevin silently resolved to demonstrate his commitment to helping Shrihi and Pamela. "I know you've been preyed upon in the past," Kevin continued, "but let me show you that we're only here to help. What if I wrote you a check for $1 million? "No," Shrihi pushed back. "That's an amazing offer, but money isn't everything, and Pamela and I have bigger problems." "Then what?" Kevin replied. "What can I do to help? Name it. Anything." Shrihi's eyes swelled with worry. "My wife," he explained. "Pamela's mother. When I got too sick to provide, Pamela's mother made the sacrifice to leave for a distant work facility. It was only supposed to be for a few months, till I got back on my feet, but that was almost 2 years ago now. She still sends money back, but we've had no other contact or information about her well-being. No news of when she'll return or even where she is. I fear that she'll never return, that they won't let her. I need my wife back. Pamela needs her mother. Please, if you mean what you say, don't worry about me. Save her." Kevin understood the gravity of the situation. He empathized with Shrihi's plight. With a resolute expression, Kevin responded, "I will do everything in my power to bring your wife back and ease the financial challenges you face. You have my word, Shrihi." Shrihi's eyes softened for a fleeting moment, a glimmer of hope sparked by Kevin's promise. The burdens that had weighed on him seemed momentarily lifted as the prospect of a better future hovered on the horizon. "I want to believe you, Kevin Williams," Shrihi affirmed, his words carrying the hopes of a father desperate to see his family reunited. Kevin put a reaffirming hand on the sick man's shoulder. "I'll bring your wife back, and then I'll save your daughter. You're a good man and father, and your family deserves to be happy." Shrihi smiled meekly. He wanted to believe Kevin. He wanted to see his family again. In that moment, Kevin realized his journey was only just beginning. He had to find the next gatekeeper of the upper realm, but first they had to make things right for a small, poor family in need. After battling with the secluded Valley assassins, Kevin watched as Vincent Reeves escaped with the young fighting prodigy Pamela. Desperate to get more information about the young fighter, Kevin, Brett, and Katja visited Pamela's ailing father, Shrihi. Shrihi explained his family's hardships and revealed that his wife had been taken to a work facility, never to be seen again. Kevin promised to bring Shrihi's wife back. In the modest surroundings of Shrihi's home, Kevin, Brett, and Katja did their best to gather any information that could lead to the return of Pamela's mother. "So you don't know where she is?" Katja asked. "No, when she signed up they took her on a boat," Shrihi replied. "But we haven't been able to talk to her since, not by phone or letter." "You said your wife still sends you and Pamela money," Kevin inquired. "Yes," Shrihi replied. "A small sum every 3 months or so." Kevin and Brett shared a look. This was their way in. "How does your wife send the money?" Brett probed, recognizing that the smallest bit of information could unlock the greatest mystery. Shrihi, thoughtful, responded, "Money orders. It's the lifeline that keeps us going. Here, I have one here." Kevin's focus sharpened as Shrihi produced the latest money order, a tangible link to the whereabouts of Pamela's mother. The slip of paper became a map tracing the steps of a woman determined to support her family from a terribly great distance. Examining the money order, Kevin sought clues that could guide him to Pamela's mother. The details on the document, seemingly mundane, held the potential to reveal a path leading to the factory where Shrihi's wife was surely being held captive as a veritable slave. With a steely resolve, Kevin declared, "First National Bank." "What about it?" Katja replied. "This money order didn't list the location that it came from," Kevin explained, "but it was processed through First National Bank. They'll have to know where the facility is where Pamela's mother is being held. Where did she send this money order from?" "So what will you do?" Shrihi asked. "We'll follow this trail and see where it leads," Kevin offered. "We'll find your wife and bring her home." With the money order in hand, Kevin was off and running. This was the clue they needed. Without hesitation, Kevin dialed the number for the First National Bank of Sri Lanka, his patience tested by the monotonous hum of the dial tone. After what felt like an eternity, a brusque voice answered on the other end.
"First National Bank, how may I help you?"
The bank representative's tone carried an air of detachment, as if she were accustomed to handling countless routine matters a day. Kevin responded with urgency. "Hello? I'm calling regarding a money order issued from your bank last month for 8,300 rupees. I need information about the account holder." The bank representative chuckled, dismissing Kevin's request.
"Sir, I'm afraid we don't provide personal information on our accounts, especially for such negligible sums. If you have any concerns, I suggest you contact the account holder directly."
Determined to press forward, Kevin explained, "I understand your reluctance, but this is an important matter regarding a missing person. Can you please check with your manager and see if you can provide any assistance?" A condescending reply followed.
"Sir, we deal with thousands and thousands of transactions daily. We can't waste time on every inquiry we receive about a money order for such a minuscule amount. If you have no other business with the bank, I'll have to end this call."
Undeterred, Kevin pleaded, "This isn't a waste of time. Lives are at stake here. Please, is there someone else I can speak to? Someone who might be able to help? This is Kevin Williams. I have $9 billion in holdings with your bank." The bank representative seemed distracted.
I'm sorry. I have to put in my lunch order before it's too late. Have a good day."
With that, the line went dead. "They hung up on me," Kevin offered, dumbfounded. Frustration crept over Kevin as he realized the indifference he faced. "So what do we do now?" Brett asked. "They don't want to talk to us on the phone," Kevin replied, "so I guess we'll have to go pay them a visit." Undeterred by the dismissive laughter echoing in his memory from the previous phone call, Kevin, Brett, and Katja headed to the First National Bank of Sri Lanka, determined to overcome the bureaucratic obstacles that stood between Kevin and crucial information about Pamela's family. As Kevin entered the bank, he approached the customer service desk, where a clerk with an air of privilege glanced up from behind the counter. "Can I help you?" The clerk's annoyed tone suggested an expectation that Kevin's business would be a waste of time. Kevin spoke with a polite but firm demeanor. "Yes, I need to speak with the bank manager regarding a matter of great importance. It's about a money order issued from this bank." The clerk eyed Kevin's simple attire, his dockers and keds, and then shook his head disagreeably. "I'm sorry, sir, but you'll have to schedule an appointment. Bank managers are usually quite busy with real customers," the clerk replied, barely concealing his disdain. Kevin attempted to convey the urgency of the situation. "I am a real customer, and this is a matter that requires immediate attention. I believe this money order could help us solve a dire mystery." The clerk, unmoved by Kevin's plea, responded curtly. "Sir, we have protocols. Please schedule an appointment, or if you're just looking to beg for money, please go outside. There's nothing more I can do." "Beg for money?" Kevin replied. "I have an account with this bank. If you just look up my name, you'd see." The clerk frowned. "Here, take a rupee. Good day." The clerk handed Kevin a rupee and turned away. Feeling the weight of bureaucratic indifference once again, Kevin left the bank determined to find an alternate solution. "How rude," Brett suggested. "If you want them to take you seriously, Kevin," Katja offered, "you need to start dressing the part." "I like my keds. They suit me," Kevin replied. I know you do, Katja countered playfully, but let me see if I can do better. Recognizing the need to adapt to the local customs and expectations, Katja, with an amused glint in her eyes, led Kevin to a bustling street market. Stalls adorned with colorful fabrics and intricate garments stretched along the crowded lanes. Let's get you something a bit more flashy, Katja said with a mischievous smile as she browsed through the vibrant array of clothing. Kevin shrugged. I hate flashy. After a brief exploration of the market, Katja guided Kevin to a vendor specializing in elegant attire. The vendor, an elderly man with a keen eye for style, greeted them warmly.
Ah, sir, allow me to offer you something truly exquisite,
the vendor suggested, eyeing Kevin's simple Dockers and Keds shoes. Katja, the seasoned negotiator, engaged in a spirited haggle with the vendor, ensuring they secured not just any outfit, but one that would lend Kevin an air of sophistication befitting his quest. Soon, Kevin found himself in a fitting room, shedding his nondescript attire for a garment that mirrored the rich culture of Sri Lanka, while also presenting the air of a modern businessman. He emerged in a finely tailored black velvet suit adorned with glittering metallic threads and flourishes. The fabric hugged his form with an air of refinement. Katja couldn't help but admire her handiwork. Well, Kevin, you look positively dashing. Let's get back to the bank and see how helpful they are now. Dressed in his newfound elegance, Kevin confidently approached the bank clerk. I'm here about this money order. I want to know where it came from. Yes, sir, right away, sir. The clerk, now highly attentive, was eager to help, unlike Kevin's last encounter with him. And let my coworkers get you a latte and a fresh newspaper. Kevin shot Katja a look as the bank workers scrambled to make him comfortable. Nice work, Kevin's eyes said. A few minutes later, the clerk returned with the information. The money order you inquired about originates from a remote island off the northern coast. Kevin leaned forward, pressing for more details. Can you give me the name of the island? The bank clerk hesitated, choosing his words carefully. It's not a place that likes nosy inquiries, but these are the coordinates they deliver their physical money orders from. The clerk wrote down some numbers and handed them to Kevin. Kevin thanked the bank worker and headed for the exit. The mention of a remote island shrouded in secrecy piqued his curiosity. Pamela's mother has to be working on this island, Kevin explained. So what are we waiting for? Brent offered with a winning smile. Kevin, Brett, and Katja headed off and quickly hired a private helicopter. Kevin would have preferred to fly coach, but the secluded nature of the island made a private helicopter their only option. Kevin decided he would pilot the craft himself. I'll fly us to the island, Kevin noted. Strap in and let's go. The helicopter, carrying Kevin, Brett, and Katja, soared through the sky. A mysterious facility on a remote island, Brett repeated. Sounds ominous. What do you think we're flying into? I'm not sure, Kevin replied, but let's be ready for anything. There it is, Katja called out, pointing to a barren-looking island in the distance. I'm going to land us on the shore, Kevin noted. We need to make sure they know we're friendly, in case. The flight was abruptly interrupted by a thunderous explosion. A missile launched from the island had found its mark, sending the helicopter into a chaotic descent. The trio inside braced for impact as the helicopter spiraled toward the unknown depths below. Kevin tried to regain control, but it was too late. The helicopter was going to crash. Looking to learn more about a young fighting prodigy named Pamela, Kevin and his team, including Brett Stewart and Katja Rafferty, visited the young girl's father in the slums of Sri Lanka. Srihi, the girl's ailing father, described his family's many hardships, including the fact that his wife had been taken to a work facility never to be seen again. Kevin followed a bank paper trail and located the island, which he flew to with his team by helicopter. But as they approached, they were hit by a missile, which plummeted them toward an almost certain death. As the helicopter nosedived toward the ground, Kevin called out to Brett and Katja. The controls are dead. Brace! Brace for impact. We're going down. Brett and Katja strapped themselves in as the helicopter spiraled out of control. The wreckage of the helicopter lay scattered along the rocky shore of the remote island. Amid the twisted metal and billowing smoke emerged Kevin, Katja, and Brett, alive and defiant. Is everyone okay? Kevin quickly checked.
I've been better, Brett joked, but still here, for now.
Kevin swiftly rummaged through a satchel, extracting potent healing concoctions. Katja and Brett, still recovering from the aftermath of the helicopter crash, willingly accepted the herbal remedies that promised swift recovery. The miraculous effects of Kevin's medicines began to take hold, mending wounds and invigorating the weary fighters.
Better, Katja offered. That feels better.
As the trio regained their strength, Kevin surveyed the surroundings, his eyes narrowing at a looming compound in the distance. The concrete structure exuded an air of dread, and Kevin's instincts told him that the answers to the island's mysteries lay within its confines. Kevin, ever the tactician, assessed the situation. Katja, Brett, we need to play possum, Kevin whispered, his gaze now fixed on the approaching security team. Act like you're more injured than you are. We need to get closer to that compound without arousing suspicion. Faking injury and weakness could be our ticket to get inside. Katja and Brett, adept at the art of deception, nodded in silent understanding. With Kevin taking the lead, they staggered and swayed, simulating greater injuries than really dictated. The security team believed they had successfully subdued the trio with their rocket blast. Katja clutched her side, feigning pain, while Brett, with a skillful touch of theatricality, stumbled with every step. Kevin, playing his part with equal finesse, struggled to stay on his feet, creating an illusion of vulnerability. The security team, clad in tactical gear and armed to the teeth, approached with force.
Survivors, secure them, barked the commanding officer, rallying his team into action.
The trio was swiftly surrounded. The security team, their guard seemingly lowered, fell for the ruse. With a sense of urgency, they transported the supposed injured survivors toward the concrete compound. Kevin, Katja, and Brett were dragged, with their faked frailty, toward the facility. As they neared the entrance, Kevin's mind raced with possibilities. What awaited them within those walls? Why were they shot down? What exactly was this place? The thick metal doors to the facility creaked open, revealing a maze of interchangeable corridors and chambers. Kevin took in the sights. The next chapter of the journey had just begun. Inside the concrete compound, Kevin, Katja, and Brett were quickly imprisoned as infiltrators in a damp, dark holding cell. There were no windows and very little light. The cell was a cold, cramped enclosure, its walls thick stone. Kevin, Katja, and Brett found themselves confined, prisoners of an enemy whose motives remained shrouded in mystery.
What do we think? Brett asked.
Nothing good, Katja replied. We're still just gathering information, Kevin countered. When we know exactly what's going on here, we'll strike back. Footsteps could suddenly be heard echoing through the narrow corridor outside the cell.
Someone's coming,
Brett noted. Be ready for anything, Kevin replied. The air grew tense, and the trio braced themselves. The cell door swung open, revealing a tiny figure cloaked in darkness.
Hello there, my new friends, the figure mocked. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the boss.
The boss, a small but sinister presence with an air of malevolence, stepped into the light, flanked by 24 muscular guards. Kevin scanned the group quickly. No levels to be found in any of them. The boss focused on Kevin, the apparent leader of the infiltrators, and he wasted no time in posing questions meant to unravel the purpose behind their intrusion.
Why are you here? How did you find us?
The boss interrogated, his voice laced with hostility. Kevin, maintaining his composure, met the boss's piercing gaze. Our navigation equipment failed and we accidentally flew off course, Kevin lied. The crash was unfortunate, but we mean no harm. Something hit us in the air. The boss, unmoved by Kevin's words, made it clear that their fate was sealed.
You won't be able to talk your way out of this. That something was a missile. You were flying over forbidden ground. All trespassers must be punished. I hereby order you to work for us until a time that your abilities are deemed useless. If you're lucky, we can use you. If not, this could be your final night alive.
The boss grinned with seething evil pleasure as the guards surrounded the trio. Kevin, Brett, and Katja were bound by thick metal chains around their feet. The boss, satisfied with his temporary victory, ordered the guards to escort Kevin, Katja, and Brett to the main barracks. Chained and led through the gray concrete corridors of the compound, Kevin, Katja, and Brett found themselves in the heart of the structure, which revealed itself to be some kind of metal refining factory. The air hummed with the rhythmic pulse of machinery, and the scent of molten metal permeated the atmosphere. "It's a metal refinery," Kevin whispered.
"But what kind of metal?"
Brett inquired. "And for what purpose?" Katja added. As the group continued forward through a long corridor, they could see the refinery through thick glass windows. Kevin took note of workers dressed in bulky radiation suits working with the metal. "Radiation suits?" Kevin muttered curiously to himself. "The metal they're refining must be radioactive in some way. That's incredibly dangerous." The boss, a tiny figure with a grandiose air of authority, guided the trio through the intricate workings of the factory. Rows of towering machines adorned with pipes and valves could be seen. The unmistakable glow of molten metal cast an ethereal light on the surroundings. As they progressed deeper into the factory, the boss finally revealed the true purpose of the compound's clandestine operations. "Here at this facility, you'll be working with a new kind of metal, only recently discovered inside a fallen asteroid." The boss motioned to the center of the plant where a massive fallen asteroid sat impacted into the ground. The space rock was surrounded by thick metal scaffolding. "We call it Gold 2, the boss proudly exclaimed. "Gold 2, Brett repeated ironically. "Not very creative," Katja agreed. "Silence," the boss demanded. And yet the boss couldn't silence himself. In fact, he talked too much and endlessly to anyone and everyone, even 3 interlopers who had just become his captives. "This recently discovered metal, known only as Gold 2, is incredibly rare and holds unparalleled properties that make it an invaluable resource. Its conductivity, strength, and resilience surpass any known material, making it a coveted element for the creation of high-speed motherboards used in the most expensive supercomputers." The boss rattled off as if he was reading his words from a business pamphlet. As the boss explained further, Kevin took note of the name on the box of motherboards in the corner. New Island Tech. Kevin's expression sank as he realized that he recognized the name. New Island Tech, Kevin repeated to himself. "We use their motherboards in our lab computers. We've been buying from these monsters." Brett nodded in disbelief.
"It's all right, Kevin. You didn't know."
"We're pioneers. Our operations are shrouded in secrecy to maintain our advantage against any would-be competitors," the boss explained, his eyes gleaming with a sinister pride. Kevin, despite the dire circumstances, couldn't help but be intrigued by the technological marvel unfolding before him. The compound, disguised as a refining facility, was, in reality, at the forefront of revolutionary advancements in computer technology. "Soon the 3 of you will be put to work, but until then, grab a bunk and a spare radiation suit," the boss demanded. "This is your new reality. You'll work alongside all the other wretches refining Gold 2 for 20 hours a day. Fail to comply and your fate will be worse than death." The boss's guards pushed the trio into the next room. The heavy metal door slammed shut behind Kevin, Katja, and Brett, sealing them in a dimly lit room that echoed with the collective murmur of despair. As their eyes adjusted to the subdued lighting, Kevin, Katja, and Brett were confronted by a scene of unspeakable horror. Rows of makeshift cots lined the walls, and hundreds of gaunt figures huddled beside them. One of the figures stepped out from the shadows, revealing her deformed frame. The worker, shackled and emaciated, bore the physical toll of relentless labor and exposure to space radiation. Their hands were callous, their eyes devoid of hope. Their heads and hands were huge. "My goodness!" Katja gasped. A sense of despondency hung in the air as the boss's captives took in the grim reality of their fellow prisoners. The downtrodden workers cast furtive glances from their giant heads. As the trio absorbed the heart-wrenching sight, a familiar voice emerged from the shadows.
"Well, I'll be. Kevin Williams?"
From behind a distant bunk, Cade Lockwood appeared. Kevin last saw Cade in Laos just after Cade had helped Kevin to escape a prison there. Cade's head and hands were enormous, just like the rest of the workers. "Cade Lockwood?" Kevin inquired. "What on earth are you doing here?" Cade's enormous head hung low.
"It's a fair question, Kevin, but a better one is, how are you going to get us out of here?"
Seeking to free Shrihi's wife from the work camp where she is being held prisoner, Kevin, Katja, and Brett trek to a remote island in a helicopter that is shot down on the orders of the boss, the crazed camp foreman who oversees the mining of a radioactive element from an asteroid. Kevin and his team will become more of his slave labor until they die from their work. Kevin finds old friend Cade Lockwood is another now deformed laborer on the island. Kevin stood face to face with his old friend. "Cade, what happened to you?" Kevin asked with grave concern.
"It's a long story. I came here the way most others came here," Cade replied. "Just looking for a little extra work. We didn't know we'd be asked to handle radioactive space metal. I protested. We all protested. But they wouldn't let us stop. They worked us day and night."
"But what about the radiation suits?" Katja inquired. "We saw all the workers wearing them when we came in. Shouldn't they protect you?"
Cade nodded. "Like most supplies here, the suits are old and outdated and only protect us for so long. You have to get us out of here, Kevin. Help us."
"I will," Kevin replied with a firm resolve. "But first I need to find someone. The wife of Shriri Campari."
"Darika?" Cade replied.
"Darika?" Kevin asked. "Do you know her?"
"Darika Campari? I did," Cade responded glumly. "But she fell ill. More ill than the rest of us. They took her to the infirmary." "Did they say when they expected her back?" Brett asked, hopeful. Cade shook his head. "Once you go to the infirmary here," he replied as his voice trailed off, "well, you don't ever come back."
As the trio considered the grim possibilities, the barrack doors again swung open and the heavily armed foreman called out.
"All right, you lazy sacks. Time for work. Suit up and head to the line."
Dressed in cumbersome radiation suits, Kevin, Katja, and Brett joined the ranks of the oppressed workers on the assembly line. The weight of the suits pressed against their shoulders and the thick material limited their movements. Despite the discomfort, they understood that blending in was essential for unraveling the secrets of the compound. The assembly line stretched out before them like an endless trial of monotony. A rhythmic hum permeated the air as the workers mechanically carried out their tasks of refining the gold too and checking the computer motherboards the ore helped to make after their completion. Kevin, Katja, and Brett, shackled per the demands of the overseers, fell into line, guided by the urgent whispers of their fellow captives. As they looked through the intricate dance of the assembly line, a gaunt woman named Leela took Katja under her wing. "Move fast. Don't look back. We have to keep up or we all suffer," Leela muttered, her voice a blend of fatigue and determination. Brett found himself beside a wiry man named Ravi, who silently conveyed the urgency of their predicament.
"You slow down, we all pay the price. Do your part and maybe we can find a way out of this hell together,"
Ravi whispered, glancing around cautiously. Meanwhile, Kevin, in the midst of his own labor, exchanged knowing glances with Cade. The unspoken understanding between them conveyed a sense of solidarity amid the oppressive conditions. Hour after hour, the assembly line surged forward, and the trio adapted to the grueling pace. The labor, harsh and dehumanizing, became a crucible for solidarity among the workers, each one tethered to the other by the chains of necessity. During a brief pause in the assembly line, Leela, with beads of sweat clinging to her forehead, leaned toward Katja. "There's more to this place than meets the eye. Keep your eyes open and don't trust anyone. We've seen random newcomers brought in unexpectedly before. Most don't last," she warned, her eyes reflecting both fear and resilience. The trio absorbed these snippets of information while navigating the relentless demands of their captors. The oppressive atmosphere in the compound fueled their determination to uncover the truth and liberate their fellow workers. As the assembly line continued its relentless march, Kevin, Katja, and Brett recognized that beneath the facade of mindless labor lay a network of whispered rebellion, a collective yearning for freedom. The trio understood that to dismantle the chains that bound them all, they would need to unravel the secrets of Gold 2 and expose the malevolent forces at play. After 20 hours of continuous labor, the clamor of the assembly line gradually subsided as the workers shuffled away, casting off their cumbersome radiation suits like discarded shells. In the dimly lit corners of the compound, the truth behind the facade of Gold 2's production was unveiled. As the final echoes of the shift whistle faded, the trio observed the workers in a grim procession, stripping away their protective gear. What emerged from beneath the layers of fabric was a haunting gallery of deformities and afflictions. The once hidden scars of relentless exposure to Gold 2 laid bare once again. Kevin, Katja, and Brett, now stripped of their own radiation suits, blended in with the deformed workers. Their own shock mirrored the silent horror that gripped the assembly hall. Kevin sought to glean more information from the workers. They shared stories of families shattered, dreams extinguished, and the gradual erosion of hope. Each face bore witness to the insidious effects of Gold 2, a metal that promised technological advancement but exacted an unforgiving toll on those who toiled to produce it. As the workers huddled in their shared misery, Kevin, Katja, and Brett realized that the fight for liberation extended beyond the physical confines of the compound. The deformed workers, once vibrant individuals with dreams and aspirations, were now resigned to a fate of perpetual agony. As the workers dispersed to their meager bunks to sleep for a mere few hours, Kevin was left with haunting images of despair all around him. Katja approached Kevin. "This is horrible," Katja exclaimed. "The worst," Brett added as he too joined the group. "How can they expect human beings to work like this? It's a nightmare. What's our move, Kevin?" Kevin looked around to make sure no guards were listening. "We need to find the infirmary and see if Darika is still there." Katja and Brett nodded in agreement. Kevin, Katja, and Brett navigated the treacherous back halls of the compound, driven to find Darika and then end this nightmare for all the other workers. The compound's beige, unadorned corridors seemed to stretch endlessly. "There!" Brett pointed ahead at a simple sign that read plainly, "Infirmary." As they approached the dimly lit room, the air grew thick with a sense of foreboding. Kevin peered through a large glass window, catching a glimpse of a very sick woman who lay in a squalid corner, her frail form racked with suffering. "Is that Darika?" Katja asked. "Only one way to find out," Kevin responded. "Keep your eyes open. Who knows what could be waiting inside?" Pushing open the creaking door, the trio stepped into a chamber of desolation. The infirmary, devoid of any semblance of medical care, resembled more of a forsaken holding cell than a place of healing. The woman Kevin had spotted earlier, weakened and emaciated, lay on a makeshift cot, her hollow eyes gazing into the distance. Kevin approached cautiously. He leaned down and whispered gently, "Darika. Darika Campari?" The woman's eyes opened softly. How do you know my name?" Kevin's expression lifted as he realized that they had found her. "We were sent here by your husband, Shrihi," Kevin replied. "We promised him we would take you home." "Home," Darika repeated. "I'll never see my home again. My husband, my daughter. I'm too far gone." "No," Kevin countered. "You're going to get out of here. You just have to believe. Can you stand?" The woman shook her head slightly. "I can't move at all." Her head and hands were enormous while the rest of her frame was frail and yellow with sickness. "Should we try to move her ourselves?" Katja asked. Kevin reached down and took hold of the woman. As he did, she began to vomit violently. "What's going on over there?" A heavily armed nurse called out from the back room where she smoked cigarettes and played solitaire. Kevin froze, not wanting to set off any alarms. He motioned for his team to back out the way they came. Brett and Katja slowly moved toward the door. Before he left, Kevin leaned down to Darika one last time. "Stay alive. We'll be back with a plan." Kevin placed a comforting hand on the woman's cheek and then retreated back outside the infirmary. "This is bad," Brett offered. "These people, they're all sick." Katja agreed. "Even if we had a way to get them off this island, I don't know how many could actually make the trek. They're tired, hungry, and heavily radiated by a space metal we don't know anything about." Kevin considered all the options. His team was right. Things looked grim. We can't give up, Kevin finally replied. We could leave now, fight our way out, but these people, they need our help.
So what do we do? Brett asked.
I'll follow you anywhere, Kevin. Kevin thought, this is going to be tricky, but we're going to have to heal everyone and then fight our way out. Are you up for it? Brett and Katja shared a look, then turned back to Kevin.
Lead the way, Captain,
Brett replied. Grateful, Kevin headed down the hall with purpose. The battle had only just begun. Kevin flew with Katja and Brett to a remote island to try to rescue Daraka from an evil labor camp. But after arriving at the camp, Kevin and his team were imprisoned and put to work just like everyone else. Kevin soon located Daraka in the infirmary, but he was unable to set her free as she was too gravely ill to be moved. Kevin soon discovered that all the workers were suffering from a unique radiation poisoning, and if Kevin didn't act soon, all the workers were going to die. Returning from the infirmary where Daraka languished near death, Kevin gathered Brett and Katja in the hushed confines of the dimly lit barracks in order to discuss strategy. The trio talked in soft tones as the other exhausted workers slept. A digital timer hung from the ceiling, counting down the 2 meager hours left before everyone had to return to the factory line. Kevin leaned forward, his voice lowered to a conspiratorial whisper as he did his best to come up with a plan. I need to cure all the workers of their physical ailments and deformities, Kevin offered. That includes Pamela's mother, Daraka. Then once they're all healed and healthy, we can plot our escape. Do you really think you can cure all these people? Katja asked. We have such limited resources in here. It's radiation poisoning, Kevin replied, but it's unlike any I've ever seen before. We need to gather more intelligence on that rare metal they've been refining, gold too. That's our best shot at developing an antidote. If I know how it works, I can figure out how to reverse the effects. Brett furrowed his brow, his skepticism evident. How do we do that without raising suspicion? They're not exactly handing out tours. Katja, ever pragmatic, interjected. Kevin, even if you can get a closer look at the space rock they've been mining for gold too, you've got to be careful. These guards are ruthless. You need to get in and out or things are going to turn violent, fast. I don't mind getting violent, Brett countered. No, Kevin cut in. We can't just fight our way out of here. Not until these people are healthy enough to leave with us. If we go, we all go together. Sounds good, Katja replied. Kevin nodded, acknowledging the challenges ahead. But Katja is right. We need to be subtle. I don't want to draw any unwanted attention to us. I'll go to the space rock myself tomorrow and do my best to blend in with the mining crew. Brett leaned back against the wall, crossing his arms. I still can't believe they're refining a metal called gold too. Sounds like a bad sci-fi movie. Katja smirked. Well, we're living it, Brett, and we need to make sure it doesn't end in tragedy. With a shared determination, the trio began to discuss the intricacies of their roles within the covert operation. Kevin outlined his plan, emphasizing the need for efficiency and discretion. Brett, his eyes reflecting his obvious concern, voiced the unspoken worry. What if this cure doesn't work, Kev? Kevin met Brett's gaze, his expression resolute. We'll find a way. We have to. Katja, sensing the gravity of their mission, added, let's just focus on getting the information first. Once we know what we're dealing with, we can figure out the rest. Agreed, Kevin added. Now let's all try and get a little shut-eye. As the trio settled into uneasy repose on the worn cots, the weight of their mission lingered in the air. The digital timer reached its conclusion and a loud siren blasted through the barracks. As the early morning sun spilled over the compound, Kevin, clad in the cumbersome radiation suit, was able to easily switch work lines and blend in seamlessly with the mining crew. The violent sound of power drills enveloped Kevin as he approached the mysterious space rock, glowing ominously in the cavernous chamber. Look at that, Kevin muttered in awe under his protective helmet. Throughout the day, Kevin worked alongside the miners extracting minerals from the enigmatic rock. The strange glow emanating from the core sparked continued curiosity. Unfazed, Kevin observed the rock, noting its peculiarities and contemplating how to harness its potential for a cure. 20 hours later, as the shift concluded, Kevin returned to the barracks, the fatigue etched on his face evident even beneath the radiation suit. Brett and Katja, eager for information, leaned in as Kevin recounted his findings. "The rock is like nothing I've ever seen," Kevin began. "Its composition is unique, but I think I can use it to craft an antidote. But I'll need a pure sample, uncontaminated by the refining process." Brett, ever the realist, raised an eyebrow. "How do you get a pure sample of something that leaks gobs of radiation without burning yourself alive in the process?" Kevin's gaze hardened as he considered the risks. Katja interjected with concern. "Kevin, you can't risk your life so recklessly. There has to be another way." Kevin sighed, acknowledging the gravity of his proposal. "Katja, if we don't act, these people are condemned to a life of suffering or worse. I can't stand by and watch that happen. I'll find a way to make it work. Trust me." Brett chimed in, his eyes locked onto Kevin's determined gaze. "We're in this together, Kevin. Whatever you decide, we've got your back." Just then, the sound of squeaking shoes caused the trio to turn. Cade Lockwood stood nearby, his deformed head staring right at Kevin. He heard everything. "Cade, you're awake," Kevin noted.
"Bad timing," Cade replied.
"What does that mean?" Katja asked.
"Your plan sounds crazy, but you're too late to even give it a try," Cade threw in wearily.
"Why?" Kevin asked. "Why are we too late?"
Cade stepped closer. "The men are planning a mutiny, all healthy, able men tomorrow."
"Tomorrow? You have to wait," Kevin countered. "I can make an antidote. Fighting against the boss and his goons in your weakened state would be suicide."
Cade sighed. "I'll talk to the men, but they don't know you and they're done waiting."
With that, Cade turned and walked back into the darkness of the barracks. Kevin, Brett, and Katja shared an ominous look. This could be bad. The next morning, Cade relayed Kevin's plans to the restless assembly of able workers. The air was thick with tension as Cade spoke, the urgency of their plight etched on every face.
"Kevin is working on a cure," Cade pleaded, his voice barely rising above a hushed murmur. "If we act too soon, it might jeopardize everything."
The response from the anxious workers was immediate and discordant. A cacophony of whispers erupted, laden with desperation.
"We can't wait any longer," a voice from the crowd cried out, capturing the sentiment of the dissenters.
"Waiting means death,"
another hollered. The murmurs grew louder, transforming into a wild chorus of discontent. The workers, grappling with their dire circumstances, struggled to embrace patience in the face of imminent suffering. Kevin, sensing the unrest, stepped forward, his gaze unwavering. "Hello, friends. May I speak?" The mob of workers settled slightly, giving Kevin an opening. "I understand your fear," Kevin offered.
"You don't understand anything,"
one deformed worker shouted.
"You just got here," another cried out. "Some of us have been trapped here for years, some even longer."
The crowd roared. Kevin remained steady, again waiting for an opening. "I hear you," Kevin continued. "I've seen what this space rock does, and I know I can find a solution. I just need a little more time. You can choose to do battle now at your weakest, or you can trust me, wait just a little longer, and we can all fight back at full strength. Trust me." Trust seemed to be a fragile currency. The workers, burdened by years of exploitation and torment, grappled with the simple concept of patience. The specter of death loomed large, casting its shadow over their resolve. Brett and Katja exchanged concerned glances, recognizing the delicate balance between imminent rebellion and the necessity of Kevin's plan. The next steps would be crucial, demanding a delicate dance to calm the workers' fears while ensuring the success of Kevin's outlandish plan. The cramped barracks vibrated with righteous anger. Kevin, standing amid the throng of agitated workers, could feel the weight of their collective frustration pressing against him. The dim lighting cast long shadows, accentuating the tense atmosphere. "I need one more day," Kevin implored, his voice resonating through the uneasy silence that followed. "I promise you we're close to finding an antidote." But the workers, driven to the brink of despair, were unwilling to embrace his words. A murmur of dissent swept through the crowd, growing into a crescendo of disgruntled voices. Their eyes, filled with resentment and skepticism, bore into Kevin, who stood like a lone figure on the precipice of an impending storm. A figure stepped forward, his features twisted.
"One more day. We've heard promises before and they've led us nowhere. We won't wait to die while you experiment with our lives."
The sentiment resonated with the agitated assembly, and the collective frustration ignited into a spark of rebellion. Kevin, aware of the volatile situation, sought to diffuse the rising tension. "I don't want to fight with you," Kevin asserted, his palms open in a gesture of peace. "I want to fight with you."
"We're done listening to you,"
an angry man shouted.
"Then listen to me,"
a voice yelled out from the back. The crowd turned as Cade Lockwood once again demanded focus.
"There's nothing I want more than to get out of this nightmare, but I trust Kevin. I've seen him do amazing things over and over again, and if he says he needs a day, then I vote to give him that day."
The mob began to settle, Cade's words connecting with the group. Bitter and unsatisfied, they reluctantly withdrew.
"One more day,"
an ailing worker replied.
24 hours, and then no matter what, we fight."
Kevin nodded in understanding, grateful for the extra time. He turned to Cade, his old friend, now pained and deformed, and nodded at him in thanks. "Thank you," Kevin offered.
"Don't thank me," Cade pushed back. "Just prove me right, and fast."
Kevin understood. It was time to get to work. Kevin discovered that all of the workers at the island refinery were suffering from a unique radiation poisoning. Kevin plotted to create an antidote, but was short on time as the sickly workers were preparing to mutiny against their evil overlords, with or without Kevin's help. With the help of old friend Cade Lockwood, Kevin was able to buy himself 24 hours to complete an anti-radiation pill. But time was running out, and there was no guarantee he would succeed. During the next work shift, Kevin put on his heavy radiation suit and once again followed the miners back to the space rock in the center of the compound. The rock was highly radioactive, and Kevin needed to sneak in unrefined peace back to the barracks in order to complete the anti-radiation pill he had been working on. But how could he accomplish any of that with all of the guards watching? Kevin knew what he had to do, and he already had a plan in place. Earlier, he had cut a hole in his radiation suit, and when an opportunity arose, he plotted to sneak a piece of the space rock out of view and walk it back to the common area unseen in the holes of his supposedly protective garb. Kevin knew it would be risky. Direct exposure to the highly toxic space rock could be lethal, but Kevin had no other choice. To brace himself against the powerful radiation, Kevin consumed 3 power pills, reinforcing his skin and bolstering his already formidable will. The power surged through his body as Kevin waited for just the right moment to make his move. Just then, an ailing worker fell to the ground.
"Get up,"
the guards yelled.
"Get up and keep working."
The man groaned in pain but couldn't get back on his feet. Kevin wanted to help the man but knew that this might be his best shot at making headway with his plans to snag the ore and make his antidote. The guards approached the man and continued yelling. With their attention turned, Kevin grabbed a piece of gold too from the space rock and placed it inside his suit. Kevin's skin immediately started to burn, but the power pills allowed him to withstand the pain. Once he had returned to the barracks, Kevin found a side room and created a makeshift lab. Secluded from view, Kevin went to work on the antidote. Katja and Brad wanted to help, but Kevin forced them to keep their radiation suits on. He hoped that they were more protective than the disease-addled workers indicated. "Kevin," Katja asked with growing concern, "what about you? Shouldn't you be wearing your radiation suit too?" Kevin nodded. "I'm already contaminated. It's too late to change that. My only chance is to solve the puzzle and complete this antidote. If I can do that, I can save everyone, including myself." Kevin's hand shook as he worked with a fevered intensity. The hazardous metal known as gold too was seeping into his body as he combined the herbal elements into a potent compound. The workers who had initially recoiled in fear began to gather at a distance, and watch as Kevin demonstrated an unyielding determination to fulfill his promise.
"Your friend is crazy,"
one mangled inmate offered to Cade Lockwood, who stood nearby.
"I know," Cade replied, "and that's why I know he's going to save us."
Brett and Katja stood near Kevin, their eyes flickering between Kevin's hunched form and the entrance where any sign of approaching guards could spell disaster. The makeshift laboratory, surrounded by the muted groans of the afflicted workers, became a secret, hidden arena for Kevin's race against time. Despite the waves of nausea and the growing weakness that gripped him, Kevin blended the mysterious metal with carefully selected herbs, infusing the concoction with the potential to counteract the debilitating effects of radiation sickness. Katja couldn't hold back her concern. "Kevin, you're pushing yourself too hard. Your body is already under major strain from direct contact with the Gold 2. We can't afford to lose you," she whispered urgently.
Brett added, "Maybe one of us can handle the Gold 2 for a bit, otherwise."
Kevin interrupted them, his voice strained but resolute. "No time for alternatives. This is our only chance. I need to finish this as fast as I can." As Kevin continued his work, beads of sweat formed on his forehead, a testament to the inner battle he waged against the overwhelming toxins invading his body. Each passing moment in the cramped corner seemed to stretch into an eternity, fraught with powerful uncertainty. Finally, as the antidote took shape, Kevin carefully divided the mixture into tiny pills. He looked at his companions, a faint smile breaking through the weariness that clouded his features. "Let's get these to the workers." With a slow, deliberate pace, Kevin, Katja, and Brett approached the workers, who eyed the pills with skepticism. "This is an antidote," Kevin offered. "It should be able to reverse all the effects from the space radiation." The workers remained hesitant.
"Why should we trust you?" one asked. "Why don't you take it first?"
another shouted. Kevin took the anti-radiation pill and swallowed it. Nothing happened.
"Now what?"
the workers inquired. Kevin did his best to explain. "I took multiple power pills earlier today. My body is going to digest the antidote slowly. I probably won't feel the effects for some time, but for the rest of you, there's no time to waste. You could feel the effects immediately. You just need to trust me." Kevin extended the pills. No one moved.
"I trust you,"
Cade Lockwood said firmly, as he again took the lead from his fellow workers and stepped forward, volunteering to be the first to receive the antidote. Kevin nodded appreciatively and administered the pill to Cade, the room holding its breath as they observed the initial response. Almost instantly, Cade's symptoms began to alleviate. The disfigurements receded and his weakened form regained strength. "Oh my!" a mangled woman exclaimed.
"It worked!" another cried out. "He's getting better!"
A spark of life kindled in the eyes of the onlookers. Kevin, his exhaustion momentarily forgotten, continued to distribute the antidote to the eager workers. One by one, the afflicted individuals felt the transformative effects of Kevin's concoction. Heads and hands began to shrink back to normal proportions, and the vibrancy of life returned to their eyes. The antidote worked wonders, and the room buzzed with a newfound energy, a symbol of Kevin's determination and skill. With a sense of triumph, Kevin observed the workers' recovery. Cade, having been the first to experience the transformation, grinned with gratitude. The antidote had not only saved lives, but had also restored hope to those who had long resigned themselves to their grim fate. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd as, miraculously, the workers' haggard appearances all shifted back to normal. The disfigurements and lesions that marred their skin had receded, and color returned to everyone's cheeks. I feel great," a once disheveled woman offered.
"You did it! You saved us all!"
another worker cheered. Word spread like wildfire through the barracks as the workers witnessed the transformation. Hope, a rare visitor in their desolate existence, began to take root. The antidote was working, and Kevin's gamble had paid off. Dancing and merriment filled the space as the collective of abused workers finally had something to celebrate. As the last pill was administered, Kevin's strength began to return as well. The power pills were wearing off and the anti-radiation pill was kicking in. Katja approached. It's working, Kevin, but how do you feel? Kevin nodded. Better. But we need to get the remaining gold 2 out of here, and you and Brett should take an anti-radiation pill too, just in case.
On it, Brett offered.
He ran over to Kevin's makeshift lab and took hold of the remaining gold too. He flushed it down a nearby toilet.
Clear, Brett called out.
Good thinking, Kevin replied. Katja and Brett removed their radiation suits and took the pill from Kevin. Everyone was now fully restored. The barracks, once a prison of despair, echoed with murmurs of gratitude, a chorus of newfound hope rising from those who had been on the brink of surrendering to their cruel fate. The next steps in their journey remained uncertain, but for now the antidote had illuminated a path out of the darkness. What now? Katja inquired. There's still one person who needs our help, Kevin noted. Katja realized what Kevin was saying. Let's do it, she replied. Emboldened by his success, Kevin, Katja, and Brett directed their steps down a long corridor toward the infirmary, determined to administer the cure to Darika, Pamela's ailing mother. However, as Kevin approached the window, a chilling sight froze him on his tracks. Oh no, Kevin whispered. Through the pain, he witnessed Darika's body lying motionless on the infirmary floor. Panic seized Kevin as a rush of dreadful thoughts flooded his mind. Had he arrived too late? Had the antidote failed to reach her in time? Kevin was able to craft an anti-radiation pill and administered it to many of the workers trapped in the compound. The workers returned to full health, but Kevin still had one last patient he wanted to help. Kevin rushed to the infirmary where Darika, Pamela's ailing mother, had last been seen. But to Kevin's horror, as Kevin spied Darika through the thick glass of the sick room, she appeared to be motionless. Was Kevin too late? Kevin, gripped by a sense of urgency, approached the infirmary door, its cold metal surface a barrier between him and the truth within. The ominous sign warning of toxic contamination heightened his anxiety. The lock resisted his initial attempts, stubbornly refusing to yield to his efforts. It's locked, Kevin called out to Katja and Brett. We have to get inside. Fueled by determination, Kevin scanned the surroundings for any makeshift tools. Spotting a discarded piece of metal nearby, he grabbed it, and with focused resolve began working on the lock. Each jolt, every twist, echoed the tension in his chest. It's no good, Kevin offered. It's some kind of multi-trigger lock. I can't just pick it.
Then I guess we'll just have to knock it down, Brett offered, a mischievous grin forming across his face.
Kevin, Brett, and Katja all took their place in front of the thick metal infirmary door. The 3 leveled fighters began to kick in unison, using their brute strength to try and burst through the entrance. But the door wouldn't budge.
Need a hand?
Cade offered, recognizing the urgency etched across Kevin's face.
Or an extra foot?
Kevin nodded appreciatively, and together Cade, Brett, and Katja joined Kevin as they continued their efforts to breach the infirmary. No, Kevin called out. It's no use. It won't budge. As the door remained sealed, Kevin's heart raced with a blend of dread and determination. Brett and Katja watched in suspense as Cade retreated into the barracks to check on the rest of the workers. Kevin realized that brute force wouldn't be enough. They would have to construct a makeshift explosive if they had any hopes of breaching the infirmary door. Kevin looked back in through the window. Darika wasn't breathing. We have to move fast, Kevin shouted with building urgency. I need to get inside that room to help her. I have an idea, Katja offered. I need gas and a spark. The trio worked hastily, Kevin, Brett, and Katja all improvising with the available materials. Electrical wires were yanked from the wall and gas pipes strategically cracked. Tension filled the air as the 3 created a volatile concoction ready to ignite. Ready? Kevin inquired. Katja pulled out a lighter. Ready. With a shared glance that conveyed both determination and a dose of internal fear that their experiment would fail, they ignited the volatile mixture. The air echoed with a resounding boom as the improvised explosive device ruptured the reinforced steel and shattered the thick plexiglass of the infirmary door. Smoke billowed out, momentarily obscuring the view inside. The workers, having witnessed the sudden burst of chaos, took a collective step back, eyes wide with a mix of fear and anticipation. Kevin, Brett, and Katja stood amid the aftermath, their eyes adjusting to the swirling haze. The door, now a twisted frame of mangled metal, revealed the darkened interior of the infirmary. As the smoke cleared, they cautiously stepped forward, their senses heightened. The scent of burning wires and gas lingered in the air. As the smoke cleared, the twisted remnants of the infirmary door revealed a path to the unknown. "It's open," Kevin called out. "The door's open! Great work!" Brett and Katja held their breaths in collective anticipation. Kevin took a moment to exchange thankful glances with his team before passing between them. The trio cautiously approached the entrance, the air thick with a mix of anticipation and anxiety. The oppressive silence enveloped them as they prepared to confront the truth that awaited beyond the battered door. "There," Katja pointed through the smoke at the table where Darika's body waited. The flickering lights cast an eerie glow on the scene before them. Beds, medical equipment, and the lifeless form of Pamela's mother Darika lay within the confined space. Katja rushed to check Darika's pulse while Brett surveyed the room for any other signs of life. Kevin's heart pounded as he anxiously awaited Katja's assessment. Finally, Katja looked up, her expression a mix of relief and sorrow. "She's alive, but just barely. We need to get her out of here and away from this toxic environment." "Wait," Kevin countered. "Let me see what I can do." Inside the infirmary, the air hung heavy with despair as Kevin urgently attended to Darika. Her lifeless form lay sprawled on the cold floor, a stark contrast to the chaotic activity surrounding her. Shouting could suddenly be heard. "What is that?" Katja asked. "Guards," Brett replied. "The blast must have gotten their attention." Kevin turned to his friends. "I need time to work on Darika. Can you create a diversion?" Katja and Brett shared a look. "With pleasure," Brett replied. Katja and Brett bolted out of the infirmary, drawing the attention of the guards who had hurriedly gathered in response to the explosion. A chase ensued as Katja and Brett led the guards away, weaving through the compound, their athletic prowess matching the agile tactics of seasoned fighters. "You think you can catch us?" Katja hollered. "Good luck!" The two continued through the corridors, waiting for their moment to turn and strike. Meanwhile, Kevin worked feverishly, his focus solely on reviving Darika. His hands moved with practiced precision, herbs and antidotes applied with the urgency that comes when every second counts. "Come on, Darika," Kevin whispered. "Stay with me. Fight. I need to get you back to your husband. I need to reunite your family. But I need your help to do that. Fight. Fight!" The guards, unaware of Kevin's presence in the infirmary, raced after Katja and Brett, the sounds of pursuit echoing through the dimly lit corridors. In the chaos of the factory, Brett and Katja skillfully maneuvered through the maze of machinery. The two reached the back wall of the compound and stopped. They turned, taking in the group of guards racing toward them with evil intent. "Here they come," Katja noted. "Are you ready for this?" Brett rolled up his sleeves and balled his hands into fists. "I've been waiting for a good fight for days." As the guards got closer, Katja and Brett took them in. Katja and Brett both had estimable levels of varying stages. They would need all their skills to take down their foes quickly so that Kevin's work with Darika was in no way interrupted. They scanned the guards quickly in the last second before the battle began, and each realized that their attackers were ordinaries who did not possess any levels of their own. Brett exchanged a quick glance with Katja. "We can't use our leveled skills on these ordinary guards," Brett noted. Katja smiled. "Then I guess we'll have to get creative." "Indeed," Brett replied. The lead guard called out, "Put up your hands and this will go easy." "Not a chance, friend," Brett replied. "How about you put up your hands and I'll promise you get to walk out of here in one piece." The guards charged and Brett and Katja sprang to life. The guards, unaware of Brett and Katja's pedigree as fighters, found themselves facing a formidable duo, armed not just with physical prowess, but with a strategic mindset that turned the factory into an intricate battlefield. "The environment," Brett called out. "Use the environment." "Way ahead of you," Katja pushed back. Using their agility and combat prowess to neutralize the guards without resorting to their leveled abilities, Brett and Katja employed the space to their advantage. The industrial battleground became a scene of innovative takedowns. Vats of acid claimed their share of adversaries, and the precious metal the workers had been mining became a tool against those who sought to oppress. Brett pulled down rusty water pipes and slammed them against the guards' faces. Katja found a thick chain and twirled it over her head, knocking back multiple adversaries. With each guard defeated, the path was cleared for Brett and Katja to make their way back to the quarantine cell of the infirmary. As the two sprinted back down the corridor, the atmosphere inside the infirmary had surprisingly transformed. Kevin stood over Daraka, who against the odds was sputtering back to life. The room seemed to exhale a collective breath, a mixture of relief and triumph. The trio united once more and shared a moment of silent victory as they realized that against all odds they had thwarted the guards, saved Daraka, and emerged stronger. "You did it!" Katja exclaimed. "You brought her back!" "We did it," Kevin replied, grateful for his team. The trio took a moment to embrace their victory. They had battled the guards and won, and now Daraka, once thought dead, stood at full strength. Kevin had saved her and in return gave hope to the possible reunion of wife and husband, of mother and daughter. Kevin was going to reunite Pamela's family. The first piece of that puzzle had been completed, but there were still a few more pieces left to place. After creating an anti-radiation pill that restored the ailing workers to health at the remote refinery where the boss was mining gold from an asteroid, Kevin managed to revive Pamela's mother Daraka, who was at death's door in the quarantine room of the infirmary. With Daraka now stabilized and on the path to full recovery, Kevin knew the time had come to liberate the oppressed workers from the grim confines of the remote island. Kevin led Katja, Brett, and Daraka back to the barracks, where a celebration was taking place. The once deformed and ailing workers were now fully restored thanks to Kevin's death-defying act of extracting a piece of the radioactive ore from the asteroid to use in a pill that saved everyone's life while nearly ending his own.
"Kevin,"
Cade Lockwood exclaimed as he spotted his old friend re-enter the room.
"You did it! You're a hero!"
Kevin's gaze peered forward with fierce determination. "We're not done yet." Kevin stepped over and took center stage amid the crowd of gathered workers, his eyes reflecting both determination and compassion. "Thank you for trusting me to make this antidote. Thank you for waiting 24 hours before you tried to finally escape this terrible place. But today, we're going to break free from the chains of oppression. United, we can overcome any obstacle in our path. We fight not just for ourselves, but for the right to live free. Are you with me?" A cheer erupted among the group. The workers, fueled by a newfound sense of hope, rallied behind Kevin. Tensions rose as the guards, still reeling from the earlier skirmish with Brett and Katja, scrambled to maintain order. The compound became a battleground, echoing with the sound of punches, kicks, and determined shouts from those yearning to finally be set free. Brett and Katja joined the fray, their combat skills creating a dynamic force that inspired those around them. Each guard faced a united front, workers fighting with a fervor born from years of oppression and enslavement. The compound now echoed with the cries of a rebellion. Guards were overwhelmed by the sheer number of workers fighting for their freedom. The balance of power shifted, and the oppressed became the architects of their own freedom. Kevin led the way. He cried out, "The gates! Get to the front gates! We're leaving!" As the workers fought their way to the compound's perimeter, a chorus of cheers and cries of triumph rose above the sounds of the continuing battle. The heavy gates, once impenetrable barriers, now swung open to reveal the outside world. A world that held the promise of a future unburdened by the chains of what was nothing more than a labor camp, where each feared before Kevin's arrival that death was the only way to get beyond its boundaries. The workers spilled out into the open, their faces illuminated by the glow of newfound freedom. Kevin, Brett, and Katja guided them toward the path of liberation. In the distance, The night sky twinkled with stars, bearing witness to a rebellion that had forged a beacon of hope. The journey was far from over, but the first step toward reclaiming their lives had been taken, and the flame of freedom burned brightly in the hearts of those who had dared to defy their oppressors. As Kevin took in the scene, he suddenly realized that one matter was still left unresolved. "The boss," Kevin muttered. "Has anyone seen the boss?" No one replied, the answer being obvious. "What are you going to do?" Katja asked. "We are not going to leave without finishing this," Kevin replied, then took off back into the compound alone. As he made his way through the now mostly empty compound, Kevin took note of a helicopter waiting outside. That could be useful later, Kevin thought. But first, Kevin had a date with the warden of this nightmarish work prison that had stolen years of so many lives. Kevin burst into the boss's private chamber, the air thick with an air of revenge. The room, adorned with ill-gotten luxuries, was a stark contrast to the struggles endured by the oppressed workers. The boss, lost in the virtual cocoon of his virtual reality goggles, remained oblivious to the revolution taking place outside. Kevin froze as he took in the scene. The boss was wearing just his bathing suit trunks, obviously in some tropical resort inside his VR world. "Would you like another martini, my dear?" the boss asked with a flirtatious overtone to someone in his virtual simulation. "You can put it on my room's account, just don't tell my wife." Swiftly, Kevin reached over and yanked the goggles off the boss's face, revealing the harsh reality that awaited the evil overseer. The room's opulence dimmed as the boss's eyes met Kevin's, fear replacing the fictional comfort he had sought in the virtual world. "What are you doing in here?" the boss shouted angrily. "Punching you in the face," Kevin replied as he smashed the tyrant in the temple. The boss fell backward. "You can't hide from the consequences of your actions any longer," Kevin declared, his voice unwavering. The boss, now forced to confront the chaos unfolding beyond his carefully curated world that enabled him to ignore the realities of his factory, recoiled. Kevin's hand closed around the virtual reality goggles, and with a sudden, resolute motion, he crushed them in a vice-like grip. The plastic and circuitry crumbled, mirroring the shattering illusion the boss had maintained for so long. "My VR glasses!" the boss cried. "No!" "Looks like you're stuck here in the real world with the rest of us," Kevin poked. With the destruction of the goggles, the boss's fate was sealed. He was now condemned to live in the harsh reality that mirrored the suffering he had inflicted upon others. The boss found himself stripped of the virtual sanctuary that had shielded him from the results of his tyranny. Starving, maimed, deformed workers who toiled to their deaths to supply the gold, too, that he was selling for a fantastical profit. The real world had reclaimed him, and justice, although unconventional in this instance, had prevailed. With the concrete compound now liberated from the grip of oppression, Kevin led the boss out to the yard where the tides of revolution had turned. The workers, having overcome the guards and tasted the first drops of freedom, watched with anticipation. Cade Lockwood stepped forward, a determination etched on his face. "I'll stay behind to ensure the safety of everyone. I've got a cousin working with Greenpeace. I'll contact him and get a boat for you folks. It's time to leave this place." The workers, their spirits ignited by newfound hope, nodded in agreement. Kevin handed Cade the boss's satellite phone. Cade made the call to his Greenpeace cousin, detailing the situation and requesting a vessel for the workers' evacuation. As the boat approached the island, it grew into a symbol of liberation on the horizon. Cade assured the workers, "We'll make sure each of you gets back home safely. You've endured enough." The boat arrived, guided by the coordination between Cade and his cousin, and the workers embarked on a journey toward freedom. Cade stayed behind, resolute in his commitment to see the liberation through to its final act. Before he left, Cade turned back to Kevin. "Are you coming?" "No," Kevin replied. "I need to take Daraka back to the mainland. I have a promise to keep, and I don't want to be late." Cade understood. He shook Kevin's hand and boarded the boat. Kevin, Katja, Brett, and Daraka made their way back to the boss's waiting helicopter. The roar of the chopper's engines echoed as Kevin, Katja, Brett, and Darika embarked on their journey back to Darika's home village. The island, with its traumatic past, faded into the distance, becoming a mere speck on the horizon. The whirring blades cut through the air, carrying them away from the concrete compound and towards the mainland. As they soared through the skies, Kevin couldn't shake the images of the oppressed workers and the deformed faces of those who had suffered under the boss's rule. He glanced at Darika, who was now recovering from the brink of death, and he knew that their mission was far from over. Darika, still weak but alive, looked out at the vast expanse below. "Thank you for saving me," she whispered, gratitude shimmering in her eyes. Kevin offered a reassuring smile. "We're not done yet. There's someone waiting to see you." As they approached Darika's homeland, the lights of the town sparkled into view below the clouds and fog. It was a stark and beautiful contrast to the isolated island they had left behind. As the helicopter approached Darika's old home, her eyes went wide. "Home?" Darika asked. "Are you taking me home?" Kevin smiled. "That's right. Shrihi is waiting for you." It was a nice moment, but it didn't last. As the group flew over Darika's husband's apartment complex, Kevin was shocked to find the building was engulfed in flames. At that moment, the happy ending Kevin had hoped to give Darika and Shrihi was postponed, as the sight of the burning inferno took full focus. Kevin had to make sure Shrihi was safe, and he had to do it fast. Kevin and his team saved Darika from a remote island work compound, but as they were flying her home to her ailing husband Shrihi, Kevin was startled to find Shrihi's apartment complex engulfed in flames. Kevin flew the helicopter over the burning apartment complex, trying to get a better look at what was happening. Darika looked on in terror. "Is that my home?" she cried. "Is Shrihi in there?" Kevin turned to the poor woman with cool confidence. "It's going to be all right. I'll find out what I can." Kevin turned to the rest of his team. "Katja, take the controls. Brett, keep Darika safe." The two nodded in understanding. "What are you going to do?" Katja asked. Kevin stood up and quickly pulled out a long safety rope from the equipment chest. "I'm going in." Kevin, fueled by adrenaline and genuine concern for Shrihi, took a deep breath as Katja expertly maneuvered the helicopter closer to the flaming roof. The searing heat intensified as they neared the burning building. Brett and Darika, watching anxiously from the helicopter, held their breath. "That's as close as I can get," Katja yelled. "Any closer and the fuel line could explode." "Close enough. I'll be back soon." With a single swift motion, Kevin leapt from the helicopter, holding onto the safety line, and landed gracefully on the burning rooftop, the flames dancing perilously around him. The heat was oppressive, and the crackling of burning timbers echoed in his ears. He scanned the immediate area, his eyes searching for any signs of Shrihi. "Stay close, Katja. Be ready to pull me out in case," Kevin yelled over the roar of the fire. Brett and Darika gripped the sides of the helicopter, their eyes fixed on Kevin as he navigated the fiery battleground. Each step was calculated, and Kevin's heightened senses allowed him to perceive the danger around him. The thick smoke obscured his vision, but Kevin pressed forward, a sense of urgency pushing him to find Shrihi. The flames roared defiantly, casting eerie shadows that played tricks on his eyes. As Kevin moved deeper into the burning structure, the danger escalated, and the outcome remained uncertain. Kevin headed down several flights of burning steps, the structure barely holding together. "Help!" Amid the crackling flames and billowing smoke, Kevin's acute hearing caught a desperate plea for help in the distance. Without hesitation, Kevin changed course and followed the anguished cry. The fire raged around him, licking at the edges of his vision. Through the thick smoke, Kevin spotted a figure struggling to escape a collapsed section of the building. The heat was nearly unbearable as he approached the trapped individual, whose cries for assistance grew more extreme. "Help! Please, somebody help me!" the voice pleaded. "I'm trapped!" Kevin assessed the situation quickly, his mind processing the best approach. With a burst of strength, he maneuvered debris to create a path, allowing the trapped person to crawl out from the flames that they had been pinned behind. The figure that emerged from the fiery carnage was an older woman, her hair white and her hand holding a makeshift cane. It wasn't Shrihi, but another tenant struggling to escape the inferno. Despite the chaos, Kevin remained focused, knowing that each life saved was a victory in the devastation. Kevin shouted directions to help her clear the burning beams and shingles. "Follow my voice," Kevin exclaimed, guiding the person through the maze of flames and wreckage. The intense heat and smoke made every breath a struggle, but Kevin's determination propelled them forward. The woman finally made it to Kevin and hit him unexpectedly in the shoulder. "What took you so long?" the old woman complained. Kevin didn't have time for small talk, so he quickly lifted the woman over his shoulder and raced down some more stairs towards the exit of the building. Carrying the grumbling woman in his arms, Kevin sprinted through the superheated corridors. Despite the urgency of the situation, the elderly woman continued her complaints, criticizing Kevin's rescue methods between fits of coughing due to the smoke. "Young man, you should learn some manners. You're carrying me like a sack of potatoes," she scolded, oblivious to the flames surrounding them. "You've put me in a position that is not, well, very ladylike." They reached the exit, but the flames were too intense. They wouldn't be able to get out that way. "Bad choice," the old woman shouted. "Did you even go to school?" Kevin turned and raced back the way that they came. As they reached the rooftop, Kevin's eyes darted to the awaiting helicopter still circling the building. In a daring maneuver, Kevin secured the grumbling woman to the safety line still hanging from the helicopter. With a nod to Katja, the helicopter lifted off, soaring over the inferno below. The woman, now suspended mid-air, flailed her arms, adding a new layer of complaints to the chaotic scene. "I don't like this! I don't like any of this!" the old woman continued to shout. "I'm a lady, not a piece of bait!" The woman's dress caught on fire as she was pulled away from the inferno. Katja took note. The helicopter approached a nearby lake and Katja lowered the woman gently into the water. The grumpy tenant's dress, still smoldering from the flames, met the cool embrace of the lake, extinguishing the fire. The waterlogged woman sputtered indignantly, "Too hot, too wet! Where did you idiots learn to rescue people?" Kevin watched from the still flaming rooftop and breathed a sigh of relief as the helicopter ascended, leaving the lake behind. The woman, though drenched and thoroughly displeased, was now safe from the raging fire below. Kevin turned and ran back down the stairs into the apartment complex, again searching for Shrihi. Kevin made it down to Shrihi's apartment and kicked open the door. The room was burning but empty. Shrihi was nowhere to be seen. "He's not here," Kevin whispered to himself, unsure if that was a good or bad thing. "Help!" another voice suddenly cried out. Among the chaos of the blazing inferno, Kevin found himself once more faced with a desperate family seeking refuge from the flames. Determined to ensure their safety, he guided the frightened parents and their 3 children through the billowing smoke and rising heat, leading them to the rooftop. The ever-intensifying fire made the situation dire, and Kevin knew time was of the essence. As the helicopter returned, Kevin swiftly secured the family members together with the safety line. With a practiced nod to Katja, the helicopter lifted the entwined family off the rooftop, soaring over the flames below. The panicked cries of the children mixed with the anxious pleas of the parents as the helicopter descended toward the nearby lake. In a synchronized motion, the family was gently dipped into the cool waters, extinguishing any traces of fire on their clothing. The collective gasps and relieved exclamations echoed through the night, contrasting with the earlier frenzy of flames that had nearly taken their lives. Kevin watched as the family, now safe from the relentless fire, was airlifted to a secure location. Yet the burning apartment complex still held the unanswered question, where was Shrihi? The structure started to rumble. It was about to collapse. Kevin waved his hands and Katja raced back toward the building. In a final daring leap, Kevin propelled himself from the crumbling rooftop just as the fiery trap of the collapsing building threatened to consume him. His hands grasped the swinging safety line dangling from the helicopter, and with a surge of adrenaline, he hoisted himself aboard. The roar of the flames and the groaning of the unstable structure echoed in his ears as he clung to the lifeline. leaving behind the blazing devastation below.
"You made it!" Brett exclaimed.
"What about Shrihi?" Daraka asked, terrified by what the answer might be.
"He wasn't home," Kevin replied with a bit of wry understatement. "There was nobody in there."
Safe within the confines of the helicopter, Kevin's heart pounded with the realization that Shrihi was not among those he managed to rescue. The intense heat and the volatile circumstances had left little room for a thorough search. Gazing down at the disintegrating remnants of the apartment complex, Kevin grappled with a mix of feelings. As the helicopter soared away from the inferno, Katja, Brett, and Daraka exchanged concerned glances. The immediate danger had passed, but the fate of Pamela's father remained uncertain. Silhouetted against the backdrop of the engulfed structure, Kevin struggled to reconcile the triumph of saving others with the weight of those he couldn't rescue. The helicopter continued its flight, carrying a silent burden through the night sky. Amid the lingering echoes of the helicopter blades, the group touched down on solid ground, and the weight of Daraka's grief became palpable. Tears welled in her eyes as she clung to the harrowing certainty that she had lost her husband and daughter to the relentless grip of misfortune. Daraka's voice trembled with anguish as she spoke. "Shrihi and Pamela, they are gone, aren't they?" The shadows of despair danced across her face, etching the pain of the unknown into every line. Kevin, his resolve unwavering, met her gaze with solemn determination. "I promise you, Daraka, I'll find them," Kevin declared, his voice becoming a sign of reassurance. The cold determination in his eyes mirrored the unwavering commitment to set things right, to unravel the threads of uncertainty and weave a tapestry of hope. Katja and Brett, though silently grappling with the gravity of the situation, stood beside Kevin ready to face the challenges that lay ahead. Kevin and his team saved Daraka from an evil work compound, but as they were flying her home to her ailing husband Shrihi, Kevin was startled to find Shrihi's apartment complex engulfed in flames. Kevin jumped into the burning building and saved many residents from fiery deaths, but Shrihi was nowhere to be seen. The aftermath of the fire had left a haunting silence, the once crackling flames replaced by the nothingness of charred remains. Kevin and Katja tread cautiously through the scorched remnants of Shrihi's apartment, the scent of burnt wood lingering in the air. With every step, Kevin's keen eyes scanned the wreckage, seeking any trace that might reveal the fate of Shrihi. The flames had been merciless, devouring memories and belongings that were left scattered among the ashes. "What are we looking for exactly?" Katja asked. "Answers," Kevin responded coolly. Katja, her eyes flickering with empathy, sifted through a collection of half-burnt pictures. Shrihi with his wife Daraka, Daraka with her young daughter Pamela. They had been a happy family once, so much hope and joy. But now there was nothing but ashes. The family had been torn apart. Their home had been burnt to the ground. Shrihi was missing. And Pamela had been taken by the evil Vincent Reeves. As Kevin and Katja combed through charred belongings, a glint of metal caught Kevin's eye. "What is that?" Kevin whispered to himself curiously. Beneath a partially melted picture frame, he uncovered a small metal box, miraculously spared from the Inferno's wrath. The box, though tarnished, held a sense of mystery. Kevin carefully opened it, revealing a collection of handwritten letters tied together with a faded ribbon. "These are letters from Pamela," Kevin murmured, his voice laden with sadness. The letters were a testament to the connection that once existed between Pamela and her parents. As Kevin looked over the words, the stories unfolded, the dreams, the struggles, and the love between Pamela and her family. "We have to save her," Kevin offered. "But first, we need to find him." Meanwhile, outside the remnants of the burnt apartment, Brett kept watch, ensuring that Kevin's investigation went unnoticed by the slowly gathering authorities. Daraka, still grappling with the recent devastation, found solace in Brett's silent companionship. The night wore on, the debris revealing its secrets one by one. The letters provided a glimpse into Pamela's aspirations and friendships. Kevin hated the thought that Vincent Reeves had convinced such a special young lady to turn to the dark side. Yet, amid the ink-stained pages, the whereabouts of Shrihi remained elusive. Determined to unravel the remaining threads of the mystery, Kevin and Katja continued their search. "There's nothing here," Katja noted. "Any clues would have been eaten up by the fire." "Maybe that was the point," Kevin countered. "Let's keep looking." The remnants of Shrihi's apartment spoke in the silent language of devastation, and within its scorched walls, Kevin uncovered a peculiar piece of evidence. "There!" Kevin exclaimed. He moved toward the far side of the apartment where a metal hook protruded from the wall outlet. The grotesque appendage, unmistakably belonging to Vincent Reeves, hinted at a sinister connection between the fire and the villain. "That's Vincent Reeves's hook," Kevin explained. "He lost his hand a little while back when I yielded my night dagger in a battle with him, and then I cut off the other when we fought in the upper realm. He's been using attachments, metal attachments, whatever he needs, weapons, grappling devices, and it looks like here he used it when he needed a single spark." Kevin's mind whirred with questions, a puzzle taking shape with each revelation. Vincent Reeves had orchestrated the fire, but the absence of Shrihi's body left an unsettling void. Where was Pamela's father, and what role did Shrihi or Shrihi's disappearance play in Vincent's ominous schemes? As Kevin examined the singed surroundings, his thoughts formed into a plan. Vincent's evil motives had become a familiar adversary, and it was evident that Shrihi was an unwitting pawn in a grander scheme. The missing link, however, remained shrouded in mystery. Vincent had to have taken Shrihi, Kevin deduced. "But why?" Katja asked. "Vincent already has Shrihi's daughter. What's the point of taking her father and burning down their home?" Kevin shook his head gravely. "That's the question we need to answer." Brett, stationed outside with Darika, grew restless, his gaze flickering between the burnt apartment and the night shadow. Darika, anxiously awaiting any news about her husband and daughter, clung to a thin thread of hope. With the hook hand firmly in his own, Kevin exited the apartment, his mind a swirl of calculations. The evidence pointed towards Vincent's involvement, but the why and the how eluded him. In the dim glow of the streetlights, Kevin shared his findings with Brett and Darika. The revelation that Vincent was intricately linked to the fire cast a pall over the already somber scene. Darika, her eyes reflecting the agony of uncertainty, clung to the hope that her family was still out there, waiting to be reunited. Before Kevin could assure Darika further, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was the elderly, cranky woman whom Kevin had rescued from the flames earlier. Her presence added an unexpected layer to the unfolding mystery. "You again?" the old woman shouted to Kevin. "You're the idiot who tied me to a helicopter and had them dunk me into a lake like a tea bag." "He rescued you," Brett countered. The woman's gaze flickered between Darika and Kevin, recognition illuminating her weathered features. In a voice weathered by both age and distress, she addressed Darika. "Shrihi's wife, Darika, right?" "Yes," Darika replied. "Oh yes, now I remember," the old woman replied. "I haven't seen you in ages. Where have you been? Vacation?" Darika turned to Brett with an annoyed expression. "Not exactly," she whispered with despair. The truth would be too much to explain to anyone, let alone this nosy neighbor. "Well, if you're looking for Shrihi," the old woman continued, "I saw what happened." The words caught Kevin's attention. He turned to the woman. "What? What did you see?" "They took him," the woman responded. Darika's heart skipped a beat, a surge of panic coursing through her veins. "Took him? Who took him?" she begged, her voice trembling with fear. The woman described the unsettling scene she had witnessed. A group of men forcefully dragged Shrihi out of the apartment complex toward a stretched green Hummer parked nearby. The details were etched in her memory, the ominous image of her neighbor being taken against his will haunting her. Katja, her eyes narrowing with determination, exchanged a knowing glance with Kevin. The puzzle pieces were falling into place, and the urgency of the situation demanded immediate action. "We'll find him, Darika, I promise," Kevin assured, a steely resolve in his voice. The revelation of Shrihi's abduction had intensified the quest, turning it into a race against time. As they stood beneath the flickering streetlights, the hum of the city a distant murmur, Kevin, Katja, Brett, and Darika formed an unspoken alliance, a makeshift family bound by shared adversity. The green Hummer became a symbol of malevolence, its dark present intertwining with the fate of Pamela's family. In the quiet determination that echoed through the night, Kevin turned to Darika. "We won't rest until we bring him back. Trust us, Darika. We're in this together." The group quickly contacted their sources and found that there was only one car dealership in the city that sold stretched Hummers. The sun beat down on the bustling streets of the Sri Lankan hamlet as Kevin, Katja, and Brett navigated through the crowded thoroughfares toward the Hummer showroom. The gleaming facade of the dealership shimmered in the midday sun, a stark contrast to the dusty chaos of the city around it. Entering the showroom, Kevin couldn't help but feel a sense of unbalance between the opulence of the vehicles on display and the pressing matter at hand. The sales staff, adorned in suits and polished shoes, eyed Kevin's casual attire with disdain. Undeterred, Kevin approached the counter where a well-dressed salesperson stood. "I'm not here to buy a car," Kevin began, attempting to capture the salesperson's attention. "I'm looking for information about a specific Hummer, green, stretched." The salesperson raised an eyebrow, uninterested. "Sorry, sir, but we can't help without a proper inquiry. Our mechanic works in the back. Maybe you'd be more comfortable back there with him." "I'm not a mechanic," Kevin retorted, frustration edging into his voice. "I need information on who bought that stretched green Hummer." The salesperson remained unmoved, dismissing Kevin once again. Determined to catch his attention, Kevin hatched a plan. "Fine," he said, pulling out his checkbook. "I'll take 9 Hummers." Kevin handed over the checks with a flourish, a symbolic gesture to provoke a reaction. The dealership staff exchanged puzzled glances, but a quick check with the bank proved that Kevin had the money. All of the salesmen were suddenly very helpful. Meanwhile, Kevin seized the opportunity to ask, "Now about that green stretch Hummer, who bought it?" Reluctantly, the lead salesperson shared the information, revealing the buyer's address. Kevin, Brett, and Katja left the dealership, a newfound resolve fueling their steps. They hailed a taxi, setting out to confront the mysterious owner of the green Hummer. As the taxi wove through the crowded streets of the neighborhood, the trio couldn't shake the anticipation building within them. The green stretch Hummer, an unwitting accomplice in a clandestine plot, had led them to a new chapter of their quest, one that would unfold at the doorstep of the buyer of a stretched green Hummer. As Kevin approached the address, dozens of men gathered outside a towering gate with barbed wire on top. Kevin could sense almost immediately that they were leveled fighters. In that moment, Kevin suddenly realized exactly where they were headed. "This address," Kevin exclaimed. "It's a Maverick base." Kevin learned that Shrihi had been taken violently from his home by a group of men driving a stretched green Hummer. Tracking the Hummer back to the local car dealership, Kevin soon learned the location of the men who had purchased the gaudy vehicle. Kevin, Brett, Katja, and Darika headed toward the location, but Kevin suddenly realized that it was actually a Maverick base. As Kevin realized that the address that they had acquired from the Hummer dealership was leading them directly toward the entrance of a massive Maverick base, he ordered the taxi they were in to stop. "Pull over here," Kevin exclaimed. The taxi slowed to a halt a block away from the Mavericks' headquarters. The location was an ancient clay fortress nestled within the jumble of streets and buildings of the tattered downscale neighborhood. Kevin, Brett, Katja, and Darika sat in the car. Kevin turned to Katja. "This is more dangerous than I thought. Brett and I will take a look. Stay here with Darika. We'll signal if we need backup." Kevin and Brett stepped out onto the bustling street, the air thick with the vibrant energy of the busy suburbs. Katja remained in the taxi, keeping a watchful eye on the still weakened Darika. Kevin and Brett stood back from the ancient fortress that loomed on a hill in the distance, its classic architecture now marred by the Mavericks' intrusion. The grounds were encased in cheap barbed wire fencing, a stark contrast to the reverence the compound once commanded. Kevin and Brett exchanged determined glances, silently acknowledging the gravity of their mission. "We need to be careful," Kevin whispered, eyes scanning the surroundings. We don't know what we're walking into." Brett nodded in agreement, his fortitude unwavering. They moved with deliberate steps as they approached the perimeter of the Maverick space. The air was tense with the weight of unknown dangers. As they neared the makeshift fencing, Kevin and Brett observed the ancient clay fortress's desecration. Graffiti adorned the outer walls, a sacrilege against the historical sanctity of the structure. The Mavericks had made themselves at home in the heart of the town's history, while also making a mockery of it.
"Clever to use a place like this,"
Brett murmured, eyes narrowing as he assessed the situation.
"Already reinforced. Let's find a way in without attracting attention."
They circled the perimeter, seeking vulnerabilities in the Mavericks' defenses. The barbed wire, though crude, posed a challenge. Yet Kevin's resourcefulness kicked in. He spotted a section where the fencing sagged, a vulnerability created by the Mavericks' hasty occupation. "Here," Kevin whispered, pointing to the gap. "This is our way in." Brett nodded, his eyes reflecting determination. Together, they slipped through the opening in the barbed wire, crossing into the territory claimed by the Mavericks. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the fortress, they took note of hundreds of Mavericks. There was a weapons room and bunks for sleeping. Kevin and Brett were outnumbered 1,000 to 1, and there was no sign of Shrihi or Pamela or Vincent Reeves.
"What do we do?" Brett asked. "Is it time to fight?"
"Daraka is just down the road," Kevin replied. "We should move her to safety and then decide what's the best plan going forward." Brett agreed, and the two slipped out back through the hole in the fence. Later, in a dimly lit hotel room, Kevin unfolded a detailed map of the Mavericks' base on the table. The ancient fortress the Mavericks had taken over had been standing for hundreds of years, and the inside had been mapped many times by tourists in that time. "Katja, I need you to stay with Daraka," Kevin said, concern etched on his face. "If the Mavericks have taken Shrihi, Daraka might be their next target. Keep her safe. We'll handle the rest." Katja nodded, her expression resolute. "I've got it covered. Daraka will be safe with me."
"All right, let's talk strategy,"
Brett interjected, leaning in closer to the map.
"How do we do this?"
Kevin smiled. "I say we hit them hard, catch them off guard. They won't be expecting a direct assault. I'm done playing nice. I want answers. We go in fists flying and make them talk." Brett cracked his knuckles, a grin playing on his lips.
"Sounds good to me."
With the plan set, Kevin and Brett headed out of the hotel room, their resolve as hard as cement. Brett and Kevin returned to the ancient fortress where two Maverick guards stopped them at the front gate.
"What are you doing here?"
one Maverick guard asked.
"We came to see the ancient fortress,"
Brett replied calmly.
"It's closed to tourists," the Maverick replied.
"But it's open for Kevin Williams." Kevin smashed the guard in the face. Brett made quick work of the other one. Kevin and Brett were both fighters of high levels and stages. The Mavericks were leveled, but no match for this highly skilled dynamic duo. An alarm suddenly blared. "I guess they know we're here," Kevin noted. A dozen Mavericks swarmed out of the fortress. The Mavericks, confident in their own superiority, approached with smirks on their faces. In an instant, Kevin and Brett launched into action, a symphony of blows echoing through the air. Brett's fists danced with precision, his martial arts skills delivering swift strikes that sent one Maverick sprawling to the ground. Kevin, with unparalleled strength and agility, dispatched the other Maverick with a combination of kicks and punches that left no room for retaliation. As the defeated Mavericks crumpled at their feet, the alarm's wails intensified, signaling the arrival of a relentless wave of Mavericks. A sea of black-clad figures poured out of the fortress, converging on Kevin and Brett. The air crackled with tension as the ensuing battle unfolded. Kevin's eyes glowed with fierce determination as he engaged multiple adversaries at once. His movements were a blur of speed and power, deflecting blows and incapacitating opponents with a lethal precision that showcased his level 7 fighting prowess. Brett, matching Kevin's intensity, moved with a grace that belied his strength, seamlessly blending kicks and punches to keep the Mavericks at bay. The barbed wire fencing meant to deter intruders became a weapon for Kevin and Brett. They cut entangled Maverick warriors in its razor-sharp edges. Kevin and Brett maneuvered with an otherworldly skill, using the terrain to their advantage. Mavericks were hurled onto rocks, tossed over the fencing, and incapacitated with every strike. Amidst the chaos, the two leveled fighters pressed forward, leaving a trail of subdued Mavericks in their wake. The front gate, once a symbol of security, now stood as a testament to defeat. Leaving a trail of vanquished Mavericks behind, Kevin and Brett reached the heart of the fortress where the base leader, a cruel figure with a twisted sense of authority, awaited them.
"How did you get in here?"
the Maverick leader shouted. Brett and Kevin worked fast. With Brett holding the leader in a vice grip, Kevin interrogated him, determined to extract information about Shrihi's whereabouts. Kevin's fists hammered down, each punch a demand for answers. The leader grimaced in pain, his resistance gradually wearing thin. It was clear that Kevin's level 7 strength was overwhelming, and the Maverick's leader couldn't withstand the relentless assault. "Where is Shrihi?" Kevin demanded, his voice cutting through the chaos. The leader spit in Kevin's face. Kevin continued to punch into the leader's chest over and over again. "Where is Shrihi? Where is Pamela? Where is Vincent Reeves?" Kevin bellowed. Kevin unleashed his level 7 fury on the evil tyrant. The leader, battered and broken, finally relented. He provided an address, a crucial piece of information that pointed to Vincent Reeves' lair, the place where Pamela and Shrihi were being held. With the intel secured, Kevin and Brett left the fortress, the alarm now reduced to a distant hum. "What's our next move?" Brett inquired, his eyes still focused and true. He barely had worked up a sweat. "We can't just storm in this time," Kevin replied. "Vincent Reeves is a dangerous enemy, and we need to ensure Pamela and Shrihi are safe." Brett agreed. "We should gather more information, maybe even enlist some allies." The two warriors retreated into the shadows, blending seamlessly with the night. Back at the hotel with Katja and Darika, Kevin and Brett relayed everything they had learned. "My daughter? My husband!" Darika exclaimed. "You think they could both be at this address you were given?" "There's a very good chance," Kevin replied. "Maybe we should go take a look, run some intel," Katja offered. Kevin nodded his head. She was right, but time was running out. "We have to hurry," Kevin emphasized, the gravity of the situation etched on his face. Alohi's days are numbered, and the longer we wait to find the 7 candidates who will vie to be the new gatekeeper, the closer we get to losing the upper realm. Brett nodded in agreement. "We have to find the new gatekeeper, fast, but we can't rush in blindly." "Agreed," Kevin replied. "We can't afford any missteps." Kevin's thoughts were a whirlwind of determination and concern for Alohi, the upper realm, in the impending confrontation with Vincent Reeves. The journey to save Shrihi and Pamela had become intertwined with the fate of the upper realm itself. The night held the promise of challenges, revelations, and the hope of finally finding a new keeper of the upper realm, and in turn, saving the Foundation from imminent extermination. Kevin learned that Shrihi had been taken from his home by a group of men driving a stretched green Hummer. Tracking the Hummer back to a Maverick base, Kevin and Brett battled 1,000 Maverick warriors before finally getting the details about the location from the group's leader, about where Kevin believed Vincent Reeves was holding Pamela and Shrihi captive. Back in the hotel room, the air was heavy as Kevin, Brett, Katja, and Darika sat around planning their next move. Darika's eyes flickered with worry. "Please, Kevin, find my husband. Find Pamela. Bring them back to me safely." "I promise you, Darika," Kevin replied. "I'll do everything I can." Later that night, the glow of the laptop screen illuminated Kevin's face as he delved into the search results for the address provided by the Maverick base leader. "I've got it," Kevin exclaimed. "I know where Vincent Reeves is." "Where?" Brett asked as he stepped over to check the laptop screen. "It's a temple," Kevin gasped. "A temple?" Brett repeated curiously. "The Diamond Temple," Kevin continued. "It's a popular tourist location just outside the city." The revelation that Vincent Reeves had taken refuge in an ancient non-denominational temple made entirely of diamonds piqued Kevin's interest. The Diamond Temple? Katja questioned, leaning over to catch a glimpse of the screen. Sounds fancy. What's the plan? Kevin's eyes remained fixed on the information before him. We'll go first thing tomorrow morning, but we have to make sure Vincent Reeves doesn't see us coming. How? Brett asked. It's a popular tourist spot, Kevin reasoned. So maybe we don't go in guns blazing. Maybe we go in as tourists. Look around. See what we can see. Undercover, Katja repeated. That's smart. Kevin shut the laptop. Everybody try to get some sleep. In the morning, we're going sightseeing. The next day, the group, including Kevin, Brett, Katja, and Darka, dressed in their makeshift tourist disguises, approached the Diamond Temple with the air of being casual day trippers. Each member of the foursome carried a disposable camera, blending seamlessly with the crowd of actual tourists who were exploring the ancient marvel. The shimmering brilliance of the diamond structure stood in stark contrast to the dimly lit surroundings.
Will you look at that?
One tourist offered. I hear it's the most expensive temple in the world, another tourist exclaimed. They say we can't touch the walls, a mother explained to her kids. But I want to touch the diamond walls, the kids demanded in reply. Darka, with a forced smile, tried to match the enthusiasm of the sightseers around her. Kevin, Brett, and Katja maintained a vigilant awareness, scanning the area for any sign of Vincent Reeves or a potential sign of Maverick's presence and their veil of malice. As they navigated the crowds, Kevin whispered to the others, Stay close and be ready for anything. We don't know what we're walking into. The group wove through the throng of tourists, listening to a guide recount the fabled history of the Diamond Temple.
Carved out from a single giant diamond, the Diamond Temple stands as a symbol of human ingenuity, the guide explained. It took 100 years to complete and was worked on by over 5,000 men and women. Eventually, the group reached the main entrance, a towering gateway adorned with intricate diamond carvings. Kevin and his team hesitated, waiting for the opportune moment to slip away from the guided tour and enter the temple covertly. Katja, discreetly adjusting her camera, whispered to Kevin, Any sign of Vincent Reeves? Kevin shook his head. Not yet. Proceed cautiously and trust your instincts. If things go south, we need to stick together. The guide signaled the group to enter the temple's main viewing area. The air inside the structure was filled with a peculiar energy, a blend of historical reverence and an underlying sense of foreboding. The group pressed forward, intent on uncovering the mysteries that awaited them within the Diamond Temple. As Kevin strolled through the dazzling halls of the structure, he marveled at the opulence surrounding him. Diamond statues adorned the grand corridors, capturing the light and casting radiant reflections that danced across the walls. The intricate craftsmanship of the diamond carvings told tales of a rich history. In one hall, Kevin noticed a peculiar exhibit, a child's slide made entirely out of diamonds. It glistened under the ambient light, promising a thrilling descent for anyone brave enough to take the plunge. Kevin couldn't help but admire the extravagance, even in the face of his urgent mission to rescue Pamela and Shrihi. Each diamond-encrusted piece seemed to be a testament to the temple's unique history. Kevin's mind, however, remained focused on the task at hand, tracking down Vincent Reeves. Katja, dressed inconspicuously in tourist attire, discreetly observed the surroundings, ready to make her move when the opportunity arose. She watched as kids walked by with balloons and parents snapped photos. Brett stayed close to Darka. The physically and emotionally drained woman did her best not to let her fears get the best of her. She wanted to see her husband and child again. With a sense of determination, Kevin pressed on, his eyes scanning for any clues or information that might lead them to Vincent Reeves. As they continued to take in the space, Kevin suddenly took note of a fit young man with a bruised eye walking out of the temple. You see that? Katja asked, also spotting the young man. A moment later, another man walked by, shirtless, blood running down from his lip. What's going on? Brett probed. It looks like they all just got out of a bar fight.
Kevin spotted yet another group of fit young men covered in blood and sweat, exiting from a door marked basement. Kevin stepped over and tried the door, but it had locked behind the young men as they staggered out. Not wanting to cause a scene by kicking open the door, Kevin instead motioned for his team to follow the men outside. As Kevin and his team followed the stream of injured young people leaving the temple, Kevin discreetly approached one of them, offering a sympathetic smile. The man looked battered and bruised, his clothes torn and bandages covered visible wounds. Kevin took a deep breath and spoke in a hushed tone. "Hey, what happened to you?" The man looked around nervously. He didn't want to talk. "Nothing," he croaked out hoarsely. The man continued out of the temple and Kevin pursued. "Did you get hurt in the Diamond Temple?" Kevin continued to inquire. "I hate it when that happens. I slipped on some water once in a museum and fell right on my face. Is that what happened to you?" The man didn't like all the questions. He pushed back. "Hey, what do you want, man? I don't know you." Kevin eased back. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get you heated. I was just curious how you got beat up like that, and I'd be willing to pay for an answer." "Pay?" the man repeated. "How much?" "I could give you $1 million, Kevin replied as he pulled out his checkbook. The man glanced around nervously before leaning in to speak with Kevin. "It's a fight club, underground, run by this guy with 2 metal hands. He doesn't fight. He calls himself Vincent Reeves." A chill ran down Kevin's spine. "Vincent Reeves," Kevin repeated to himself. The pieces fell into place and the urgency of the situation heightened. "Where is this fight club?" Kevin continued to pry. The man hesitated, fear in his eyes. "It's not that simple, man. You don't just walk in, you gotta be invited." Kevin's mind raced. He needed to infiltrate the fight club, rescue Shrihi and Pamela, and put an end to Vincent Reeves' cruel operation. Kevin handed the man the check and thanked him for his help. The man walked off and called his wife to let her know they were millionaires now. Kevin turned and rushed back toward Brett, Katja, and Darika, who were waiting nearby. "There's a fight club in the basement, run by Vincent Reeves. Pamela must be down there, and Shrihi too, but you have to be invited." Later, in the dimly lit hotel room, Kevin, Katja, and Brett huddled together to strategize their next move. The urgency of the situation pressed upon them, and they needed a plan that could outsmart Vincent Reeves and rescue Pamela and Shrihi. "Vincent knows me, and if we storm in, he'll vanish with Pamela and Shrihi," Kevin explained, his brow furrowed in thought. "We need someone on the inside, someone he doesn't recognize." Katja, a seasoned warrior and now a key member of Kevin's team, nodded. "I'll do it. Vincent has seen my face before, but we can work around that. I can infiltrate the fight club and gather information. Once I'm close enough, I'll find Pamela and Shrihi." As they finalized their strategy, Kevin couldn't shake the worry for Pamela's well-being. They were racing against time, and every move had to be precise. With a determined resolve, the trio prepared for the risky operation that would lead them into the heart of the fight club, hoping it would be the key to rescuing Pamela and Shrihi from Vincent Reeves' clutches. Kevin and his team sleuthed at a Sri Lankan tourist attraction, a temple carved from one enormous diamond, and stumbled upon a fight club that was being operated by Vincent Reeves in the temple's underground chambers. Assuming that Reeves had Pamela and Shrihi captive there, Kevin assigns Katja, whom Vincent would not recognize, to go undercover as a fighter, so that the team can get inside and perform a daring rescue. Katja turned this way and that, admiring herself in the mirror. "I like it," she declared. She was dressed in a spandex costume of blue leopard print. It was a far cry from the conservative suits that she wore as headmistress of the Williams School in Washington, D.C. However, if she was going to pass as a potential competitor in Vincent Reeves' underground fight club, she needed to look the part. "I still don't like you having to put yourself in so much danger when this is my mission," Kevin grumbled. "You know it's the only way," Brett assured Kevin. "Vincent knows you far too well, Kevin. If you try to pose as one of the fighters, even in disguise, he would spot you a mile away. But you and I will go in, posing as Katja's attendants. No one will be paying any attention to us." Not when I'm wearing this outfit, Katya agreed, turning to admire herself from all angles. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Kevin redirected his team. We need to secure an invitation to one of Vincent's fights first, and we don't have time for Katya to fight her way through the local fighting clubs. That's true, Katya agreed. We need a way to get his attention fast, and also convince him that we're on his side. I think I know how to do that, Kevin began and pulled out his phone. All you need to do, Katya, is decide on what your fighting name is going to be. I already know what I want to use. Katya pulled on a narrow cat mask to complete her mystery fighter outfit. I'm going to use my nickname from high school, Hellcat. That's not a very nice nickname, Kevin frowned. Is that what the bullies in your school called you? No, Katya replied. Hellcat is what my boyfriend called me. Vincent sighed as Pamela tried on yet more clothes at the boutique aimed at teenage girls. Pamela had turned out to be an incredibly time-consuming undertaking. Pamela stepped from the changing room to show off her latest look for Vincent's underground fight club.
Very nice, Vincent waved at her, just wanting this shopping trip to be over. Get that one if you want. Get anything you want at all. Just get something and let's get out of here.
Pamela suddenly looked concerned. I don't want to spend all the money I'm making just on myself. I want to make sure my parents are taken care of well, too.
I told you I've already taken care of your parents.
Vincent lied.
Your mother is home and your father as well. They've moved into their new apartment and are happy and proud of you.
But they're still not answering any of my calls on their new phone, Pamela objected.
They're too busy being happy to talk to you right now, Vincent objected. But they send you texts all the time. I bet you'll get another one from them soon.
Vincent turned away so that Pamela couldn't see him take the burner phone out of his pocket and type out a quick text. Of course, Vincent hadn't been helping her family out at all. He had lied to Pamela about helping them and giving them a new phone so that they could keep in contact with their daughter. However, all the texts that Pamela got from the number came from Vincent. Vincent was actually holding Pamela's desperately ill father in the catacombs under the Diamond Temple, where his secret fighting club was held. Instead of going off once, Pamela's phone chimed twice.
What was that? Vincent demanded. Who's messaging you besides your parents?
Just a notice about a new video that was posted, Pamela assured him. I have an alert set up when anybody posts something about Kevin Williams. I thought it would be a good way to keep tabs on him for you, Pamela explained. She showed Vincent the video. A masked woman in a blue leopard print catsuit stood in the middle of a huge lush field surrounded by a white picket fence. Kevin Williams, I am Hellcat, and I am calling you out, you coward. You killed my brother and now I have my revenge on you. Unless you were too yellow to accept my challenge. Wow, Pamela breathed. Kevin Williams really ticked this lady off. Who do you think her brother was?
Hard to say, Vincent replied airily. Kevin Williams has killed so many people. He's evil, you know. Very, very evil.
Vincent ignored the fact that Kevin only killed people in extreme situations in defense of himself or others. Vincent, of course, had killed far more people for his own petty gains. The woman on the video went on. If you have any honor at all, Kevin Williams, you will meet me tomorrow here at the Polo Grounds at noon to battle me in single combat.
Vincent scoffed. Of course, there's no way that Kevin would ever agree to.
Pamela's phone dinged again. Looks like he just accepted. See, he posted in the comments. Vincent carefully scratched his chin with one of his hooks.
Then we will go and watch the battle to see what happens. This woman should be someone I keep an eye on.
How come? Pamela pouted. I thought I was going to be your number one fighter.
You are, my dear, you are, Vincent exclaimed as he patted her with one of his hooks. But surely you've heard the old adage, the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Kevin, Katya in her disguise, and Brett got to the Polo Grounds early the next day. It was the perfect place for Kevin and Katya's mock battle. The grassy turf was springy and wouldn't cause Kevin any injuries. The area was fenced off to keep spectators at a safe distance. There was even a grandstand so that Vincent could get the best possible view of the battle. Now remember, Kevin told Katja, when you use your levels, concentrate on maximum light and minimum force. Katja grinned. Don't worry, Kevin. I won't hurt you any more than I have to. Katja and her sister Olivia had once been Kevin's rivals. Katja far more and far longer than her sister had been. Although he had long since won them over to his side, Kevin hoped that Katja wasn't thinking about their past enmity during this mock battle. Precisely at noon, Kevin saw Vincent and Pamela step into the shadows at the top of the grandstand, where they obviously hoped to be unobserved. Kevin smiled to himself even as he ignored them and stepped onto the green field. Katja entered from the opposite end of the polo green, her mask and disguise firmly in place. Kevin Williams, you have chosen to meet me after all. Nobody calls me a coward and gets away with it, Kevin declared loudly, enjoying the theatricality of the moment. I killed your brother, whatever his name was, and I'll do the same for you, Miss Hellcat. No, Kevin, today is the day you are finally defeated, Katja declared. She let her leveled powers build up within her, not trying to shield them at all so that Vincent would be able to sense them. This battle would only be believable if Vincent was convinced that she had at least as many levels as Kevin did. Kevin stomped his foot, sending a wave of blue leveled power directly for Katja. Fortunately, Katja knew that it was coming and was leaping high in the air before Kevin's foot even hit the ground. The wave passed harmlessly under her, and Katja lightly landed a few feet from Kevin. With a yell of warning, Kevin charged at Katja. Katja caught him by the wrist, and Kevin allowed his momentum to carry him up and over her head as she twisted him around her body. He hit the springy turf and bounced up without even a bruise. Katja landed a few light blows to his head and face. Kevin curled up in a ball as if he was protecting his face from her assault. Kevin shot a foot out and tripped Katja. She went down onto the soft grass as lightly as Kevin had. Kevin stood over her and drew his blade. They had found a craftsman who could replicate Kevin's night dagger down to the last detail. From a distance, Vincent would think it was the real thing. Here is where I end you, Kevin declared as he brought the blade down on the seemingly defenseless Hellcat. Katja blocked the blade at the last moment and twisted Kevin's wrist so that he dropped the blade into her palm. Katja seized the blade in two hands and broke the dagger over her knee, tossing the pieces aside. Oh no, exclaimed Kevin. You broke my night dagger. How is this possible? I was supposed to be the most powerful leveled fighter in the world. Not anymore, Katja declared. She unleashed a huge glowing ball of energy directly at Kevin. Kevin channeled the power and added his own to send him flying backward through the picket fence, which Brett had already sawed most of the way through. Kevin called out one last time, making sure he was loud enough that Vincent and Pamela in the grandstand could hear him. You may be the greater fighter, Hellcat, but I will live to fight another day. Then he turned and ran away as if he was actually the coward that Hellcat had claimed.
Nice work.
Vincent called down from the grandstand to the victorious woman he had watched make mincemeat of his mortal enemy Kevin Williams. Katja turned as if she had just noticed him and Pamela. Thank you, stranger. If you know anybody who's looking for the greatest leveled warrior in the world, you can tell them that I am looking for work. Vincent looked from Katja to Pamela and smiled.
Actually, I'm looking to hire someone just like you.
After discovering that Vincent Reeves was using Pamela as a pawn in his underground fight club, Kevin had Katja pose as Hellcat, a supposed enemy of Kevin's who defeats him in a skirmish that is witnessed by Vincent, who doesn't realize that the fight has been in act, and will have him asking Hellcat to join his operation. With a formal invitation from Vincent Reeves himself to become a warrior in his fight club, Katja, in her Hellcat garb, returned to the Diamond Temple with her trainer, Kevin, in his Kenneth Wilkinson disguise, which is an eye patch and slick clothing that did wonders to conceal Kevin's true identity and Brett. Pilgrims and worshippers entered and exited the temple in a steady flow. with looks of quiet contemplation on their faces. Offerings were piled up around statues where candles burned day and night. In a way, this temple is a perfect cover. I can't ever claim that Vincent Reeves isn't brilliant. If only he used his talents for good instead of evil, Kevin pointed out. The temple is open 24 hours a day. People from all over are coming and going at all hours. No one would ever suspect a thing as unpleasant as a fight club was happening underneath their feet. Vincent told me to go to the door to the basement chamber and to ring the bell there 3 times once we're alone, Katja told her companions as she put on her cat mask and drew a hood over her head to hide it. The chapel was nearly deserted at this late hour, which made their mission an easy one. Katja picked up the bell from the feet of a golden statue encrusted with diamonds and rang it 3 times. The wall to the left of the statue swung open. The 3 trooped inside. They descended a staircase that led into the temple's basement. There they found candlelit tables surrounding an improvised fighting ring. The place looked like an upscale supper club with a taste for blood sport.
Welcome, welcome, my dear Hellcat,
Vincent greeted Katja.
We have a table for you right up front.
He looked past Katja at the other 2 men. These are just my attendants, Katja waved at them dismissively. Just ignore them, they're not important at all. Vincent led them to a ringside table. At the table on the far side of the ring, Pamela sat all alone, sipping lemonade.
Yours will be the first bout of the evening,
Vincent told Katja. Katja was surprised. This was not what they had expected. You don't want to save the best fight of the night for last? Vincent waved at the crowded tables.
Give the people what they want. Your fight against my young protege Pamela is all anybody's been talking about tonight. If I delayed things much longer, I might have a riot on my hands.
Indeed, the patrons looked restless and dangerous, but Katja knew that they would need more time to locate Pamela's father, Shrihi, and save him. If you insist, I'll fight in your first round, but you must give me a few moments to powder my nose. A lady wants to look her best when she's kicking butt.
If you insist, Vincent allowed. We'll begin in 5 minutes.
He left them at the table. Kevin and his 2 companions glanced wildly around the room. I don't see Shrihi anywhere, do you? Brett asked. Kevin and Katja shook their heads. He must be in another part of the temple, Kevin decided. But we don't have time to look for him now. We'll have to wait until after the fight. Remember, don't hurt the girl, Cat. Hellcat. I don't want to hurt her, Katja assured Kevin. She's just a child who wanted to help her parents and has fallen under the influence of an evil man. Katja knew how easy it was for a young person to be controlled by an older authority figure. Katja's own father was an enemy of Kevin's, and he had worked almost tirelessly to turn Katja against Kevin. Thankfully, she had a change of heart when she saw that it was her father who was skewed, and that Kevin was a hero among men. Agreed, Kevin nodded. And we need Pamela unharmed so that she can travel to the upper realm to take the test to determine if she's the next gatekeeper of the White Tower there. I just hope Pamela leaves Miss Hellcat unharmed enough to travel out of this temple, Brett observed. This crowd is out for blood, and Vincent is obviously happy to give it to them. It's sweet of you to worry, Katja patted Brett's arm kindly. Brett looked surprised. No one in his whole life had ever called the leader of the Myriad Freedom Fighters sweet. Exactly 5 minutes later, Pamela and Hellcat were called into the ring. Vincent acted as announcer and referee.
Ladies and gentlemen, we kick off our evening with the bout you've all been waiting for. My protege, the youngest leveled warrior ever, Pamela, against Hellcat, the woman who sent evil Kevin Williams running with his tail between his legs, Vincent announced. The crowd cheered wildly. The rules are simple. Anything and everything is allowed as long as you don't harm any of our paying guests.
Vincent motioned to the crowd, who chuckled appreciatively. How long does the fight go on? Katja asked. Even from here, she could feel Pamela's levels. This girl was too young to know how to shield them, and the power within her was truly incredible. For the first time, Katja stopped thinking she would easily win the bout and began to wonder how long she could last against the girl. Vincent gave a menacing grin.
The fight goes on as long as I say it does.
Pamela and Katja began by circling each other warily, making feints and a few exploratory attacks, each testing the other's abilities, strengths, and weaknesses. Then, Pamela suddenly unleashed a powerful bolt of energy at Katja. Katja had no time to dodge and barely got her powers aligned in time to form a shield that could absorb the attack. It would have taken less energy to deflect Pamela's energy, but Katja couldn't risk the ricochet of extreme power hitting the audience or even taking out part of the temple's foundation. Pamela unleashed 3 more leveled attacks before Katja was able to take offense. Katja stomped her feet one after another, sending concentric waves of power at Pamela. The girl dodged the first one but came down just as the second one rushed over her, knocking her off her feet. However, Pamela bounced up again. "You knocked me down," Pamela exclaimed. "No one's ever done that before." "It's about time someone knocked you down to size then," Katja as Hellcat retorted. "You were good, very good, but you still have a lot to learn." Then the battle was truly on, and the two fighters unleashed leveled powers upon each other again and again. The ancient temple shook to its very foundation from the force of the blows. The crowd cheered and stomped their feet, excited by the epic battle taking place before them. Waiters passed among the guests, refilling drinks and taking food orders.
"Hey," one waiter said to another, "it's your turn to go check on the prisoner."
Kevin's ears immediately picked up the word prisoner. He and Brett had made some discreet inquiries but hadn't been able to get any information on where Vincent was holding Pamela's father, Shrihi. "Do I have to?" the other waiter whined. "I hate going down there. It's so creepy with all those bones and skulls and stuff."
"It's your turn," the first waiter asserted. "And it might be the last turn. The boss can't keep Pamela's dad down in the catacombs much longer. He looks like he's on death's door."
"One way or another, I guess that will solve the problem," the other waiter agreed. "Might as well not put it off." He handed off his tray and left through a shabby doorway behind some curtains. Kevin jerked his head at Brett and motioned for the myriad leader to follow him. Katja swayed on her feet. She had never expended so much leveled power all at once in her entire life, not even during the epic clash, which she had lost to Kevin by the slimmest of margins. She knew that she was down to the dregs of her abilities. Pamela, on the other hand, still looked as fresh as a daisy and bounced on her toes as if eager for more. Katja looked for a way to end the battle quickly without harming Pamela permanently. Although Pamela was powerful, Katja had noticed that her control over her leveled abilities lacked the precision that more experienced fighters usually demonstrated. Katja gathered the last of her remaining abilities and channeled them up through her body and down through her hands. She brought her hands together in a sharp clap that sent a bolt of energy directly at Pamela. Katja had calculated that it wouldn't be enough to kill the girl. It would only knock her unconscious and end the bout. Faster than Katja had expected, Pamela formed her leveled abilities into a shield, but instead of directing the bolt harmlessly into the ceiling as Pamela had intended, the bolt rebounded directly at Katja. The ricochet had sapped some of the bolt's power, but it was still enough to knock Katja onto her back and leave her dazed. With nothing left, Katja raised her hands in surrender. The crowd cheered for Pamela.
"Kill her!"
Vincent screamed at Pamela. Pamela looked at Vincent in surprise. "But this is just a fighting club. This woman isn't really my enemy. I shouldn't have to kill her."
"I told you the fight isn't over until I say it is," Vincent sneered. "Kill her and prove that you are the greatest warrior on the planet, or else I wash my hands of you. You and your pathetic parents can go back to dying in the slums."
Pamela hung her head and turned back to Katja. "I'm sorry. You are a very good fighter and don't deserve this. But I have to do what I have to do in order to save my parents." The girl raised her fist for the killing blow. Katja, using the fighter guise of Hellcat, gained entry to Vincent Reeves' fight club after beating Kevin in a stage fight that they made sure Vincent saw. Now she's battling Pamela while Kevin sneaks into the Diamond Temple's catacombs to rescue Shrihi. But Vincent has just given Pamela the order not just to beat Hellcat, but to kill her. While Katjaa continued to fight Pamela in her disguise as Hellcat, Kevin and Brett slipped away from Vincent Reeves's underground fight club below the ancient temple to follow a waiter. Kevin had a hunch that the waiter was going to check on Pamela's father, Shrihi, whom Vincent Reeves had kidnapped without Pamela's knowledge. The waiter led them down a series of descending corridors. Kevin could tell from the stonework that this was the oldest part of the Diamond Temple's foundation, and it, like everything, was carved from and adorned with precious stones. The waiter unlocked a steel door and stepped through. The waiter turned to lock it behind him only to realize that the two men acting as Hellcat's attendants had followed him.
"We'll take those," Brett said as he plucked the keys from the waiter.
"You can't do that," the waiter protested. "Is Vincent Reeves keeping a prisoner named Shrihi Campari down here somewhere?" Kevin demanded. "I can't tell anybody anything. Those are my orders. Please don't make me," the waiter begged. "Vincent will kill my entire family if he finds out that I disobeyed him."
"Don't worry," Brett comforted the waiter. "We understand completely."
Brett clipped the waiter on the chin, knocking him out cold.
"Brett!" exclaimed Kevin. "It's called plausible deniability," Brett explained as he caught the waiter and gently lowered him to the ground. "Now no one can claim that the waiter helped us at all."
"Let's just hope it won't be too hard to find Pamela's father down here without a guide," grumbled Kevin. "We need to get back to Katjaa and the fight as soon as possible." Kevin and Brett found that behind the steel door was a maze of catacombs. The deepest tunnels trailed off from the Diamond Foundation and had been carved directly into the bedrock under the ancient temple's foundation, creating bays, little rooms, and twisting corridors. Old bones were stacked in piles everywhere. Some were just jumbled masses with no rhyme or reason. Other areas had been neatly sorted and organized. In a few places, the bones had been arranged into strangely beautiful altars on which ancient religious artifacts rested. After 3 dead ends, Brett was getting frustrated and hurried forward. He turned another corner only to find the floor dropped away under his feet in a pit so deep neither he nor Kevin could see the bottom.
Maybe I shouldn't have knocked that waiter out," Brett confessed after they backtracked from the deep pit. "Should I go back and try and revive him? It could take us forever to find one person down here."
"No time for that," Kevin replied. "But I don't think we'll need the waiter. Look," Kevin pointed at the floor. There was a faint trail in the dust that coated the ground. "Vincent has had Shrihi down here at least a few days, which means people would have to go back and forth to check on him." Just as Kevin suspected, the trail in the dust led them directly to a small chamber that had been cordoned off with a barred gate. Inside the makeshift cell was a small, huddled figure in rags. The figure lay unmoving on a filthy sleeping mat. "Shrihi? Mr. Campari!" Kevin yelled through the bars at the figure. The figure didn't stir, no matter how loudly Kevin yelled. Brett fumbled through the keys that they had taken from the waiter. He tried key after key, but none would unlock the gate. "The key to this gate isn't here!" He threw the keys down in disgust. "Vincent probably has the key himself," Kevin guessed, just in case one of the waiters had a moment of conscience and wanted to let poor Shrihi out. "We don't need no stinking key," Brett declared. He grabbed onto the bars and heaved with all his massive strength. The bars would have easily stopped a truck, but the mortar holding them to the bedrock was old and crumbling in the damp recesses of the temple. It gave way under Brett's assault and he hefted the gate to the side. Kevin rushed inside and rolled the figure onto his back. It was Shrihi Campari, Pamela's father. He looked terrible, and Kevin could barely find a pulse. The man was inches from death. "What's wrong with him?" Brett asked. "Did his illness get worse?" Shrihi had been too sick to leave his upper floor apartment when they had met him, but he had been alert and able to speak with them then. It seemed unlikely that the illness alone would have brought the man so low so quickly. Kevin carefully checked Shrihi over using all the knowledge he had gained through his mastery of herbal craft. "It's partially that," Kevin agreed. "But also I don't think Vincent has been allowing him food or water. His organs are shutting down."
We need to get him to a hospital as soon as possible, then.
Brett moved to pick up Shrihi, who at this point weighed no more than a small child. Stop, Kevin commanded. He's too weak to even move in this state. The shock could kill him. He needs to regain some strength first. Suddenly, the rock walls around them shook. Feels like Katja's battle with Pamela is really heating up, Brett noted. We won't have to worry about shock killing Shrihi if they bring the temple down on top of us. Kevin already had his trusty satchel of herbal ingredients open. Fortunately, he had brought a supply of pre-made pills with him. He slipped a recovery pill and a few power pills for good measure into Shrihi's mouth and slopped a little water in afterward. Shrihi's reflexes made him swallow the pills down. Brett had seen Kevin's herbal work before and he waited expectantly. But Shrihi didn't immediately jump to his feet. What's taking so long? Brett demanded. He's very far gone and his system is so shut down it's operating incredibly slowly. It will take some time for the herbs to work, Kevin explained. The walls around them shook again. Kevin crouched over Shrihi to protect Pamela's sick father from the dirt and pebbles that rained down on them. We might not have that time, Brett pointed out. I know, Kevin agreed, jumping to his feet. Don't move Shrihi until he regains consciousness, Kevin ordered Brett. What are you going to do? Brett asked as he moved to take Kevin's place at Shrihi's side. I'm going to make sure the fight doesn't get out of hand, he replied before he dashed off. Pamela stood over Katja in her Hellcat disguise. Their leveled battle had been epic, but at last, Katja's powers had given out, and she was crouched on the floor of the makeshift ring, knowing that Vincent Reeves would not let Pamela stop without killing her opponent. All around her, the audience howled for Hellcat's death as the teenage girl stood over Katja with her fist raised. Kill her! Vincent Reeves ordered Pamela again, a wicked gleam in his eye. He had enticed the fighting prodigy to his side with promises of wealth and power to care for her parents. But Vincent knew that if Pamela killed a defenseless opponent in cold blood, her soul would be his forever. Better still, Vincent would have eliminated Pamela from contention as one of the potential keepers of the White Tower of the Upper Realm, and he then would be that much closer to bringing the Upper Realm crashing down. Katja could see tears gleaming in Pamela's eyes, but she could also see the determination on the girl's face. Katja looked away. Katja had fought to her last reserves of energy and had held nothing back. There was no shame in dying this way, but she was unwilling to watch her own death coming straight for her. Stop! A voice called out with such force and authority the audience fell silent. Everyone turned to stare as the man everyone thought was one of Hellcat's attendants came striding toward the ring. He tore off his eye patch, revealing himself to be Kevin Williams. Vincent Reeves howled in fury, waving his two prosthetic hooks in the air. Kevin ignored Vincent and jumped into the makeshift ring. In one motion, he swept the exhausted Katja out of Pamela's path of death and took Katja's place on the mat. Pamela, Vincent Reeves yelled. He is your enemy. You must kill Kevin Williams. Although she had already expended a tremendous amount of leveled energy fighting Katja, Pamela was young and very gifted. She had no idea where the limits of her abilities were, or even if they had limits at all. She gathered all her fury, fear, and frustration, channeled her power through the storm of emotion, and sent it all hurtling straight at Kevin. In order to infiltrate Vincent's underground fight club, Katja posed as a would-be competitor named Hellcat. Kevin and Brett went to rescue Pamela's father Shrihi from the catacombs under the temple where the fight club was held. Kevin returned to the ring in time to save Katja from death, and took her place just as Pamela was about to release her greatest blast of leveled energy ever. Pamela gathered all of her fury, fear, and frustration, channeled her power through the storm of emotion, and sent it all hurtling straight at Kevin. But Kevin was prepared for this. He had his leveled energy at the ready. He formed it into a glowing blue shield, easily deflecting Pamela's burst of energy harmlessly into the mat under them. "You're meant for better things than this," Kevin told the girl, indicating the underground fight club beneath the ancient temple where they stood. All around them, spectators howled and cheered, eager for more blood sport. "I was born having all these naturally occurring levels and abilities," Pamela pointed out. "Of course I was meant to be a warrior." She launched a 1-2 attack, throwing glowing orbs of power at Kevin with her fists. "But you can still be a warrior for good," Kevin declared as he again deflected Pamela's attack. "Do you really want to be nothing more than this man's hired killer?" He pointed to the edge of the ring where Vincent Reeves occupied a VIP table in solo splendor. "It's the best offer I've been given," Pamela retorted. "The only one I've been given, in fact, that would ensure the financial safety of my family. If I weren't working for Hooky McHookhands there, I would have to work for someone else who was still just like him." Pamela spun in a quick circle, her hair whipping around and sending a powerful wave of energy across the ring. Kevin launched himself into the air to avoid it. Her energy hit a row of tables, blasting them to smithereens and sending patrons diving for cover. Kevin dove over Pamela's head, somersaulting in the air, and came down behind her. Off balance, the girl whirled to face him. "There are always better options, Pamela," Kevin told her. "There's a place that might need you to be a warrior for good, to help and to guide people to reach their highest potential. The place is called the Upper Realm, and there's a white tower there with a keeper, a woman named Alohi, but she's dying, and I need to find the one who will take her place. That might just be you." Pamela unleashed a few wild assaults. Some went directly at Kevin, but a few blasted off in random directions. Pamela's levels were getting too dangerous, probably from fatigue and a lack of control due to her age. The Fight Club's patrons began hurrying for the doors, realizing the chaos that was about to erupt could spill out of the ring. Kevin needed to keep Pamela down, or else she might destroy the whole temple. She prepared to launch another attack, but Kevin swept her legs out from under her. The girl tumbled to the mat unharmed except for her dignity. "You have to listen to me," Kevin pleaded. Pamela tried to get to her feet, but Kevin knocked her off balance again, sending her crashing down. She was slower to try to get up, her energy finally reaching its limits. Kevin again knocked her down, being sure to be as gentle as possible. Pamela screamed in frustration. She pounded her fist into the mat like a toddler. Sparks of leveled energy flew at Kevin. Instead of deflecting, he encircled the sparks with his own energy and let them hang suspended in front of the girl. Her eyes went wide with wonder and something more. Kevin saw that it was hope. "See," Kevin pointed out, "our powers aren't just meant for destruction."
"Lies!" Vincent screamed. "All lies, Pamela. Who are you going to believe? This underdressed stranger who is trying to sell you a fairy tale about keepers and towers and goodness? Or me, a man who gave you real solutions to real problems? I brought your mother home. I paid all your father's medical bills. Stick with me and you can make sure that they have the best of everything."
Of course, Vincent was lying about everything in order to twist Pamela's loyalties toward him as she wavered. It was Kevin who had saved Pamela's mother, Darika, from virtual slavery in an offshore refinery. And it was Vincent who had imprisoned her father, Shrihi, in the catacombs under the temple. But none of this stopped Vincent from declaring,
"I am your friend, Pamela. This man is my enemy, which makes him your enemy too."
Kevin didn't even bother to look at Vincent. "I am Vincent Reeves' enemy," Kevin agreed, "because he is mine. But I am not your enemy, Pamela. Never yours." "Then why are you still fighting me?" Pamela cried in frustration. "You're right," Kevin said simply. He lowered his hands and stepped out of his fighting stance. He spread his hands as if in surrender. "I'm not your enemy. I will not fight you." Slowly, as if expecting a trick, she climbed to her feet. Kevin did nothing to stop her. Pamela swayed. She had never been this tired or drained in her life. She'd finally found the limits of her abilities. But she had enough left to finish off this strange, earnest man who stood there looking at her like a sacrificial lamb. Pamela gathered up all of her powers, digging deeper than she ever had. She had sensed how strong Kevin's abilities were. She would only have one chance to take him out. But just as she was about to unleash everything she had left on Kevin, a new voice came to her ears. It was soft and weak, but it was a voice she had known even in the womb. "Pamela, my darling girl, don't do it," her father called. Shocked, Pamela let her leveled powers dissipate and then looked around for the source of the voice. Everyone except Vincent, Katja, Kevin, and Pamela herself had fled the underground fighting club. Now, 2 other people were standing beside a formerly concealed door. One was the big man who had also arrived with a masked fighter who called himself Hellcat's attendant, and in his arms was Pamela's father, Shrihi. "Dad, what are you doing here? You're supposed to be at your new apartment with Mom," Pamela asked in confusion. "There is no new apartment," Shrihi explained. "Vincent had me kidnapped and imprisoned under this temple. I would have died if Kevin and his friend here hadn't rescued and revived me. Kevin's friends have assured me they also have rescued your mother from the offshore refinery where she was working. She's waiting for us outside, daughter." Tears came to Pamela's eyes. "You mean it was all lies? Everything I've done, everything I've gone through, it was all for nothing?" "You were only trying to help me and your mother," Shrihi assured his daughter with love and affection. "You were trying to do what was right. It's not your fault an evil man took advantage of you." Suddenly furious, Pamela whirled around. "Where is he? I'm going to make him eat his own hooks for breakfast." But when everyone looked at the VIP table where Vincent had been sitting, it was empty. "He's gone?" Pamela exclaimed in surprise. "He can't be gone. I still have to kick his butt from here to the moon." "Don't worry," Kevin assured Pamela. "Vincent is like a bad penny. He just keeps turning up." Kevin and Pamela left the ring. Pamela went to Katja, who had removed her cat mask, no longer needing it. "I'm sorry I almost killed you," Pamela said shyly, offering her hand to help Katja to her feet. "That's okay," Katja told Pamela. "Just try not to do it again." Because she was still exhausted from all the leveled energy she had to expend in her fight with Pamela, Katja was grateful for Pamela's assistance in getting off the mat. Pamela went to check on her father. He was too weak to stand or walk, but he was no longer at death's door. Fortunately, Brett was able to carry him as easily as he would have been able to carry a pile of feathers. Meanwhile, Kevin went to check out the VIP table where Vincent had been sitting, hoping to find some clue as to where his nemesis might have retreated to. The tablecloth was bare, but as he approached, Kevin heard a faint ticking sound coming from under the table. Heart sinking, Kevin lifted the tablecloth and peered underneath. What he found was an alarm clock set to go off in less than 3 minutes. Long wires trailed from the clock to the floor where they snaked under the rugs in all directions. "What did you find?" Katja asked Kevin. "It seems like Vincent left us a parting gift," Kevin told them, trying to keep his voice calm. "As near as I can tell, it's a bomb, and this whole place has been wired to explode in less than 3 minutes." Kevin fended off Pamela's attacks in Vincent's underground fight club held beneath the Diamond Temple and convinced her to join his side. And she saw by now that it was Kevin, and not evil Vincent Reeves, who had kidnapped her father Shrihi, who had her best interest at heart. Vincent escaped, but not before triggering a bomb that would bring the temple down upon Kevin's and his friends' heads. "There's a bomb?" Pamela exclaimed in terror. "But surely there are tourists and worshippers in the temples upstairs at this very moment. Would Vincent really risk killing them just to keep you from winning, Kevin?" "All that and more," Kevin assured her. "Brett and Katja, get Pamela and her father out of here and start evacuating the temple." "On it," Brett declared, hurrying for the stairs. He still carried Pamela's ailing father, Shrihi, in his arms. Shrihi was looking better by the moment thanks to the herbal remedies Kevin had dosed him with, but he was still in no state to try to outrun a bomb. "I'm staying here," Pamela declared. "None of this would have happened if I hadn't believed Vincent's lies. I have to help stop it." "Okay," Kevin agreed and waved at Katja to go. In a flash, she was following Brett, already yelling for everyone in the temple to evacuate.
So, on top of everything else, you know how to disarm bombs? Pamela asked Kevin.
It's been known to happen, Kevin allowed. But there's less than 3 minutes and I don't have time to decipher the wiring. He handed her a pill. Take this. It's an herbal recovery pill. It will help revive your levels. They were depleted during your battles. Pamela was a smart girl and normally wouldn't take pills offered by strangers, but she knew that she could trust Kevin, especially after she saw him swallow one of the pills himself. Pamela swallowed the pill and instantly felt a rush of restorative energy. Now we have to gather all the explosives from the room without detaching their wires before the clock runs out. Detaching the wires could make the bombs go off early, Kevin directed her. Kevin and Pamela used their leveled powers to plow through the room, tearing up tables and carpets to reveal the wires snaking around under them. They brought each separate explosive back to the clock. Even with their leveled speed, the clock ticked down faster than Kevin liked.
That's the last one,
Pamela declared as she raced back to Kevin, coiling the wires around the explosives as she went. There was less than a minute left on the clock.
But what do we do with them now?
We need to take them someplace where we can contain the damage, Kevin declared as he shoved half the explosive into Pamela's arms. Stick close to me, and don't let those wires snap. Pamela stuck to Kevin's side as he raced back to the hidden door that led to the catacombs under the temple. The catacombs were a twisted maze of bones and religious artifacts. Kevin had navigated their confusing paths earlier to find where Vincent was holding Pamela's father captive. Now he tried to remember how to get to another part of the ancient burial area. The bombs were only seconds from exploding when Kevin saw it. The nearly bottomless pit that Brett had almost stumbled into on their first trip into the catacombs. There, he yelled. Throw the bombs down there. As one, he and Pamela tossed the explosives into the pit. We need to use our levels to form a shield over the pit, Kevin explained. He knew that otherwise the backlash from the explosion could still bring the temple down on top of them.
I don't know how, Pamela wailed. I've only used my levels to make weapons.
Kevin grabbed her hand. Focus and follow my lead. Kevin reached deep inside himself for all of his leveled energy. The recovery pill he had taken had replenished much of his power after his protracted bout with Pamela, but they still weren't at their optimum levels. He had to hope they would be enough. Kevin directed his power in a downward force just as the last seconds ticked off the clock, and the bombs exploded. The combined blast of so many bombs was too much for Kevin's depleted powers. He felt the force of the bombs breaking through his shield, rocketing upwards. If it reached the temple's foundation over their heads, there could be a catastrophe. But he felt a new energy join his own. Pamela had worked out how to channel her powers to join Kevin's shield. The force of the bombs was deflected back downward, causing the earth to rock under their feet and dust to rain down from the ceiling above. Brett and Katja stood outside the temple. Tourists and pilgrims still poured from the doors. There simply hadn't been enough time to get everyone out. Brett still cradled Shrihi in his arms, and Pamela's mother Darika had joined them.
How will they ever stop the bombs from going off? She wailed. How much time is left?
There's still time, Katja tried to assure Darika. There's still. But then the earth trembled under their feet. Bells in the temple rang out as they were rocked by the tremor. Tourists and pilgrims yelled and dove for the pavement. But that was it. The ground fell still again and was quiet. Brett smiled. He did it. Kevin found a way to contain the blast somehow. But where is he? Katja wondered. But just then, Kevin and Pamela stepped from the temple, bringing up the rear of the last group of evacuees. They looked dusty and tired, but unharmed.
Mom!
Pamela yelled and ran to meet her mother with hugs and kisses. Shrihi had finally recovered enough from Kevin's remedies, and Brett put him down. He tottered over to join his reunited family in a happy hug. A few hours later, everyone had gotten cleaned up and reassembled in the luxurious 5-star presidential suite at one of the best hotels in the city. Kevin had rented it so the Camparis could have a place to recover after all their adventures, since their apartment building had been set on fire by Vincent. Kevin's first order of business was to make sure Shreehi's health had completely recovered.
"I haven't felt this great in years,"
Shreehi assured Kevin. His illness, which had forced his wife to take work at the horrifying offshore refinery, was completely gone.
"Kevin's remedies cured me as well,"
Darika added. She had been poisoned by her work with dangerous materials at the refinery, but had also made a full recovery. Then all we have to discuss is Pamela's future, Katja added. As you know, I am the headmistress for the Williams School. We originally came here to possibly recruit Pamela to attend the academy on a full scholarship for extraordinary children. Darika eyed Kevin, Katja, and Brett with an ironic eye.
"If the three of you are just an ordinary scholarship panel, I'm the Queen of Sheba."
Kevin smiled. You're right. We're not just a scholarship panel.
"I've been looking you up on the internet, Kevin Williams," Darika continued. "I've read about all the good work you've done. I know you are an honorable man, but we still need to know the real reason you came in search of our daughter."
Kevin went on to explain to the Camparis about the upper realm, the alternative plane of consciousness leveled experts were sometimes able to reach in order to refine their levels to the highest degrees. The upper realm was overseen by someone known as the Gatekeeper of the White Tower. They were critical to the stability of the upper realm, but the current keeper, a woman named Elohi, was dying before her time. It was up to Kevin to locate children who were potentially the next keeper and bring them to the upper realm to be tested before Elohi died.
"And I'm the next keeper of the White Tower?"
Pamela asked. We're not sure, Kevin answered honestly. We won't know for sure until I locate all the potential candidates, bring them to the upper realm, and you are all tested.
"And if Pamela is the next keeper, she'll stay in the upper realm forever?"
Shreehi asked. Possibly, Kevin allowed, though the keeper has powers even I don't know about. He thought about the treasured statuette he had found among Elohi's things. It shouldn't have been possible for her to bring it with her, and yet.
"But what if she's not the keeper?"
Darika wanted to know. Then she'll return here, Kevin answered. And if she still wants to attend the Williams School, I'd be happy to offer her a full scholarship.
"I think you should go," Shreehi told Pamela. "This could be your destiny."
"But what about you and Mom?" Pamela protested. "I only ever listened to that Vincent jerk because he told me I'd be able to take care of you both."
"I'm healthy now," Shreehi pointed out. "I can't wait to get back to work. Your mother and I will be fine now that we're both well and together."
Kevin also made a mental note to let Pamela know he'd keep an eye on her parents and make sure they never wanted anything.
"I have to admit I'm curious about this upper realm place," Pamela said shyly. "Okay, let's do it. How do we get there?"
"That's a good point," Katja added. "How will you get Pamela to the upper realm, Kevin? People study for years and even decades to find their way there. Even after you won that piece of paper telling you how to get there in the Epic Clash, it took you to find the clues that led you to realize you had to achieve the mental state necessary. It's not just like you open a door to the basement and walk in." Kevin smiled. "I think I know a way." Pamela used her innate skills to help Kevin thwart the bombs planted by Vincent Reeves as he fled the Diamond Temple. After Kevin explained the upper realm and the search for a new gatekeeper to be installed before Elohi died, Pamela and her parents agreed that she must go to see if becoming the new keeper is her destiny. Kevin led Pamela to a quiet side chapel within the ancient Diamond Temple. It was under this very temple that Vincent Reeves had hosted his secret underground fight club, where Kevin had convinced Pamela to join his side. He directed Pamela to sit on the floor opposite him. The temple was very quiet after the recent bomb scare that had sent tourists and pilgrims fleeing from its hallowed halls.
"I don't get it, Kevin," Pamela said as she looked around the little chapel. "How am I supposed to get to this upper realm place when I'm just back here in this temple?"
Is there a secret door here somewhere? The upper realm isn't a physical place, Kevin explained. It's actually a plane of consciousness. In order to enter the realm, we must achieve the correct mental state, one that resonates with the same frequency as the upper realm itself. Yeah, sure. That makes sense, Pamela nodded along. No, wait, that still doesn't explain anything. Kevin had first reached the upper realm by repeated viewings of an antique film by the Lumiere brothers. Watching it had allowed him to relive his memories of past triumphs and moments of great love and beauty, most especially the moment he had first met his darling wife Lily. Kevin was pretty sure he could now recreate that state of consciousness by only using his mind. But Kevin also knew that everybody's path to the upper realm was different. The methods and memories that worked for him wouldn't necessarily work for Pamela. She would have to find her own way into the correct state of being, but Kevin was counting on the fact that she was a potential keeper of the upper realm. If he found a way to help her focus her mind, her natural levels could take her the rest of the way there. At least Kevin hoped so. Do you remember when we were fighting under this temple? Kevin began. Pamela looked embarrassed. Yes, I was such an idiot to believe a word that jerk Vincent ever said to me. I should have seen through his schemes from the start. You only wanted to help your parents, Kevin assured her. You're acting from the best of intentions. Keep your focus on that if you ever want to reach the upper realm. Pamela nodded, taking a deep breath to clear her mind and refocus as Kevin directed. Remember when I used my levels to encase your powers when you sent them at me in an attack? Kevin continued. That's the first time I realized my powers weren't just meant for destruction, Pamela said softly. I wasn't looking forward to a life of just destroying stuff and hurting people, but I thought that was all I was good for until you showed me different. Kevin had seen the look of hope and wonder on the teenage girl's face. He suspected that the feeling would be the key to Pamela's portal to the upper realm. Kevin directed Pamela to fire a controlled burst of her power at him. At the same time, Kevin encircled the sparks with his own level of energy and let them hang suspended in front of the girl. Pamela's sparks twinkled and glowed like an entire galaxy contained in a bell jar. Pamela smiled with a look of intense wonder and happiness. Her eyes fluttered closed, and then she fell backward from her seated position as if she'd suddenly gone to sleep. And then she disappeared. Kevin smiled and allowed all the power he was holding to dissipate gently. Then he closed his own eyes and focused on his own source of wonder and happiness, his darling wife, Lily, and their unborn children. Kevin crashed down into a lily pond. Again. The lily pond was no more than 2 feet deep, covered with flat green leaves, and it was surrounded by a chorus of croaking frogs. Kevin looked around. Sure enough, he had arrived in the upper realm in exactly the same undignified manner as he had the first time. Kevin, Pamela called from the bank. She obviously had a much cleaner and drier arrival. What are you doing in there? The backstroke, Kevin replied dryly. He slogged his way out of the pond and tried to wring the mucky water from his shirt and dockers. So you're back already, a third voice said. Kevin and Pamela turned to see a huge creature striding towards them. She was 7 feet tall and covered with white fluffy fur. Pamela gave a squeak of alarm and tried to hide behind Kevin. You didn't tell me there would be monsters in the upper realm? I'm sure you're no prize when you're having a bad hair day either, Missy, the creature shot back, running a hand along the newly regrown hair along her back. This isn't a monster, Kevin explained to Pamela. This is my friend the Yeti. She helped me the last time we were here in the upper realm. Kevin turned to his old friend and smiled. I'm glad to see that your fur has grown back after the fire. Upon their first encounter, the Yeti attacked Kevin for invading her cave. In the fracas, the Yeti's beautiful white hair had accidentally been set on fire. Kevin had extinguished it, and they had been friends ever since. The Yeti gave her fur another pat. I still can't do a thing with it, but enough about me. Who is your young friend? This is Pamela Campari, Kevin introduced the teenager. She is one of the candidates to become the next keeper of the White Tower of the Upper Realm. The Yeti nodded. That is good. Alohi's time is still short. You should come see her and introduce Pamela before you go. The Yeti led them from the lily pond across the rolling green hills of the upper realm to where the White Tower stood strong and tall. "It's beautiful," Pamela breathed in wonder. "And it looks like it could withstand just about anything." "It can now," Kevin replied, thinking about how he and a number of the other denizens of the upper realm had rebuilt the tower stronger than ever after it had fallen in an earthquake. The Yeti led them up the winding staircase inside the tower to the room at the top. There, the current keeper, Alohi, lay on a simple bed looking pale and wan, but she opened her eyes as soon as they entered. "Kevin, you have returned to us," Alohi said simply. "I brought one of the candidates to be the next keeper in your place," Kevin told her. "I'm glad to see that I have not come too late." "My time is shorter than ever," Alohi told Kevin without any bitterness. "But time is not the same here as it is on your ordinary plane of existence. You must find the other candidates quickly and bring them here to be tested." Alohi turned her gaze to Pamela and smiled. "I welcome you to the upper realm as the keeper of the White Tower. There is much that we should talk about, so I may prepare you for what comes next." "I want to learn as much as I can," Pamela said as she sat by the side of Alohi's bed. "No matter if I stay here as the next keeper or go back to the ordinary realm, I want to know how to do as much good as possible with my powers and abilities." The Yeti and Kevin withdrew to give the two women their privacy. "Is there anything that can be done to extend Alohi's life?" Kevin asked. "Locating the rest of the candidates will be a time-consuming process, even more so than I had originally thought. And Alohi deserves to have as much time in this life as she can." "I'm doing everything to help her that I can," the Yeti replied, looking sad. "There may be herbal remedies from your plane of consciousness that could do more for her if they could be brought with the next candidate." "How can I do that?" Kevin wondered with frustration. "I can't bring anything of value with me into the upper realm." Although he still had his trusty satchel, Kevin had seen that its contents had again turned to dust, the same as they had when he had first traveled to the upper realm. "You can't bring anything," the Yeti told him. "But the candidates have natural levels. Their abilities are not the same as yours. They will be able to bring small items along with themselves." "That makes sense," Kevin nodded, thinking of the statuette he had found in Alohi's room. "And see if they can bring me a Mountain Dew while you're at it," the Yeti added. "How do you know about Mountain Dew?" Kevin exclaimed. "I thought you couldn't leave the upper realm." "I can't," the Yeti huffed. "But a case of this stuff washed up on the shore of the Sea of Possibility, and I like the buzz it gives me." "I'll see what I can do," Kevin promised. They returned to Alohi's room so Kevin could say his goodbyes. Afterward, Alohi gave Kevin a gentle kiss on the forehead before pushing him backward. Just like the last time Kevin exited the upper realm, he felt himself falling, getting further from the upper realm, which was a tiny spark in the distance, and which was getting smaller with each tumble through space that he took. It felt like he would fall forever. This time there were no terrifying visions. He simply came to himself lying on the floor of the little chapel in the Diamond Temple. The floor across from him was empty. Pamela, of course, had not made the return journey with him. She had stayed in the upper realm. Kevin was still thinking over everything that had happened recently when Katja suddenly came running into the room. "Kevin, I hate to interrupt, but Brett needs to see you immediately," she declared. As usual, Kevin didn't even have a moment to align his thoughts. He needed to get back to Egypt to finish the Cleopatra project, but he also needed to find the next gatekeeper candidate. And if Brett needed to see him immediately, he surely had news on that front. Kevin only hoped that the news Brett was going to give him was good news.